Can you feel that? The unease settling in? You've just crossed the threshold into Night Creepypasta Rules. We've gathered this week's most potent rules horror. Tales designed to make your skin crawl. Don't even think about clicking away. What you're about to see is exceptional, even for us. The final moments of this video contain a twist so shocking, it will redefine what you think you know. This is prime horror, and you need to experience all of it. What's the one rule you'd never break to survive the night? Dare to share it in the comments. And if you live for this kind of adrenaline, hit that subscribe button and become part of our nocturnal fellowship. Brace yourself. The countdown to terror has begun. And the payoff at the end? Unforgettable. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. In the quiet corners of rural England, where history breathes in stone and shadow, some houses hold secrets older than memory. Chapelwood Manor. A renovated church, they called it. A refuge? I hoped. But beneath the polished veneer, beneath the ancient eaves, something waited. Something that demanded not just silence, but a specific kind of silence. And 3 rules. 3 chilling, impossible rules to survive the night. This is not a story for the faint of heart. This is the chilling account of Chapelwood, of Lilia and Caleb, and the ancient song that almost claimed them. You are about to step into a world where the past is not past, and the rules of survival are written in terror. Prepare to listen closely. The true horror lies in the details, and the twist. It will leave you questioning everything. Tell me, what forgotten song do you fear hearing most? Share your thoughts below, and if you dare to face the shadows with us again, consider subscribing. Pray you don't break the rules. The first rule of Chapelwood Manor was that some silences screamed louder than any bell, especially the silence that followed an unscheduled chime from the derelict chapel tower. That particular silence, thick with unspoken dread and the scent of damp Vermont earth, greeted me as my taxi navigated the winding, overgrown driveway towards the imposing stone facade of the manor itself. It loomed out of the late afternoon mist, a Gothic sentinel brooding amidst a wilderness of ancient, gnarled trees, its windows like dark, vacant eyes, staring out at a world it seemed to have long forgotten. My name is Miss Coralie Meadows, or it was, before the debacle surrounding the Serpent's Codex. My translation of that obscure pre-Babylonian text had been hailed as a breakthrough, then whispered about in hushed, horrified tones when inexplicable phenomena, unsettling dreams, bouts of collective hysteria, even a localized tremor, seemed to follow its public dissemination. The academic world, once my sanctuary, had become a place of pointed fingers and cautious distance. Chapelwood, with its promise of isolation and the simple, tangible task of tutoring 2 young children, felt less like a job and more like a refuge, a place to quiet the echoes of my own calamitous scholarship. Mr. Silas Armitage, the children's guardian and my new employer, met me at the massive oak door. He was a man who seemed to have stepped from the pages of a Victorian novel. Tall, impeccably dressed, with a mane of silver hair swept back from a high forehead, and eyes the color of polished obsidian. They were eyes that appraised, calculated, and I suspected, rarely missed a thing. His handshake was brief, his smile a fleeting, cool courtesy. "Meadows," he said, his voice a low, cultured baritone that resonated in the cavernous entrance hall. "Welcome to Chapelwood. I trust your journey was untroubled." There was an emphasis on the last word that I couldn't quite decipher. He led me through shadowy corridors, lined with ancestral portraits, whose painted eyes seemed to follow our progress. The air was cool, smelling of beeswax, old paper, and something else. A faint, sweet, almost cloying aroma like lilies on the cusp of decay. Lilia and Caleb are sensitive children, Mr. Armitage stated, pausing before a heavy carved door. Their upbringing has been somewhat unconventional, given the tragic loss of their parents. They require a gentle hand, but also a firm adherence to certain established household protocols. For their well-being, of course. He opened the door to a surprisingly bright, if sparsely furnished, schoolroom. 2 children, twins no older than 8, sat at a large mahogany table, their dark heads bent over sketchbooks. Lilia, the girl, looked up first. She had her guardian's dark hair, but her eyes were a startling intelligent blue, and they met mine with a direct, unnervingly adult scrutiny. Caleb, her brother, was slighter, his gaze more timid, flickering towards his sister as if for reassurance before offering me a shy, hesitant glance. A woman stood silently by the window, her hands clasped. She was introduced as Miss Tabitha Finch, the housekeeper. Her face was a mask of stoic lines, her eyes holding a deep, weary sadness that seemed to absorb the light. She merely nodded at me, a curt, almost dismissive gesture. After a brief, stilted introduction to the children, Mr. Armitage led me to a small, adjacent study he designated as my own. It was here, amidst towering bookshelves filled with leather-bound tomes, that he outlined the rules. Chapelwood, as you may have gathered, Miss Meadows, is a place of particular resonances, he began, his obsidian eyes fixing on mine. The children, Lilia and Caleb, are especially attuned to these. Therefore, for their safety and tranquility, 3 directives must be scrupulously observed. I waited, a familiar sense of academic caution, or perhaps something more primal, prickling at the back of my neck. First, he said, his voice dropping slightly, the old chapel and its bell tower are strictly off limits to the children unless accompanied by myself or Miss Finch. However, children can be inventive. If by some chance you find them playing in the tower and the bell should toll, a single clear chime, where no one is physically pulling the rope, you are to bring them down immediately, without question or delay, a bell tolling on its own. My unease deepened. Second, Mr. Armitage continued, his gaze unwavering. Within the chapel, upon the old pulpit, rests a large leather-bound volume. It is a family heirloom of purely historical interest, but its contents are unsuitable for young minds. Under no circumstances are Lilia or Caleb to be permitted to read from it, or even to handle it extensively. He paused. Its influence can be disquieting. The scent of lilies seemed to intensify for a moment, a wave of cloying sweetness that made my head spin. And third, his voice was now a near whisper, compelling and absolute. There may be occasions, rare, I trust, when one of the twins, typically Lilia, may begin to speak in a language they could not possibly know, Latin perhaps, or an older tongue, or they may recite passages of scripture or poetry far beyond their years and comprehension. If this occurs, and critically, Ms. Meadows, if the other twin appears frightened or distressed by this display, you are to begin singing children's songs, nursery rhymes, as loudly and as cheerfully as you can muster. Continue until the episode passes. This was beyond mere eccentricity. These were not the rules of a normal household. They were the protocols of a place teetering on the edge of something else entirely. Mr. Armitage, I began, my voice carefully neutral. These are rather unique directives. May I ask their origin, or the nature of the sensitivities you mentioned? A thin, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. The Thorne family, Miss Meadows, has always possessed a profound connection to the echoes of the past, to the unspoken histories that permeate places like Chapelwood. Some echoes. His gaze drifted towards a window overlooking the distant, shadowed spire of the chapel. air best left undisturbed, their voices unamplified. Your role here is to educate, to nurture, and above all, to ensure those echoes remain whispers, not shouts. He then informed me he would be departing for several weeks on an acquisitions trip for his collection, leaving me in charge with Miss Finch to manage the household. His confidence in my ability to adhere to his simple rules was, he assured me, absolute. As he left the study, the heavy door clicking shut behind him with a sound of quiet finality, I was left alone with the weight of his admonitions. The scent of lilies and old paper filled the air, and from somewhere far off, carried on the sighing Vermont wind, I thought I heard the faint, solitary chime of a distant bell. Or perhaps it was merely the first whisper of Chapelwood's uneasy silence. I'd Statius Fury. I all war. Be what shy. My first few days at Chapelwood were a study in subdued unease. Lilia and Caleb were, as Mr. Armitage had described, sensitive children. Lilia possessed an unnerving intelligence, her questions often veering into philosophical territories far beyond her years, her dark blue eyes seeming to absorb everything with a quiet intensity. Caleb was her shadow, more prone to silences, his gaze often fixed on some distant point only he could see, his small hand frequently seeking his sister's. They played their own quiet, intricate games in the sprawling gardens or the dust-moted library, their whispered conversations often unintelligible to me, yet hinting at a private world rich with unspoken rules and shared understandings. The chapel, a gray stone edifice half swallowed by ivy and encroaching woods, was a constant brooding presence at the edge of the manicured lawns. Mr. Armitage's prohibition seemed only to heighten its allure for the twins. I often found their gaze drifting towards its shadowed doorway, or the crumbling stone of its bell tower. The air around it felt different, colder, carrying that persistent, faint scent of lilies and damp earth, even on dry days. It was during a late afternoon, about a week into my tenure, that the first rule was put to the test. I had been reading in the sunroom, the children supposedly occupied with art supplies. A sudden, intuitive prickle of alarm made me look up. They were gone. A quick search led me, with a sinking heart, towards the chapel. Peeking through the warped wooden door, I saw them. Lilia and Caleb were halfway up the narrow winding stone staircase of the bell tower, their small figures silhouetted against the grimy arched window. "Lilia! Caleb!" I called, my voice sharper than intended. "You know you're not supposed to be in there." They froze. Lilia looked down, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Caleb just looked frightened. Before I could say more, it happened. A single, clear, resonant toll echoed from the great bronze bell above them. It was a deep, mournful sound, vibrating through the ancient stones, through the very air I breathed. There was no wind. The heavy bell rope, thick with dust and cobwebs, hung utterly still far below them. No one had touched it. Lilia gasped, her defiance vanishing, replaced by a wide-eyed, almost ecstatic awe as she stared up at the bell. Caleb whimpered, pressing himself against the cold stone wall. "Bring them down immediately." Mr. Armitage's voice, cold and precise, echoed in my mind. My heart hammered against my ribs. I forced myself up the narrow, treacherous stairs, the air growing colder with each step, the scent of lilies and something else, a faint metallic tang, like old incense or stale wine, growing stronger. When I reached them, Lilia was still staring at the bell, a strange, dreamy smile on her face. Caleb was trembling. "Come on," I said, my voice strained, trying to keep the tremor out of it. "Down. Now." I took each by the hand, their small fingers cold in mine. As we descended, I could hear it, a faint, almost inaudible chorus of whispers, like wind sighing through 1,000 unseen cracks in the tower, or perhaps a multitude of voices humming a discordant, ancient plain song. It seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. Once we were back on solid ground, The whispers faded, but the oppressive atmosphere lingered. Later that evening, Dr. Alaric Graves, the local historian Mr. Armitage had mentioned, paid a visit. He was a man in his early 40s with kind eyes and a slightly rumpled, academic air. He brought a selection of illustrated children's histories for the twins and engaged them in easy conversation. To me, he was courteous, asking about my background in philology with genuine interest. He seemed concerned for the children, his gaze lingering on them with a protective warmth. Chapelwood has a layered history, Miss Meadows, he said as Miss Finch served tea. The Thorns were one of the founding families of this valley. The chapel itself dates back to a rather fervent religious sect that settled here in the early 18th century. They had some unique ideas about communion and auditory revelation. He glanced towards the chapel, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Miss Finch, who had been silently refilling teacups, paused. "The bell knows when to speak, Doctor," she said, her voice a low, toneless murmur. "It always has. It remembers the old songs, and it warns when the wrong ears are listening." She gave me a brief, unreadable look before retreating to the shadows of the kitchen. After Dr. Graves had left, I found myself drawn back to the library. In a dusty folio containing architectural drawings of the estate, I found a detailed sketch of the chapel. Beside the intricate rendering of the bell tower, penned in a spidery, archaic hand, was a small Latin inscription, Vox Umbrae Resonant. My blood ran cold. Let the voice of the shadow resound. The incident in the bell tower left an indelible mark. Caleb became more withdrawn, prone to startled jumps at sudden noises. Lilia, conversely, seemed to develop an almost obsessive fascination with the chapel. Her sketches now filled with images of bells, ancient symbols, and shadowy figures in long robes. My attempts to steer their education towards more conventional subjects were met with a polite but palpable disinterest, especially from Lilia. My own research into Chapelwood's history, aided by some obscure local pamphlets Dr. Graves had discreetly left for me, painted a disquieting picture. The fervent religious sect he'd mentioned was known as the Silenti Cantores, the silent chanters. They believed that true divinity could only be accessed through a combination of specific linguistic invocations, complex musical harmonies, and a state of heightened spiritual receptivity, often induced in their acolytes, particularly children, through fasting and sensory deprivation. Their leader, a charismatic but reportedly unstable figure named Brother Theron, had vanished under mysterious circumstances, along with several of his young followers, shortly before the sect disbanded. The chapel had stood empty for generations until the Thorns acquired the estate. The second rule came into play during a period of relentless autumn rain, when the children were confined indoors and growing restless. Mr. Armitage, before his departure, had insisted that the chapel be aired out weekly, a task he delegated to me with the children, assisting under my direct supervision, ostensibly to learn responsibility. It was a charade, I suspected, to ensure the chapel remained accessible. On one such occasion, while I was attempting to unjam a stuck window in the sacristy, Lilia, with the preternatural quietness she sometimes exhibited, slipped away. I found her in the main sanctuary, standing before the old, worm-eaten pulpit. The great leather-bound book, its cover dark and featureless with age, its brass clasps, tarnished green, lay open. Lilia wasn't reading it in the conventional sense. Her fingers were tracing the strange, spidery script and the intricate, almost hypnotic musical notations that filled its vellum pages. Caleb stood beside her, his small face pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination, tugging at her sleeve. "Lilia?" I called, trying to keep the alarm out of my voice. She looked up, her blue eyes unfocused, a faint, almost ecstatic smile playing on her lips. "It's singing, Miss Meadows," she whispered. "Can't you hear it?" Such beautiful, sad songs. A wave of oppressive coldness rolled through the chapel, far more intense than the damp chill of the old stone. The scent of lilies, usually faint, became a cloying, suffocating perfume, mingled with the sharp, metallic tang I'd noticed in the bell tower. I hurried forward, my hand reaching out to close the book. As my fingers brushed the ancient leather, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, a thrumming energy that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. I slammed it shut, the sound echoing unnaturally in the vaulted space. Lilia blinked, the dreamy expression fading, replaced by a flicker of something else. Resentment, or perhaps disappointment. Caleb visibly relaxed. "That book is not for you, Lilia," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. Mr. Armitage was very clear. Later that day, Lilia began to hum, soft, meandering melodies, unlike any children's tunes I knew. They were complex, melancholic, and disturbingly beautiful, and they bore an uncanny resemblance to the cadences suggested by the strange musical notations I'd glimpsed in the Forbidden Codex. With my background in ancient languages and a rudimentary understanding of early musical forms, I recognized fragments, not specific words, but phonetic structures, resonant vowels, and guttural stops that hinted at a lost liturgical language, one designed for incantation, not communication. Miss Fink's behavior grew more erratic. I found her one evening standing outside the locked chapel door, her head bowed, muttering something under her breath. She clutched a wilting bouquet of white lilies. When she saw me, she started, her eyes wide and haunted, before scurrying away without a word. The library, once a refuge, now felt charged. I found myself drawn to Mr. Armitage's private collection, usually kept under lock and key, but which Miss Finch, in a rare moment of forgetfulness, or perhaps deliberate action, had left accessible. His acquisitions weren't just antiques. They were specialized. Treatises on acoustic resonance and sacred architecture, monographs on glossolalia and induced ecstatic states, rare editions of apocryphal texts detailing rituals involving the harmonic alignment of juvenile voices. Mr. Armitage was not just a guardian. He was a scholar of the very forces that seemed to be stirring within Chapelwood. The shift in Lilia was subtle at first, then increasingly pronounced. Her already precocious vocabulary expanded to include archaic, almost biblical phrasing. Her gaze would often become distant, as if she were listening to something beyond the range of normal hearing. Caleb, in turn, grew more anxious, his sleep plagued by nightmares he couldn't articulate, his waking hours spent clinging ever closer to me, or paradoxically, to the very sister who seemed to be drifting away from him. The atmosphere in Chapelwood grew heavier, the silences between the wind's moans and the house's creaks filled with an almost palpable tension. The scent of lilies was now a near constant presence, sometimes so strong it was nauseating. I felt perpetually on edge, my academic training battling a rising tide of primal fear. The third rule was invoked on a stormy Tuesday evening. Dinner had been a strained affair, Lilia quiet and brooding, Caleb barely touching his food. Afterwards, as I was attempting to engage them in a game of checkers in the dim firelit drawing room, Lilia suddenly pushed the board away, her head tilted, as if listening to an unheard prompter. Her eyes, usually a bright, intelligent blue, glazed over, becoming flat and vacant. Then she spoke. Her voice, usually light and childlike, dropped an octave, becoming resonant, almost masculine, imbued with an unnerving ancient authority. She began to recite, fluently and without hesitation, in a classical, grammatically perfect Latin that sent shivers down my spine. It was a passage I vaguely recognized from my studies of obscure heretical texts, a dark inversion of a creation myth. speaking of a silent cantor who wove the universe from unheard sound and forgotten words, and who awaited the harmony of the innocent to complete his eternal chorus. Caleb let out a choked sob, scrambling backwards, knocking over a small table. He pressed his hands over his ears, his small body shaking violently. "No, Lilia, no!" he cried, his voice thin with terror. "Don't let him sing. Not the Star Eater's song. If one twin starts to speak in Latin, and the other looks frightened, begins singing children's songs very loudly." My own heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but the sight of Caleb's terror spurred me to action. My mind, trained in the cadences of dead languages, now fumbled for the simplest of melodies. "Row, row, row your boat," I began, my voice trembling at first, then gaining strength, volume. "Gently down the stream," Lilia, or the thing speaking through her, faltered. The resonant Latin stumbled, the ancient authority in her voice wavering. She blinked, her eyes momentarily clearing. She looked at me, a flicker of confusion, then at her terrified brother. The alien presence seemed to recede, like a tide pulling back from the shore. I continued singing, louder now, switching to "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Then, "Itsy Bitsy Spider," the mundane, cheerful lyrics a bizarre counterpoint to the oppressive, ancient dread that still clung to the room. Slowly, the tension in Lilia's small frame eased. The vacant look left her eyes, replaced by her usual, albeit subdued, intelligence. She looked around, dazed. "Meadows," she said, her voice her own again. Small and uncertain. "Why are you singing so loudly? Did I fall asleep?" But Caleb was still inconsolable, pointing a trembling finger at his sister. "It wasn't Lilia," he sobbed. It was the man from the book. The one with no face, only a song. The man from the book. The Star Eater. My blood ran cold. Later that night, after the children were finally fitfully asleep, I received a rare call from Dr. Graves. His voice was urgent. "Coraline, I need to see you. It's about Mr. Armitage and the Thorns. I found something in Silas' correspondence with Lydia and Caleb's father. It's not good. It suggests Armitage isn't just a passive guardian. He's an active participant. He believes the children are keys." Before I could ask more, the line crackled and went dead. The storm outside intensified, the wind shrieking like a tortured soul. I found myself staring at the locked door of the chapel, visible from my study window, a dark silhouette against the bruised, turbulent sky. The rules were not just safeguards. They were part of a larger, more sinister design. And I, the unwitting GSI, was caught in the middle of it. The echoes of Chapelwood were no longer content to whisper. They were beginning to demand an audience. The storm that had been threatening all evening broke with a terrifying elemental fury. Wind lashed the ancient stones of Chapelwood. Rain hammered against the leaded glass windows like angry fists. And the power, inevitably, flickered and died, plunging the manor into a disorienting primal darkness, relieved only by the strobing. Theatrical flashes of lightning. The children, already unsettled, were now terrified. Caleb clung to me, whimpering, while Lilia sat bolt upright in her bed, her eyes wide and unnervingly luminous in the gloom, as if reflecting the storm's own wild energy. Dr. Graves' truncated call, his warning about Armitage being an active participant, echoed in my mind. Keys to what? And what was this cantor that Caleb had babbled about? This man from the book with no face, only a song. It was Miss Finch who provided the first tangible piece of the horrifying puzzle. She appeared at my door, a flickering oil lamp held in a trembling hand. Her usual stoic composure shattered. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He's back, Miss Meadows, she whispered, her voice raspy. Mr. Armitage. I saw his car. Just before the worst of the storm hit. He didn't come to the main house. He went to the chapel. She clutched a small, tarnished silver locket in her other hand. My mother. She was a thorn. She told me stories. Whispers of a hidden place beneath the chapel. A place where the first cantor conducted his celestial harmonies. She said the family tried to seal it, to silence it. But the bloodline, it always remembers the song. A hidden place. The first cantor. My academic instincts, however blunted by fear, began to connect the disparate threads. The Silenti Cantores, Brother Theron's disappearance, the strained musical notations in the Forbidden Codex, Mr. Armitage's obsessive scholarship. We have to get the children out of here, Miss Finch, I said, my voice urgent. There's no getting out in this storm, miss, she replied, her gaze flicking towards the window, where the trees thrashed like tormented spirits. And I fear it's too late for that. He's come for them. For Lilia, especially. She's always been the stronger vessel. Just then, a sound cut through the howl of the wind. A single resonant chime from the chapel bell. But this was no mournful toll. No warning. It was clear, almost triumphant, imbued with an unholy power that vibrated through the very foundations of the manor. It was followed by another, and another, the chimes coming faster, louder, forming a strange, compelling, almost hypnotic rhythm. Lilia gasped, her eyes snapping open wide, the unnerving luminosity intensifying. She sat up, a serene, almost beatific smile on her face. He's calling, she whispered, her voice no longer her own, but a chorus of layered, ethereal tones. The cantor is ready. The opus must begin. She swung her legs out of bed, moving with a fluid grace that was unsettling in an 8-year-old. Lilia, no! Caleb cried, shrinking back. Before I could react, Lilia was out of the room, moving with an unnatural speed towards the sound of the bells. The hymn, the offering stone. Miss Finch gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. He means to complete Theron's ritual. There was no choice, leaving Caleb in the terrified but resolute care of Miss Finch, who promised to barricade the door and sing every nursery rhyme she knew if Lilia returned. I snatched up a heavy iron poker from the fireplace and plunged out into the storm-ravaged night, towards the eerily chiming chapel. The chapel door, usually locked to Hlil, now stood ajar. A faint, pulsating light emanating from within. The air was thick with the cloying scent of lilies and ozone, and the sound of the bells was deafening, a mad, exultant symphony. Inside, the source of the light became clear. The great leather-bound codex on the pulpit was open, its pages glowing with an internal luminescence, the strange script and musical notations seeming to writhe like living things. And there, before the altar, stood Mr. Silas Armitage. He was no longer the cool, collected scholar. His silver hair was disheveled, his eyes burned with a fanatical zeal, and he was chanting in a high, keening voice, in a language I recognized as a bastardized form of liturgical Latin, mixed with something older, something guttural and resonant. Lilia stood beside him, her small face upturned, her eyes closed, her body swaying gently to the rhythm of the bells and Armitage's chant. She seemed to be in a trance. Mr. Armitage, I shouted, my voice barely audible above the din. Stop this! What are you doing to her? He turned, a predatory smile twisting his lips. Miss Meadows, how opportune! You arrived just in time for the apotheosis. He gestured towards Lilia. Behold, not a mere vessel, but the prima voca. The first voice, perfected. For generations my predecessors, for I am not a thorn by blood, but by devotion, by understanding, have sought to restore the cantor's great work. Theron failed. Theron failed. Lilia's own parents, sentimental fools, tried to sever the connection. But I have nurtured it. The rules, Ms. Meadows, were not to protect, but to attune. To refine her unique resonance until this very night. This perfect celestial alignment. The floor beneath the altar I now saw was a single, massive stone slab, carved with concentric circles and the same spidery symbols as the codex. It began to glow with a faint, sickly green light. The Cantor of Whispers, Armitage continued, his voice rising in fervor. It's not a mere spirit, Ms. Meadows. It is a consciousness. A symphony of pure, untainted knowledge, trapped between worlds by an incomplete ritual. Lilia, with her thorn blood, her perfect pitch, her innate sensitivity, will be the conduit, the final note that unlocks the gate. We will hear the music of the spheres, the true language of creation. He was clearly, dangerously insane, a zealot lost in his own arcane delusions. The bells reached a deafening crescendo. Lilia opened her eyes. They were no longer blue, but solid black, pools of infinite, terrifying emptiness. She raised her small hands, and a voice, ancient and powerful, a chorus of 1,000 whispering, singing voices, issued from her lips, weaving a complex, hypnotic melody that seemed to pluck at the very strings of my sanity. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The glowing symbols on the floor pulsed faster. This was it, the opus, the release. Dr. Alaric Graves burst through the side sacristy door, his face grim, a heavy, iron-bound academic tome clutched in his hand. Armitage, it's not a gate to knowledge you're opening. Theron's journals, I found them. That cantor isn't a consciousness. It's a parasite. It consumes the voices, then the souls of its chosen singers to sustain its own accursed existence. Armitage merely laughed, a wild, exultant sound. Ignorant fool, you cannot comprehend the beauty, the perfection, the entity, the cantor, now almost fully manifest through Lilia. Turn its blank, black eyes towards Graves. The multi-layered voice intensified, and a wave of pure psychic force slammed into him, throwing him back against the stone wall. He crumpled, stunned. I had to act. My mind raced, sifting through everything I knew. The rules, the whispers, the children's fears, the Latin, the nature of resonance. If one twin starts to speak in Latin, and the other looks frightened, begins singing children's songs very loudly. It was about disrupting the harmony, creating a dissonance, but Lilia was too far gone. The entity was too strong. Then, Caleb's terrified words echoed in my mind. It wasn't Lilia. It was the man from the book. The one with no face, only a song. With no face. Only a song. And don't let him sing. Not the Star Eater's song. The Star Eater. An inversion. A devouring. The silent preacher. The cantor of whispers. The codex on the pulpit. Its pages glowed, the source of the entity's power, its anchor. My Latin, my knowledge of ancient texts. It wasn't just a curse from my past. It had to be a weapon. I couldn't out-sing the cantor, but perhaps I could unsing it, or sing something against it. I remembered a fragment from one of Theron's own scattered heretical writings that Dr. Graves had shown me. A passage discussing the antiphony of silence, a theoretical counter-ritual to undo a failed summoning, to impose a nullifying resonance. It required a specific, dissonant chant, spoken in a corrupted form of the same liturgical language the cantor used, ignoring Armitage's triumphant cries. Ignoring the crushing psychic pressure, I focused on Lilia, on the entity within her. I took a deep breath and began to chant, my voice surprisingly steady, the strange guttural syllables of the antiphony of silence filling the chapel, clashing horribly with the cantor's ethereal, multi-layered song. The effect was immediate and violent. The cantor shrieked, a sound of 1,000 discordant notes tearing through the air. Lilia convulsed, her small body racked with spasms. The blackness in her eyes flickered. The glowing symbols on the floor sputtered and dimmed. Armitage stared, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. "No, you defile the harmony. You silence the voice," he screamed, lunging at me. But the cantor, its connection to Lilia disrupted, its power waning, turned its unseen, unfelt rage upon its would-be master. A bolt of frigid energy, a silent scream made manifest, struck Armitage, throwing him back against the altar. He collapsed, his fanatical gleam extinguished, replaced by a look of utter, uncomprehending horror. The bells in the tower fell silent, one by one. The unholy light from the codex faded. Lilia crumpled to the floor, unconscious. But her eyes, when they fluttered open for a moment, were her own clear, frightened blue once more. The storm outside still raged, but within the chapel, a new, fragile silence had fallen. A silence that felt, for the first time, truly empty. The silence in the chapel, following the violent cessation of the cantor's unholy symphony, was a physical entity. It pressed in on us, thick and heavy, tasting of ozone, sulfur for my imagined counter-chant, and the lingering, cloying sweetness of lilies now rapidly fading. The storm still battered the ancient stones outside, a wild elemental rage, but within these walls, the true tempest had passed. Lilia lay still on the cold stone floor where she had fallen, her breathing shallow but regular. I rushed to her side, my heart aching with a mixture of terror and profound relief. Her face, pale in the flickering lamplight I'd managed to relight, was blessedly her own. The vast empty blackness had retreated from her eyes, leaving only the frightened blue of a child who had journeyed too far into the dark. Dr. Graves, groaning, pushed himself up from where had been thrown against the wall. He clutched his head, but his eyes were clear, focused. Coraline. My God. What was that chant you used? The antiphony of silence, I whispered, my throat raw, from Theron's own heresies. A way to unravel a compromised summoning. I prayed it would work. It had been a desperate gamble, a linguistic Hail Mary. Mr. Silas Armitage lay crumpled at the foot of the altar, conscious but broken. The fanatical light had been extinguished from his eyes, replaced by a dazed, uncomprehending emptiness. The psychic backlash from the cantor, as its connection was forcibly severed, had clearly shattered more than just his ambitions. He stared blankly at the now dark codex on the pulpit, its pages inert, their unholy luminescence gone. It was just an old book now, albeit one filled with terrible potential. Miss Finch, who had braved the storm to follow us, appeared in the chapel doorway. Caleb huddled behind her, his small face streaked with tears. When he saw Lilia stir me reassuringly stroking her hair, he let out a choked sob of relief and ran to his sister's side. The bells. I've stopped, Miss Finch said, her voice filled with a weary awe. For the first time in, I don't know how long. The air feels clean. Together, we carried Lilia back to the manor house, leaving Armitage to whatever fate awaited him when the storm broke and the authorities could be summoned. Dr. Graves, his historical curiosity momentarily sated by a far too real brush with the arcane, agreed that the less said about the cantor and the antiphony, the better. A sudden, violent psychological episode on Armitage's part, exacerbated by the storm and his obsessive studies, would be the official narrative. The children, thankfully, were young enough that their accounts, however fantastical, could be attributed to fear and imagination. The rest of the night was spent in a state of watchful exhaustion. Lilia slept deeply, Caleb refusing to leave her side. Miss Finch, her usual reserve replaced by a quiet, fierce protectiveness, brewed endless cups of tea and spoke, for the first time, of her own mother's fragmented warnings about Chapelwoods, singing sickness, and the shadow in the belfry. She confessed she'd always left lilies at the chapel, an old folk remedy her grandmother had taught her, meant to soothe troubled spirits, though she now feared it may have inadvertently fed the cantor's presence. As dawn approached, the storm finally abated. The first rays of a watery sun pierced the ravaged clouds, illuminating a world washed clean, yet irrevocably changed. The chapel stood silent against the bruised sky, its bell tower no longer a source of dread, but simply an old stone structure. Yet, the silence it now held was different. It wasn't the watchful, waiting silence of before. It was an empty silence, a hollowed-out silence, the silence of a hymn abruptly and permanently faded. Dr. Graves managed to get a call out once the phone lines were partially restored. He spoke to the county sheriff, his voice calm and authoritative, painting a picture of a disturbed benefactor and a terrifying night trapped by the weather. He carefully omitted any mention of ancient entities or Latin counter chants. Later that morning, as official vehicles finally made their way up the muddy driveway, I looked at Lily and Caleb, asleep now in the same bed, their small hands clasped. They were safe, but I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that the echoes of Chapelwood, the memory of the cantor's song, would linger within them, within all of us who had heard it, a subtle, unheard note in the symphony of our lives. The aftermath of that night at Chapelwood unfolded with a surreal, almost anticlimactic banality. Zila's Armitage was taken into custody, his vacant stares and rambling pronouncements about celestial harmonies and broken opuses quickly leading to a diagnosis of acute psychosis. He was committed to a secure psychiatric facility, his vast collection of arcane texts impounded by bewildered authorities who cataloged them as mere curiosities of a disturbed mind. The official report cited the extreme weather and Mr. Armitage's pre-existing eccentricities as the cause of the night's events. No mention was made of bells tolling on their own, or children speaking in dead languages. Dr. Alaric Graves, to his credit, became a steadfast presence in the children's lives. With no other kin, and with Mr. Armitage's guardianship clearly untenable, provisional custody of Lilia and Caleb was granted to Miss Tabitha Finch, whose quiet strength and deep affection for the twins had finally fully emerged. Dr. Graves assisted her, providing a stable, paternal influence and ensuring the children received counseling, though of a very mundane, non-supernatural variety. My role as GSA was, Tiberian, over. Yet, I found I couldn't quite bring myself to leave Chapelwood immediately, didn't I? Stripped of Armitage's oppressive influence and the cantor's chilling resonance, began to feel less like a prison and more like a sanctuary, albeit one haunted by profound memories. I stayed on for a few weeks, helping Miss Finch and Dr. Graves create a semblance of normalcy for Lilia and Caleb. The chapel was thoroughly searched by Dr. Graves and myself. We found the hidden HEM, a damp, circular chamber directly beneath the altar, its walls covered in faded, disturbing frescoes depicting scenes of ecstatic worship and unsettling figures with musical instruments. The great stone slab, the offering stone as Finch had called it, was cold and inert. We found no other physical trace of the cantor or Brother Theron, only an overwhelming sense of ancient misguided devotion and profound sorrow. The leather-bound codex, after much debate, was entrusted to Dr. Graves, who planned to donate it to a secure academic archive specializing in dangerous texts under strict conditions of non-dissemination. Lilia and Caleb slowly recovered, though the shadows of that night would likely never fully leave them. Lilia no longer spoke in Latin, nor did she hum those strange, melancholic melodies. Caleb's nightmares lessened, yet sometimes I would see a distant, knowing look in Lilia's eyes, or catch Caleb staring at the silent chapel tower with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. The day I finally left Chapelwood, Miss Finch pressed a small, antique silver music box into my hand. "My mother gave this to me," she said, her voice thick with emotion. She said it played a song of forgetting for when the old hymns grew too loud. It played a simple, heartbreakingly beautiful folk lullaby. I returned to my own life, to the world of academia, but it was different now. My controversial translation of the Serpent's Codex no longer seemed like a failure, but a precursor, a first fumbling glimpse into a world of resonant, potent language that lay just beneath the surface of our own. I continued my research, but with a new, profound caution, a deep respect for the power of words and the silences between them. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind sighs in a particular way, I think I can hear the faint, distant echo of Chapelwood's chimes, not the triumphant, terrifying peals of the cantor's crescendo, but the single mournful tolls that had first warned of its presence. And sometimes, when I look at an ancient text, or hear a particularly resonant piece of music, I feel a familiar chill, a stirring of something old and powerful. I often wonder about Lilia and Caleb. I know Dr. Graves and Miss Finch are doing their best to give them a normal, happy childhood, to fill their lives with ordinary children's songs. But I also know that they heard the cantor's hymn, felt its touch. They are, in their own way, keepers of a silence that once screamed. And I, Coraline Meadows, am a keeper too. A keeper of the antiphony, of the knowledge that some songs are best left unsung, some silence is inviolate, and sometimes, when the world feels too loud, too chaotic, I open the little silver music box Miss Finch gave me, and in its simple, unaccompanied melody, I find a fragile human counterpoint to the vast, echoing chorus of the unknown. The silence after the song is the deepest. You've heard it now. The unsettling truth of Chapelwood, the terror of the cantor, the desperate gamble that saved 2 children and shattered a man. It wasn't just a house. It was an instrument, tuned to an ancient, terrible frequency. The rules, they weren't just strange. They were the notes in a macabre symphony. And the twist? Did it leave you breathless? Did you see it coming? Or did the shadows hide it too well? The echoes of Chapelwood will linger, not just in the stone, but in the silence between heartbeats. Tell us what part of this haunting tale resonated most with you. The bells? The book? The chilling voice of the cantor? Leave your comments below. This was a journey into the heart of darkness, a true test of sanity. If you survived this night with us and crave more stories that crawl under your skin, then be sure to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. The night holds many more unsung horrors, and we are here to give them a voice. Until the next unsettling chime, sleep well, if you can. Welcome, brave souls, to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight we invite you into the Athenaeum, a night library with 3 strange rules you must follow to survive. Mate Alistair Finch, the new librarian, about to discover that some books are better left unread, and some rules are written in blood. This is one you must watch until the end for a twist that will claw its way into your nightmares. Ready to face the dark? Let me know your first thoughts on this chilling premise in the comments. And if you're brave enough for more, subscribe now. Let the terror begin. The silence in the Athenaeum wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a presence in itself, weighted with the unspoken histories of 1,000 forgotten bloodlines, and the dry, rustling scent of secrets bound in ancient vellum. It pressed in on me as I pushed open the towering, Yokondo outdoors for my first official night shift. The grand old clock in the shadowy foyer, chiming a mournful 10. Providence, Rhode Island. A city steeped in colonial ghosts and Lovecraftian whispers, felt like a fitting backdrop for this new, desperate chapter of my life. My life as Mr. Alistair Finch, a name I was still trying to inhabit, a flimsy shield against the wreckage of my former academic career, and the long shadow of debts that clung to me like a second skin. The main reading room was a cathedral of hushed reverence, its soaring vaulted ceiling lost in darkness far above, the towering shelves disappearing into gloomy alcoves. The air, cool and still, carried the unmistakable aroma of centuries of accumulated knowledge. Old paper, decaying leather, polished wood, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, like dried flowers pressed between the pages of a forgotten grimoire. It was a scent I knew well, a scent that had once been my lifeblood, before my indiscretions. A forged provenance here, a rediscovered manuscript there, the desperate measures of a man whose intellect outstripped his ethics and aggravated his creditors. My predecessor, a Mr. Silas Blackwood, had apparently retired with a suddenness that bordered on vanishing. His desk, a massive mahogany affair in a secluded alcove designated as the night librarian station, was unnervingly neat. Upon its polished surface lay a single cream-colored card, exquisitely thick, the text upon it typed with an old-fashioned, slightly uneven ribbon. To Mr. A. Finch, it began, the formality chilling. Welcome to the Athenaeum. Welcome to the Athenaeum. Your duties are outlined in the staff manual. However, certain operational nuances, vital for the preservation of our collection and the well-being of our nocturnal staff, are best communicated directly. Adherence is not merely requested. It is essential. 1. Should a patron request materials pertaining to bloodlines, familial succession, or the quest for longevity, and should said patron exhibit an unusual pallor, accompanied by notably sharp or elongated canine teeth, your interaction is to be polite, efficient, but unequivocally brief. Do not engage in prolonged discourse. Provide requested materials with discretion and dispatch. My breath hitched. This was no ordinary library. 2. The Collins family genealogy, located in the West Wing secure stacks, is a volume of particular sensitivity. Under no circumstances is it to be retrieved, consulted, or allowed to leave its designated shelf after sunset. Its nocturnal disposition is volatile. A shiver traced its way down my spine. Volatile. For a genealogy. 3. On occasion, a patron may inquire, often in hushed tones, if the individual known historically as the Boston Strangler, or any similar notorious personage, has returned borrowed materials of late. You are to inform them, politely but firmly, that all patron accounts and borrowing histories are strictly confidential. Do not confirm or deny. Do not speculate. The order of this archive is maintained through diligent adherence. Curiosity, Mr. Finch, can accrue a debt that no currency can settle. Sincerely, the curator. No signature, just that impersonal, authoritative title. I reread the rules, each one more unsettling than the last. This wasn't merely a job. It was an initiation into something far older, far stranger than I had bargained for. But the wolves were at my door, both literal and metaphorical. I needed this. A soft shuffling sound from the far end of the reading room made me jump. A young woman, perhaps in her late 20s, was emerging from the shadowed recesses of the history section, a stack of heavy tomes clutched in her arms. She had an air of quiet intensity, her dark hair pulled back severely, her eyes even in the dim light, sharp and intelligent as she looked up. Clearly surprised by my presence, there was an almost palpable aura of focused intellect about her, the kind I recognized and had once possessed myself before desperation had clouded my judgment. "Oh," she said, her voice soft but clear, a slight frown creasing her brow. "I didn't realize Mr. Blackwood had been replaced so swiftly. You must be the new night librarian." She didn't offer her name, nor I mine beyond what the card had proclaimed. "Indeed," I replied, forcing a professional tone. "Mr. Finch, Alistair Finch, at your service." I gestured vaguely towards the desk. "And you are?" "A visiting researcher," she said, her gaze sweeping over me, lingering for a moment on my slightly shabby suit. My undoubtedly tired eyes. There was a hint of cool assessment in her look, perhaps even suspicion. Understandable. Night owls in a place like the Athenaeum were likely a peculiar breed. "Eleanor Vance. I'm working on my dissertation, Providences. Less illuminated corners of colonial history. A fascinating field," I managed, though my mind was still reeling from the curator's cryptic admonitions. Less illuminated corners. She had no idea. We stood in an awkward silence for a moment, the weight of the library's ancient secrets pressing down. Her scrutiny made me uncomfortable, as if she could somehow sense the ghosts of my own less than illuminated past. "Well, Mr. Finch," she said finally, her tone polite but distant, "I trust your tenure here will be quiet." She gave a curt nod and retreated towards a reading table in a distant alcove, the rustle of her movements quickly absorbed by the vast listening silence of the Athenaeum. I watched her go, a strange sense of unease settling over me. Eleanor Vance. There was something about her, a keenness, a scholarly hunger that reminded me of myself before the fall. And her presence, another solitary soul, adrift in this ocean of forgotten words, only amplified the isolation, the feeling that I had stepped not just into a job, but into a meticulously set, very old trap. The scent of aged vellum and unspoken stories filled my nostrils, and I had the distinct, chilling premonition that the debts I was trying to escape were nothing compared to the ones that might be accrued within these hallowed, haunted walls. The ensuing nights at the Athenaeum settled into a strange, disconcerting rhythm. The silence, as I'd first perceived, was indeed a living entity, punctuated by the soft rustle of turning pages from Eleanor Vance's distant corner, the sigh of the ancient heating system, and inexplicable creaks from the towering, shadow-laden stacks that seemed to watch my every move. The scent of old vellum and that faint, sweet undertone, like fading ink or perhaps something more organic, like dried blood pressed between leaves, became a constant companion. My primary duty, it seemed, was to be a silent sentinel, a largely unseen cog in a machine whose true purpose remained frustratingly obscure. The curator's rules, however, were never far from my mind. It was on my third night that the first rule bared its fangs. The heavy oak doors creaked open, admitting a figure who seemed to absorb the already dim light of the foyer. He was tall, dressed in impeccably tailored, dark clothing that looked out of place, even in this sanctuary of arcane knowledge. His skin, visible in the pale glow of my desk lamp, possessed an unnatural, almost translucent pallor, like fine porcelain held against a flame. And his eyes, they were a startling, luminous crimson, fixing on me with an intensity that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. "Good evening, librarian," he said, his voice a low, cultured rumble, a slight unplaceable accent clinging to his words. "I seek texts pertaining to the longevity of certain noble European lineages, and perhaps, if your collection allows, treatises on the more esoteric methods of preserving vitality." As he spoke, a polite, almost charming smile touched his lips, revealing for a fleeting instant canines that were undeniably, unsettlingly sharp. Unusual pallor. Sharp canines. Be polite but brief. The curator's words screamed in my mind. My heart hammered. "Certainly, sir," I managed, my voice a fair imitation of professional calm. "The sections on European aristocracy and early medicinal practices are in the West Wing. Allow me to direct you." I deliberately chose the vaguest, most general sections I could think of, avoiding anything that hinted too closely at immortality or bloodlines. I led him, my own steps feeling heavy and reluctant, towards the cavernous West Wing. The air around him felt demonstrably colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible scent, like cold stone and something vaguely metallic, emanated from him. He moved with a silent, predatory grace. I found a few dusty, innocuous tomes, making a show of consulting the card catalog. Another anachronism in this digital age. "These may be of some initial interest," I said, my voice betraying a slight tremor I despised. He took the books, his long, pale fingers brushing mine. The touch was like ice, sending a jolt through my system. His crimson eyes surveyed me for a long moment, a flicker of something unreadable, amusement, disappointment within their depths. "Your assistance is appreciated, librarian," he murmured, the subtle emphasis on the title making it sound less like a job description and more like a classification. He then glided away into the shadows of the stacks, leaving me feeling drained, chilled to the bone, as if some vital part of myself had been subtly siphoned. Ellen Avance, I noticed, had been observing this exchange from her usual alcove, her expression unreadable. When our eyes met across the vast expanse of the reading room, she quickly looked down, but not before I saw a flicker of what? Pity, or perhaps a shared unspoken understanding of the library's peculiar clientele. Later that week, our interactions began to shift, driven by a mutual, if unspoken, curiosity about the library's secrets, and perhaps by the sheer loneliness of the nocturnal hours. Our conversations became less guarded. She was researching the hidden networks of power in colonial Providence, the merchant families, the secret societies, the whispers of unorthodox beliefs that clung to their histories. I, in turn, feigning a purely academic interest, would ask about her findings, my own knowledge of rare texts and historical undercurrents allowing me to offer occasional, carefully veiled insights. "The Collins family," she mused one night, her brow furrowed in concentration over a faded map of 18th century Providence. "They owned vast swathes of the city, shipping magnates, philanthropists. Yet there are persistent rumors of eccentricities, secluded rituals, a fear of the sun, almost folkloric if it weren't for certain recurring motifs in their private correspondence." Her gaze met mine. "Their family genealogy is meant to be quite comprehensive." The Collins family genealogy. Rule number 2. The air in my alcove suddenly felt colder. Detective Marcus Cole, the retired cop who had become another infrequent but regular nocturnal visitor, chose that moment to amble past. He was a large, rumpled man, with eyes that had seen too much, but still missed nothing. He paused, his gaze resting on the map spread between Eleanor and me. "The Collinses, eh?" he said, his voice a gravelly baritone. "Old blood, old secrets. Some say old curses, too. Caused a lot of whispers back in my day. Still do, for those who listen." He gave us a long, penetrating look, then nodded. "Be careful what stones you overturn in this town, kids. Some things are best left buried." He wandered off towards the periodicals, leaving a trail of cigar-scented unease in his wake. That night, driven by a mixture of academic temptation and a growing reckless desire to understand the forces at play in the Athenaeum. I found a small, almost invisible notation in the margins of a tattered acquisitions ledger from the 1920s, beside an entry for Varney the Vampire. Or the Feast of Blood was a scribbled name, L. Collins, and a question, a cautionary tale, or a family memoir. The chill that had settled in my bones after encountering the pale patron returned with a vengeance. My fascination with the Collins family genealogy grew into a low-grade obsession. The curator's explicit prohibition, Eleanor's casual but pointed interest, and Detective Cole's cryptic warnings only served to fan the flames. The volume itself, glimpsed through the reinforced glass of its locked cabinet in the West Wing's secure stacks, was an imposing, almost malevolent presence, bound in what looked like blackened, age-cracked leather, its clasps thick. It fairly pulsed with an aura of sequestered knowledge. What secrets did it hold? What volatile disposition did it possess after dark? My past, with its illicit dealings in rare and sometimes forbidden texts, had equipped me with a certain skill set. Lockpicking, alas, was not among them, or at least not at the level required for the Athenaeum's robust security. But I was an expert at observing routines, at finding forgotten keys, at understanding the subtle currents of a cloistered environment. The opportunity presented itself on an evening when a rare early autumn thunderstorm was battering Providence. The rhythmic drumming of rain against the tall arched windows, and the occasional dramatic clap of thunder, created a cocoon of sound, a perfect cover. Miss Vance, looking unusually distracted and perhaps a little flustered by the storm, approached my desk just as the last bruised rays of sunlight were surrendering to the bruised indigo sky. "Mr. Finch," she began, her voice a little breathless. "I know it's unorthodox, and probably against some arcane rule I'm not privy to. But would it be utterly impossible to just have a quick look at the Collins genealogy tonight? I've hit a wall with my research on the shipping routes, and I have a hunch. Just a hunch that there might be a crucial map or manifest detail within its pages. Before sunset, of course," she added quickly, though the sky outside was already darkening ominously. "Rule number 2. Under no circumstances is it to be retrieved after sunset." Sunset was, at that very moment, a dying ember on the horizon. My internal alarm bells were clanging. But Eleanor's request, the first time she had asked me for a direct favor, combined with my own burning curiosity and a perverse desire to push the boundaries the curator had set, was a potent cocktail. "Perhaps if I was quick." "The secure stacks require a specific key, Miss Vance," I said, stalling, my gaze fixed on the fading light. "And the lighting in that wing is unreliable. But let me see what I can do." I fumbled for the ring of master keys, my gaze flicking towards the grandfather clock in the foyer. 5 minutes 10 at most, before true darkness fell. As I unlocked the heavy grill gate to the secure stacks, a low rumble of thunder shook the building. The air within the narrow, towering aisles was noticeably colder, the scent of dust and decay more pronounced. The Collins genealogy sat on its designated shelf, a dark monolith. I reached for it. The moment my fingers touched the cold, cracked leather, the sun, as if on cue, dipped fully below the horizon. The last vestige of natural light vanished from the tall, UN condo in the West Wing. Simultaneously, the single bare bulb illuminating our aisle flickered violently and died, plunging us into near total blackness. A gasp escaped Eleanor's lips. I felt a sudden, intense pressure in the air, as if the oxygen were being squeezed from the room. Several heavy volumes on the shelves around us crashed to the floor with a deafening series of thuds, one after another, like a malevolent poltergeist announcing its displeasure. The temperature plummeted, and I could see my own breath misting in the frigid air. The Collins genealogy in my hands felt alive. It vibrated faintly, a low, almost inaudible thrumming that resonated up my arms and into my chest. "Mr. Finch," Eleanor's voice was a strained whisper, laced with genuine fear. Perhaps this isn't a good idea." Indeed, I agreed, my own voice hoarse. The unseen, furious presence was palpable, a suffocating blanket of anger. I carefully, reverently placed the tome back on its shelf. The moment it was settled, the oppressive pressure eased slightly. The falling book ceased. The temperature, while still cold, became marginally less arctic. We stumbled out of the secure stacks, the emergency lights in the main reading room casting long, dancing shadows. Eleanor was pale, her usual composure shaken. "I'm sorry, Mr. Finch," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I shouldn't have asked. There's clearly something about that book." "Clearly," I echoed. The curator's rules were not arbitrary. They were born of hard, perhaps terrifying, experience. The Sunset Sentinel, whatever it was a potent guardian. Our shared, if unspoken, experience of the book's wrath forged a new, fragile bond between us. The suspicion in Eleanor's eyes was replaced by a wary curiosity, a dawning realization that my role here might be more complex than she'd initially assumed. We found ourselves gravitating towards each other during the long silent hours, sharing observations, speculating in hushed tones about the library's myriad enigmas. The Athenaeum, it seemed, was beginning to share its secrets, whether we wanted them or not. Later that night, tucked inside an old staff manual, I found a faded, typewritten note, clearly from a previous night librarian. "The Collins wards, awakened with the dark, heed the curfew. Their shadows are long, and their hunger for what was lost is eternal." Shadows and hunger. The words sent a fresh wave of dread through me. The atmosphere in the Athenaeum grew perceptibly heavier in the weeks that followed our abortive attempt to consult the Collins genealogy. It was as if our transgression had stirred something, alerted unseen watchers to our burgeoning curiosity. I began to experience disquieting phenomena with increasing frequency during my solitary vigils. Faint, rasping breaths that seemed to emanate from the darkest corners of the stacks. The feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. A prickling sensation on my skin that would make me whirl around, only to find empty aisles and silence. Sometimes, I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a fleeting shadow that vanished when I tried to focus on it. The scent of lilies, already an unwelcome undercurrent, now seemed to be joined by a fainter, more acrid odor, like stale cigar smoke or the metallic tang of fear. Eleanor, too, seemed more on edge, her research sessions punctuated by nervous glances over her shoulder. We spoke more often now, our conversations a lifeline in the oppressive quiet, a mutual sounding board for the library's unsettling eccentricities. We pieced together fragments, the pale patrons, the volatile Collins tome, the overarching sense of ancient, guarded secrets. Rule number 3, the strangest and most specific of them all, was invoked on a particularly damp, fog-choked Providence night. The kind of night where the city's colonial ghosts felt particularly close. I was cataloging a new acquisition, a rather morbid collection of Victorian morning jewelry, when the bell above the main entrance tinkled softly. A woman stood there, draped in a heavy, old-fashioned shawl. Despite the mildness of the season, her face, half hidden in the shadows of her hood, was pale and deeply lined, her eyes dark and restless. She clutched a worn, leather-bound satchel to her chest. "Excuse me, librarian," she said, her voice a low, conspiratorial whisper that barely carried. "A rather delicate inquiry, if I may." She glanced around nervously, as if fearing eavesdroppers even in the vast emptiness of the reading room. "It concerns an An old account. Emar DeSalvo. Albert doesn't understand he was a frequent visitor here in his time. The Boston Strangler. My blood turned to ice water. This was it. He was known to be an avid reader, she continued, her dark eyes boring into mine, of certain anatomical texts, perhaps, or local histories. I was simply wondering, purely for historical research, you understand, if he might have returned any borrowed materials recently, or if his account still holds any outstanding items. Her question, delivered with such earnest, fearful intensity, hung in the air like a shroud. The name itself, DeSalvo, seemed to conjure a palpable chill. Tell them all accounts are confidential. The curator's rule, clear, unequivocal. I'm afraid, madam, I said, choosing my words with extreme care, my voice emerging more steadily than I felt, that all patron accounts and borrowing histories at the Athenaeum are strictly confidential. I am unable to disclose any such information. A visible wave of something washed over her face. Was it disappointment or a strange, almost perverse relief? Her shoulders slumped slightly. Ah, yes, of course. Confidentiality. Quite right. She clutched her satchel tighter. Forgive my indelicate inquiry. She gave a jerky nod. And then, almost before I could register it, she turned and melted back into the foggy Providence night, leaving behind only the faint scent of lavender and old, unsettled dust. The moment she was gone, a bone-deep chill permeated my alcove. The lights above my desk flickered violently, and I heard a distinct guttural exhalation, like a sigh of immense suffocating weariness, from the shadowy aisle directly behind me, the section dedicated to criminology and forensic pathology. And I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just rows upon rows of silent, leather-bound books. But the distinct impression of a hulking, unseen presence lingered, cold and malevolent. And for a horrifying instant, I thought I smelled the faint, sickeningly sweet odor of decomposing flesh. Eleanor, who had arrived shortly before the woman and had been working quietly in her usual spot, approached my desk, her face pale. Her face pale. Mr. Finch, did you hear that woman about DeSalvo? I nodded, still shaken. My research, she said, her voice low. It's led me to some very dark corners of Providence's history. Whispers of certain elite circles, bibliophile societies they called themselves, who had an unhealthy fascination with the macabre. With the first-hand accounts of predators, the Athenaeum was their preferred meeting place, their private archive for such material. Some say DeSalvo wasn't just a reader here. Some say he was cultivated, or even protected for a time, by those who found his unique perspective useful for their own grim studies. Her words sent a fresh wave of horror through me. The library wasn't just a passive repository of secrets. It was an active participant, a silent witness, perhaps even an enabler. Detective Cole appeared later that night, a grin set to his jaw. He didn't browse the periodicals this time. He came straight to my desk. "Finch," he said, his voice low and urgent. "That woman who was in here earlier, asking about DeSalvo. I saw her leaving, small dark shawl, carrying an old satchel." I nodded. "I thought so. That's Esther Perlmutter. Her sister was one of the other victims. The ones they never officially pinned on DeSalvo, but everyone knew. Everyone suspected. Esther's been chasing that ghost for 50 years. His eyes narrowed. This library. It keeps its secrets well. Too well. Some of us still believe DeSalvo didn't act alone, that he patrons of a different sort. His gaze swept the shadowy, silent stacks, a flicker of something akin to frustrated anger in their depths. He then looked directly at me, then at Eleanor, who had remained nearby. You two, you're stirring up more than just dust in this old place. Be careful. The Athenaeum has a way of collecting dues on overdue curiosity. That night, I found it, tucked into a hidden compartment in the curator's desk. A compartment I hadn't known existed until a loose floorboard revealed its mechanism was a slim file. Its title, typed on the same cream-colored cardstock as the curator's notes, read, "The Library is Silent Witness, a record of discreet inquiries and unreturned accounts." Inside was a list, names, dates, and annotations. The Collins family featured prominently. So did several names I recognized from the pale, sharp-toothed patrons. And there, near the bottom, a late entry from the 1960s. A. DeSalvo. Inquiries. Anatomy. Surgical implements. Local geography. Account closed. No materials outstanding. Status. Permanently archived. Permanently archived. The phrase had a chilling finality, as if his very soul had been cataloged and shelved within these ancient walls. The discovery of the library as silent witness file was a turning point. It was no longer just a collection of unsettling rules and strange encounters. It was a pattern, a horrifying tapestry woven from generations of secrets, discreet inquiries, and perhaps unspeakable acts, all sheltered within the venerable walls of the Athenaeum. Alistair Finch, a disgraced academic running from his debts, now found himself an unwilling archivist of damnation. The oppressive atmosphere in the library intensified further, as if our uncovering of that hidden file had tripped an unseen alarm. The shadowed patrons became more frequent, their requests more specific, more demanding. They no longer just asked for books on longevity or ancient bloodlines. They now sought specific, often unique, grimoires by name. Texts Alistair knew, from his own illicit past, were infamous for their dark power and dangerous rituals. Their crimson eyes seemed to hold a new predatory hunger, their polite facades wearing dangerously thin. The scent of cold stone and metallic blood was a near-constant presence in the West Wing. Eleanor Vance, now a reluctant co-conspirator, threw herself into her research with a new fevered intensity. Her focus shifted from colonial shipping routes to the Collins family themselves, to the very foundation of the Athenaeum. She discovered that the library wasn't just founded by the Collinses. It was, in a sense, an extension of their family mausoleum, a place to house not just their books, but perhaps their lineage, in a far more literal sense. Whispers in Old Town records spoke of the Collinses' obsession with continuity, with preserving the essence beyond mortal means. Detective Cole, sensing our deepening involvement, began to share more. His professional reticence, overcome by a decades-old frustration, and perhaps a grudging respect for our dangerous persistence. He revealed that the unsolved cases from his past, the ones that still haunted him, all had tenuous, almost invisible threads leading back to the Athenaeum. A missing person last seen researching a rare text, an unexplained death of a scholar who had delved too deeply into certain sensitive collections. He suspected the curator, whoever they were, was not just a librarian, but a gatekeeper, a protector of secrets far more sinister than overdue books. The tipping point came on a night heavy with impending snow, the air outside still and charged. One of the most powerful of the shadowed patrons, the tall, crimson-eyed man Alistair had first encountered, who introduced himself now with a chillingly courteous smile as Mr. Kalen, cornered Alistair in the secure stacks. Eleanor was working late, a rare occurrence, ostensibly to finish a crucial section of her dissertation. though Alistair suspected she was there as much for mutual protection as for research. "Mr. Finch," Kaelan purred, his voice like velvet over steel. "Your diligence is noted. However, my patience, unlike certain bloodlines, is not infinite." He produced a small, intricately carved ivory box. Within this lies a request, not for a book this time, but for access to the lower levels, the true archives, specifically the Collins family vault. Tonight, the lower levels. Alistair hadn't even known they existed. "I'm afraid, Mr. Kaelan," Alistair said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the tremor in his hands, "that such access is beyond my authority. The curator." Kaelan's smile widened, his sharp canines glinting. "The curator," he interrupted smoothly, "is merely an administrator, a tradition. The true power here resides with those who understand the value of the collection, and with those." His crimson eyes flicked towards Eleanor, who had emerged silently from a nearby aisle, her face pale but resolute, "who hold the keys, by blood or by burden." Before Alistair could react, Kaelan moved with a speed that belied his urbane demeanor, seizing Eleanor by the arm, his grip like an iron vice. "Miss Vance, isn't it? Or should I say, Miss Collins Vance?" The last fading echo of a once vibrant lineage. "Your great-aunt, the previous curator, was far more accommodating." The twist. Eleanor, the curator, wasn't some faceless entity communicating through notes. It was her, or rather, a role she was unwillingly, terrifyingly bound to. The bloodline, the burden. The rules weren't just for him. They were the desperate, failing attempts of generations of Collinses to manage the unmanageable. Eleanor winced, but her eyes met Kaelan's with a spark of defiance. "The vault is sealed for a reason, Kaelan. What's within is not for you. It was never meant for any of you. But sentimentality has no place in the pursuit of true longevity, my dear." Kaelan sighed, his gaze now fixed on Alistair. "The vault, Finch. Now, or your scholarly companion will find her research permanently concluded." The threat hung in the frigid air. Alistair's mind raced. The Collins genealogy, volatile after sunset. The Strangler's lingering shadow. The curator's cryptic file. It all coalesced into a horrifying whole. The Athenaeum was a prison, a feeding ground, and Eleanor was its reluctant jailer, its sacrificial offering. "The vault," Eleanor said, her voice strained but firm, looking at Alistair. "It can only be opened willingly by a Collins who understands the litany of warding, but it can be forced by one who knows the litany of unmaking. A counter-ritual?" Kaelan zixed a grimoire hidden there. "The Somnium Sanguinis, the dream of blood. It supposedly grants true immortality beyond their current half-life." Detective Cole's sudden appearance was like a thunderclap. Was like a thunderclap. He emerged from the shadows of a towering bookshelf, his service revolver steady in his hand, his face a mask of grim determination. "Let her go, Kaelan. This isn't a library. It's a crime scene generations in the making. And tonight, the books are closed." Kaelan merely chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Detective Cole, still chasing shadows after all these years. How quaint. He tightened his grip on Eleanor, and Alistair saw her gasp in pain. "The litany of unmaking," Alistair repeated, his academic mind latching onto Eleanor's words, even as fear threatened to paralyze him. He'd seen references to such counter-rituals in some of the more obscure texts he'd acquired in his past. Destructive, dangerous, but potent. "Eleanor, if Kaelan knows it, he can use you, even against your will, to open it if he gets close enough to the vault's threshold. An idea, desperate and reckless, sparked in Alistair's mind. The Collins genealogy. Its volatile disposition after sunset. A guardian. Call, Alistair yelled. The genealogy. In its cabinet. If Kalon gets what he wants from the vault, none of us are safe. Distract him. Cole, understanding the unspoken urgency, fired a shot. Not at Kalon, but at a heavy gas lamp high on the wall nearby. A relic from the library's earlier days. It exploded in a shower of sparks and glass, momentarily plunging their section into deeper shadow and chaos. In that instant of confusion, Alistair sprinted towards the main control panel near his desk. Eleanor had once shown him an emergency override, a way to trigger a full lockdown of the secure stacks, including, he prayed, whatever wards protected the Collins family vault and its guardian, Kalon. Enraged by the gunshot and the sudden darkness, threw Eleanor aside and lunged towards where he thought Alistair was headed, the vault. But Alistair wasn't going to the vault. He was going for the library's oldest, most intrinsic defense, the Strangler. Alistair roared into the darkness, his voice echoing through the cavernous library, hoping to trigger whatever residual psychic energy, whatever echo of that past horror, might still linger. Has Albert Desalvo returned any books on unmaking? He threw the name out like a desperate incantation, a perversion of the third rule. A guttural shriek, not from Kalon, but from the very air around them, answered him. The temperature plummeted further. The scent of stale cigars and something far worse, the metallic tang of old, spilled blood, filled the stacks. A hulking, indistinct shadow, darker than the surrounding gloom, seemed to detach itself from the criminology section. A whisper of pure, undirected malevolence. It wasn't Desalvo himself, but the library's memory of him, the psychic scar tissue of his heinous acts, given momentary, terrifying form. Kalon faltered, his crimson eyes wide with a surprise that bordered on fear as this new, unexpected horror manifested. The shadowed patrons were ancient, powerful, but they were creatures of intellect and arcane knowledge. This was raw, primal, human evil, a psychic stain they clearly hadn't anticipated. Eleanor, recovering quickly, saw her chance. The genealogy, Alistair, she cried. Its guardian awakens with the true dark and only a Collins. She didn't need to finish. She was a Collins, and it was well past sunset. While the Strangler's shadow momentarily distracted Kalon and his few advancing cohorts, Alistair reached the main circulation desk. He didn't have the key to the Collins Tomes cabinet, but he knew where the emergency release for all secure cabinets was. A relic of older fire codes. He slammed his hand down on it with a series of loud mechanical clunks. Every locked cabinet in the secure stacks sprang open, and from the depths of the West Wing, from the direction of the now open Collins family genealogy cabinet, came a sound that was not a whisper, not a groan, but a deep, resonant, earth-shattering roar of pure, ancestral rage. The Sunset Sentinel was awake, and it was furious. The roar that erupted from the West Wing was unlike anything Alistair had ever heard. A primal, guttural bellow that seemed to shake the very foundations of the Athenaeum. It was the sound of centuries of pent-up fury, of a bloodline's protective instinct made manifest. The Sunset Sentinel, the guardian of the Collins family genealogy, was no mere atmospheric disturbance. It was a force, ancient and terrible. Kalon and his shadowed patrons, momentarily frozen by the unexpected manifestation of the Strangler's psychic echo, now recoiled in genuine terror as this new, more potent threat announced itself. The hulking, indistinct shadow of the Strangler, chaotic and undirected in its malice, seemed to almost hesitate as if acknowledging a superior predator in this haunted domain. A wave of intense cold, far colder than Kalen's presence, swept through the library, extinguishing the remaining gas lamps and plunging the vast space into an even deeper, more Stygian darkness, relieved only by the weak emergency lights and the distant, flickering street lamps outside. From the direction of the Collins tome, a pair of luminous emerald green eyes ignited in the blackness, burning with an ancient, intelligent fury, the air filled with the scent of freshly turned earth, ancient leather, and the undeniable metallic tang of spilled blood. But this was a different blood, older, more primal, the old man of the stacks. Detective Cole breathed, his voice tight with a forgotten childhood fear. My grandmother used to scare us with stories. A guardian bound to the Collins blood, awakened only by great peril or desecration after dark. Kalen, his urbane composure utterly shattered, let out a strangled cry. This was not foreseen. The grimoire spoke only of wards, of subtle deterrents. He and his cohorts began to back away, their predatory confidence replaced by a frantic urgency to escape. But the antechamber to whatever hell they hailed from seemed to have closed. The Strangler's echo, though momentarily overshadowed, still lingered, a barrier of pure human malevolence. And now the Collins Sentinel advanced, not as a shadow, but as a towering, vaguely humanoid form composed of swirling dust from ancient tomes, coalesced whispers, and those two burning, implacable emerald eyes. It moved with a slow, ponderous, and utterly unstoppable gait. One of Kalen's companions, a woman with skin like bleached parchment, shrieked and tried to flee, only to be enveloped by the Strangler's shadow, her cry abruptly cut short. Another, a younger man with the same crimson eyes as Kalen, was swatted aside by an unseen force emanating from the Collins Sentinel, crashing into a bookshelf with a sickening thud. Alistair and Eleanor, flattened against a row of encyclopedias, watched in horrified awe. This was a battle of monsters, a turf war in a library of unspeakable secrets. Eleanor, Alistair whispered, his voice hoarse, the litany of warding. Can you? She shook her head, her face pale but resolute. It's too late for warding. This is a reckoning. The library is cleansing itself. My only role now, is to ensure the right secrets remain buried. Her eyes, for a moment, held a flicker of that ancient Collins authority. The curator's burden, Kalen, saying his escape routes cut off by two distinct, equally terrifying supernatural forces, made a desperate lunge for the ivory box containing his request, which had skittered across the floor during the chaos. He clearly believed whatever was in the Somnium Sanguinis was his only hope. But Eleanor was faster. She kicked the box away, sending it sliding into the deepest shadows beneath a towering shelf of forgotten philosophies. No more dreams of blood, Kalen, she said, her voice surprisingly strong. The Athenaeum has had its fill. The Collins Sentinel, its emerald eyes fixed on Kalen, the ultimate transgressor against its charge, let out another earth-shattering roar. The Strangler's echo seemed to almost recoil, then dissipate, as if its own dark energy was being absorbed or overwhelmed by the sheer focused rage of the library's true guardian. Kalen screamed, a high, thin sound of pure terror, as the Sentinel descended upon him. The details were lost in the swirling dust and darkness, but the sounds, the rending of fabric, the snapping of bone, a final, choked gurgle, were sickeningly clear. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The roaring stopped. The emerald eyes faded. The oppressive cold began to recede, slowly, almost reluctantly. The Athenaeum fell into a profound silence, deeper and more absolute than any Alistair had yet experienced. It was the silence of a tomb after the grave robbers had been dealt with. Detective Cole let out a shaky breath. Mother of God. Eleanor sagged against a bookshelf, her face ashen, but her eyes held a new weary strength. Oh, the sentinel. It will sleep again now. Until the next transgression. Alistair looked around the devastated library, overturned shelves, scattered books, the faint, lingering scent of ancient dust, and something else, something coppery and final. The immediate threat was gone, but the knowledge of what lay dormant within these walls, what forces were bound to its ancient stones and vellum pages, would remain. The curator's rules were not just guidelines. They were the thin, frayed threads holding back a tide of unimaginable horrors. And one of those threads, it seemed, had just snapped and reknotted itself in a new, terrifying way. The dawn that crept through the grimy, shattered windows of the Athenaeum was gray and unforgiving, illuminating the full extent of the night's carnage. Books lay scattered like fallen soldiers, shelves askew, and a fine layer of ancient dust, disturbed by the spectral battle, coated everything of Kalen and his unfortunate companion. There was no trace, save for a few dark, viscous stains on the marble floor that rapidly faded as the first true light hit them, and the lingering coppery scent that even now was dissipating. The Collins Sentinel had been thorough. Detective Cole, with a Sisyphusian sigh, began the unenviable task of concocting a believable story. A gas leak, perhaps. A localized tremor. Vandals of a particularly enthusiastic sort. Anything but the truth. The ivory box Kalen had carried was gone, swallowed by the library's shadows, its contents unknown, its potential for future horror, a lingering, unspoken dread. Eleanor Vance, or perhaps Eleanor Collins Vance, the curator, moved through the wreckage with a strange newfound inconscience. The terror of the night was still etched on her face, but beneath it was a layer of grim acceptance, the weary inconscience of one who has finally, irrevocably, embraced a terrible inheritance. The rules of the Athenaeum were no longer just a set of obscure directives. They were her life's work, her family's ancient, cursed legacy. "He will return, you know," she said quietly to Alistair, as they stood amidst the debris of the West Wing, near the now closed and once more locked cabinet of the Collins family genealogy. The book itself looked utterly innocuous, just an old, leather-bound tome. Not Kalen, perhaps, but others like him. They always do. The scent of forbidden knowledge is too strong a lure. "And the Sentinel?" Alistair asked, his voice still hoarse. "It sleeps," Eleanor said, "as it has for generations, until the next time its charge is threatened, or one of its own blood commands it with sufficient understanding." Her gaze met his, and he saw a flicker of that Collins authority, but also a profound loneliness. "The library endures, Mr. Finch. It always endures. It is a collector, not just of books, but of stories. And sometimes it collects the storytellers too." The implication was clear. His own past, his own precarious financial and legal situation, had made him vulnerable, drawn him into the Athenaeum's orbit. And now, having witnessed its deepest, darkest secrets, having played a crucial, if unwilling, role in its violent self-preservation, he was inextricably bound to it. Detective Cole surprisingly offered Alistair a way out, a quiet word in the right ears, a recommendation for a research position at a mundane university library far from Providence, a chance to disappear and start again, truly anonymous this time. It was a generous offer, a lifeline, but as Alistair looked around the ancient, silent and consty of the Athenaeum, at the towering shelves filled with forgotten wisdom and unspoken horrors, at Eleanor, her face pale but resolute as she began the monumental task of restoring order. He felt a strange, unsettling pull. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach, but beneath it, something else was stirring. A perverse fascination, the scholar's insatiable hunger for knowledge. However dangerous, and perhaps a reluctant sense of belonging. He had faced down demons, both literal and metaphorical, within these walls. And he had survived. He made his decision. Weeks turned into months. Alistair Finch remained the night librarian of the Athenaeum. He and Eleanor, the new, acknowledged curator, forged an uneasy but effective partnership. The rules remained, now recited with a shared, grim understanding. They cataloged the forbidden, guarded the cursed, and occasionally dealt with unusual patrons, though none as overtly threatening as Kalen. The Strangler's echo still sometimes brushed past in the criminology section, a cold sigh in the darkness. The Sunset Sentinel remained dormant, its presence a comforting, if terrifying, assurance. Alistair's debts were quietly restructured by unknown benefactors with an interest in the Athenaeum's continued discreet operation. His past, while not erased, was now simply another volume in the library's vast, shadowed collection. Sometimes late at night, when the city outside was asleep, and the only sound was the rustle of turning pages, Eleanor, ever the scholar, still conducted her research, though now with a far more cautious, informed perspective. Alistair would walk the silent stacks. He would feel the weight of centuries, the whisper of countless stories, the proximity of unimaginable knowledge and unthinkable terror. He knew the Athenaeum was a dangerous place, a nexus of forces best left undisturbed. He knew that Kalen was likely not the last of his kind, that other, older, hungrier things might still lurk in the deepest recesses of the collection, or be drawn to its ancient power. But he also knew that some books, some knowledge, required a particular kind of guardian, one who understood the allure of the forbidden, the price of secrets, and the necessity of rules, however strange. And as he sat at his mahogany desk, the single lamp casting a small pool of light in the vast, echoing darkness, Mr. Alistair Finch, the disgraced academic, the indebted fugitive, would sometimes allow himself a small, grim smile. He was, after all, merely the night librarian. And the library, as always, had its dues. The whispers among the stacks were now a familiar, if chilling, lullaby. And so, the dawn has broken over the Athenaeum, revealing not peace, but the aftermath of a reckoning. You've stayed until the end. You've witnessed the unraveling of the curator's chilling rules, the clash of ancient forces, and the terrifying truth buried within a bloodline. The twist, the revelation about Eleanor, about the true nature of the Athenaeum. Did it leave you breathless? Did the secrets of the Collins family send a shiver down your spine? This was a creepypasta that dug deep, unearthing horrors that linger long after the final page. What are your thoughts on Alistair's fate? On Eleanor's burden? On the chilling truth of the Athenaeum's collection? The comments section below is your sanctuary to process the fear, to share your theories, to connect with others who have walked these haunted halls with you tonight. Let the whispers among the stacks continue in our discussions. Remember, this was a video designed to pull you into the darkness, to reveal a twist you wouldn't see coming. If you found yourself utterly captivated, if the hairs on the back of your neck were raised, then know that there are more secrets waiting. The Athenaeum may have had its reckoning tonight, but the world of night creepypasta rules is vast and filled with countless untold horrors. Don't let this be your only journey into the unknown. Subscribe now and become a permanent resident of our nocturnal realm. Click the notification bell and never again miss an invitation to face the things that lurk just beyond the veil. Thank you for daring to listen to the strange rules of the Athenaeum. The night is still young, and the shadows. They are ever present. Welcome to Night Creepypasta Rules. Tonight we enter a forgotten corner of California where the silence is not empty, but haunted. The Bodie Bijou, a decrepit movie theater in a real-life ghost town, hides more than just dust and memories. It holds an audience that never left. Leo Maxwell didn't come to Bodie for fame. He came to forget. But instead, he found a cursed cinema, a ghost pianist bound to a screen, and 3 rules that keep the restless dead from taking their final bow. This is no ordinary horror story. This one burns slow, seeps into your skin, and ends with a twist so disturbing, you'll question whether you ever really leave a theater when the credits roll. So, don't skip ahead. Watch until the end, and if your screen flickers strangely while watching, don't panic. It's probably just the projectionist checking in. If this story gets under your skin, subscribe, leave a comment, and tell me, would you have stayed for the premiere? Would you have stayed for the premiere? Let's roll film. In Bodie, California, the silence of the dead is only broken by the wind, and if you listen closely enough, on certain nights, the ghostly applause from the abandoned seats of the Bodie Bijou. That's what the faded century-old tourist pamphlets claimed anyway. As I, Leo Maxwell, stood before the weathered facade of the cinema, its paint peeling like sunburned skin, the only applause I heard was the furious tattoo of my own heart against my ribs. This wasn't just a job. It was an exile. A self-imposed banishment to the literal ghost town. A desperate attempt to outrun the phantom reels of my father's calamitous, unfinished final film that played on a loop in my own head. My father, a name once whispered with indie reverence, now a byword for obsessive genius gone tragically awry. He'd poured everything into that last project, a haunting, experimental piece about, well, I never truly understood it, and my failure to understand, to support, clang in the desolate quiet of my current existence, like a dropped film canister. The keys to the Bijou, and my 6-month contract as its nocturnal caretaker and preservation assistant, had been handed over by a lawyer in Bridgeport, the nearest settlement still clinging to life. The owner, a Mr. Caspian Thorne, was apparently an elderly recluse, too frail to manage the property himself. His instructions, however, were to be relayed by his grandnephew and heir apparent, a young man named Elias Thorne, who I was told had grand, modern visions for Bodie's last picture show. Elias Thorne arrived in a cloud of Bodie's ubiquitous dust, driving a restored vintage convertible that seemed offensively vibrant against the muted, decaying backdrop of the ghost town. He was perhaps my age, late 20s, with an easy, practiced charm, designer stubble, and an expensive camera slung over his shoulder. He introduced himself with a handshake that was a little too firm, a smile a little too bright. "Leo Maxwell, right? Welcome to the mausoleum of celluloid," he greeted me, his voice a little too loud for Bodie's profound silence. Uncle Caspian census, regards, and his rather quaint list of house rules. The old man's a bit of a sentimentalist, bless his cotton socks. He gestured vaguely towards the Bijou. "She's a relic, this old girl. But I've got plans, big plans, documentaries, immersive experiences. We're going to make Bodie's ghosts famous." His enthusiasm felt invasive. Before he launched into the quaint rules, a dusty pickup truck rumbled to a stop nearby. A young woman hopped out, a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, her expression a mixture of curiosity and something I couldn't quite place. Weariness, perhaps. Sadie Monroe, right on time. Elias said, hint of condescension in his tone. A hint of condescension in his tone. Sadie's our local history buff. Helps Uncle Caspian with archiving. She'll show you the anachronistic ropes a bit tomorrow, Leo, before she heads back to Bridgeport. Sadie offered me a small, polite smile. Her eyes, though, were sharp and appraising as they took in Elias, then me. There was an immediate unspoken tension between her and Elias that piqued my interest. "It's a unique place, Mr. Maxwell," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Deserves respect." The last word seemed aimed more at Elias than at me. Elias waved a dismissive hand. "Right, respect for the cobwebs. Now, the rules, a direct edict from the crypt keeper himself, Uncle Caspian." He pulled a theatrically yellowed envelope from his pocket. "He's not a crypt keeper, Elias," Sadie interjected quietly, a surprising firmness in her voice. "He's trying to preserve something." Elias merely smirked, then cleared his throat. "Rule the first, and this one's a corker. Should you discover old, tarnished coinage within the cup holders of the auditorium seating, a common occurrence apparently, you are to leave them undisturbed. They are considered gratuities for the original patrons." He winked. "Spooky. Huh? Free money, and we can't even touch it." My unease, already simmering from my father's ghostly reels, intensified. "Original patrons? In Bodie? Rule a second," Elias continued, clearly enjoying himself. "Under no circumstances are you to react or respond. Should you hear the faint strains of old-timey pianoforte music emanating from behind the main cinema screen, particularly after midnight, it is merely the building settling." He snorted. "A rather musical settling, I'd say." Sadie was looking at Elias with an expression I could only describe as profound disapproval, mixed with a sliver of fear. "And finally, rule the third, my personal favorite for its sheer B-movie ridiculousness," Elias announced with a flourish. "If a figure, often described as dusty and attired in 19th century clothing, should inquire as to whether the picture show is about to commence, you are to politely inform them. Not tonight, I'm afraid. They will then, apparently, vanish. No autograph, sadly." He folded the paper with a flourish. "So, Leo, there you have it. The Body Bijou Survival Guide. Utterly bonkers. The lot of it. Personally, I think it's all just local folklore, embroidered by an old man's failing memory. But," his eyes glinted with a sudden, sharp avarice, "it makes for one hell of a story, doesn't it? And I intend to capture every last spectral sigh on camera." He then gave me a cursory tour of the RAP, the dusty lobby with its faded velvet ropes, the main auditorium smelling of mildew and forgotten popcorn, the surprisingly well-maintained, if ancient, projection booth. The air everywhere was heavy still, carrying that faint, unplaceable scent of old perfume and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like diluted blood. As Elias was outlining my duties, mostly sweeping, dusting, and ensuring the ancient generator didn't conk out, he paused by a particular row of seats in the back. "Uncle Caspian always said this was the Whispering Row," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Claimed the original. My first thought was how to make it available once I have finished my shooting. It will be a truly unique experience for my customers in the future, you know." My gaze drifted to one of the cup holders in that row. My breath caught. Lying nestled in the dust was a single, dark, tarnished silver dollar. Its date almost unreadable, but clearly from another century. Elias, following my gaze, chuckled. "See, prime material. This is going to be gold. Leo, pure, paranormal gold." He clapped me on the shoulder, his enthusiasm jarring in the tomb-like silence. "Don't let the ghost bite, eh? Or the rules. They're mostly for show anyway. I'll be back in a few days with my crew. Try not to stir up too much dust. Or too many spirits. Before then." He departed as brashly as he'd arrived, leaving me alone in the cavernous silent cinema with Sadie, who was now looking at the tarnished coin with an expression of troubled solemnity. "He doesn't understand," she murmured, almost to herself, her earlier defiance towards Elias replaced by a quiet concern. "He thinks it's a game, a story to be exploited," She looked at me, her eyes searching. Mr. Thorne. The older Mr. Thorne. He put those rules in place for a reason, Mr. Maxwell. They aren't just quaint suggestions. They're anchors. Anchors. Against what? I didn't dare ask. The weight of my father's failures, the oppressive silence of Bodie, and the chilling absurdity of Elias Thorne's rules settled upon me like the dust that coated every surface of the Bodie bijou. The first reel of my own Bodie horror show had begun to turn. The Bodie bijou, once Elias Thorne's offensively vibrant convertible, had vanished in a cloud of historic dust, settled into a silence that was profound and unsettling. My first few nights were spent in a state of hyper-awareness. Every creak of the ancient building, every sigh of the wind through the broken panes of glass, sending jolts of adrenaline through me. The air, thick with the scent of decaying velvet and something else, that faint, sweet metallic tang I couldn't quite place, seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy. My father's ghostly film reels played relentlessly in my mind, often intercut with the image of that single, tarnished silver dollar in the Whispering Row. Sadie Monroe returned the next afternoon, as promised, ostensibly to help me archive a stack of decaying film posters Mr. Caspian Thorne wanted preserved. In reality, I think she came to see how the new lamb was faring in the slaughterhouse. Her presence was a welcome, if slightly cautious, intrusion into the bijou's oppressive solitude. He really means it, doesn't he? I asked, gesturing vaguely at the eerie auditorium as we sorted through brittle, water-stained posters, depicting long-forgotten silent film stars. Elias. About turning this place into some kind of paranormal reality show. Sadie sighed, her brow furrowing as she carefully unrolled a poster for a film called The Phantom of the Silver Lode. Elias sees Bodie as a brand, Mr. Maxwell, not a resting place. His uncle, Caspian. He understands the quiet. Elias just wants to make it scream. Her empathy for the elder Thorne and her disdain for the younger was palpable. It forged an immediate, unspoken bond between us. We found ourselves talking, really talking, not just about the bijou, but about Bodie's poignant history, its resilient ghosts, and, more hesitantly, about our own separate burdens. My father's spectral legacy, her own quiet struggle to reconcile, her love for history with the encroaching, often disrespectful, tide of modern tourism. It was during a routine sweep of the auditorium later that week, after Sadie had returned to Bridgeport, that the first rule truly asserted its presence. I found them. Not just one, but 3 tarnished silver coins, a Morgan dollar, a seated Liberty quarter, and a large, heavy trade dollar, nestled in the cup holders of 3 separate seats in the Whispering Row. They hadn't been there the day before. A prickle of icy dread traced its way down my spine. Leave them. For the original patrons. My instinct was to scoop them up, a historian's curiosity battling a rising tide of unease. But Sadie's quiet warning about Elias, and Mr. Caspian Thorne's solemn intonation of the rules, stayed my hand. As I backed away from the row, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement in the deep shadows at the end of the aisle, a darker shape against the darkness, accompanied by the faintest whisper, like dry silk rustling. Elias returned a few days later, not with a film crew as he'd threatened, but alone, his expensive camera already out, his eyes gleaming with an almost manic energy. He'd heard from a source, probably one of the few park rangers who tolerated his presence, that I'd mentioned finding more coins. Excellent. Primary evidence, he declared, striding into the auditorium. He made a beeline for the Whispering Row, ignoring my hesitant protests. These are magnificent. Look at the patina. Imagine the stories these could tell, Leo. He scooped them up without a second thought, turning them over in his palm, his camera clicking. Elias, your uncle specifically said to leave them, I said, my voice tighter than I intended. He just laughed. Superstitious nonsense, my dear fellow. These are historical artifacts. And damn good props. He pocketed them. Now, about that piano music. The change was subtle at first. A deeper chill in the auditorium. The scent of lilies. And that metallic sweetness, previously faint, now seemed to cling to the air with a new tenacity. Later that night, long after Elias had departed, chattering about sound equipment and night vision lenses, I heard a new sound. A soft, almost mournful sigh that seemed to emanate from the empty seats themselves. A collective exhalation of disappointment? Or perhaps a growing impatience. I found myself glancing towards the whispering row more often, half expecting to see its spectral occupants. Sadie, when I relayed Elias's actions to her over a crackling phone line, was audibly distressed. He shouldn't have done that, Leo. The old stories, they talk about the coins as a pact, a token of respect. Taking them is like stealing from the dead. They won't like it. She told me of a tattered diary she'd found in the Bridgeport Historical Society, written by a projectionist at the Bijou in the early 1900s. It described how, when certain patrons were disrespected, their favored seats taken, their offerings disturbed, the theater would grow cold and unwelcoming. And sometimes, the phantom piano player would refuse to play his on-track music, plunging the spectral showings into an unnerving silence. Or worse, Sadie added, her voice a worried whisper. He'd play something else entirely, something to call others. The something else Sadie had warned about didn't take long to manifest. A few nights after Elias' coin-ransacking visit, I was in the projection booth, a cramped, dusty space that still smelled faintly of nitrate film and old machinery. It was past midnight. The wind outside had picked up, a low, mournful howl that seemed to harmonize with the groans of the aging building. Then, I heard it. The piano. It wasn't the faint, almost ethereal music I'd been half expecting. The kind Mr. Caspian Thorne's rule had alluded to. This was different. It was louder, more insistent, emanating clearly from behind the massive stained cinema screen. The melody was still old-timey, a ragtime piece. But it was played with a frenetic, almost desperate energy, as if the pianist were trying to convey an urgent message, or perhaps struggling against some unseen restraint. There were discordant notes, jarring anachronisms woven into the familiar tune, like a cry for help embedded in a lullaby. Do not respond if you hear faint, old-timey piano music. But this wasn't faint, and it didn't feel like the building settling. It felt alive, and deeply, profoundly distressed. My father had been a passable pianist. He used to say that music was the purest form of emotional expression, capable of conveying what words never could. Standing there, in the oppressive silence of the Bijou, broken only by that frantic, ghostly ragtime, I felt an almost overwhelming empathic pull, a desperate urge to understand, to respond, to shout out, "I hear you. What's wrong?" The music grew more agitated, the tempo increasing, the notes tumbling over each other in a cascade of sorrowful urgency. Then, abruptly, it stopped, mid-phrase, leaving a silence more terrifying than the music itself. And in that silence, I saw it, or thought I saw it. For a fleeting instant, projected onto the dusty, lifeless screen, was an image, not from any film I recognized. It was a wavering black and white tableau. A man in old-fashioned clothes, his face obscured by shadow, slumped over a piano, his hands chained to the keyboard. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, leaving only the stained canvas. Shaken, I retreated from the projection booth. My attempts to rationalize what I was experiencing were becoming increasingly futile. This wasn't just a haunted theater. It was a place with a story, a tragedy, desperately trying to be told. Elias returned the following week, brimming with his usual infuriating self-assurance, this time accompanied by a sound engineer. a nervous young man named Ben, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Elias had set up sophisticated recording equipment, determined to capture the bijou's unique acoustics. Heard anything interesting, Leo? Elias asked, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Any midnight concertos from our resident phantom? I hesitated, then, against my better judgment, described the frantic music. The chained pianist I thought I'd seen. I hoped, perhaps foolishly, that it might make him reconsider, to proceed with more caution. Chains? Brilliant. Thematic gold. We need to amplify it, Leo. Get a clear recording. Maybe even try to communicate. He gestured to Ben. Set up the parabolic mic behind the screen. Let's see if we can get our spectral Chopin to talk. Sadie, who had arrived with some historical maps Elias had inexplicably requested, overheard. Elias, no, she pleaded, her voice tight with genuine fear. You don't understand what you're dealing with. The stories say the music is a lure or a warning. Trying to interact with it directly, it's like inviting the darkness in. She showed him a small, leather-bound account book she'd unearthed, belonging to the bijou's first owner from the 1890s. Several pages detailed unusual expenditures for containment rituals and appeasement offerings to the entity behind the silver screen. Elias merely scoffed. Folklore and fireside tales, my dear Sadie. We're making a 21st century documentary, not appeasing Victorian spooks. He turned to Ben. Let's try a little provocation. Play back some of those old player piano rolls we found in the basement. See if we can get a call and response. Despite our increasingly desperate protests, Elias proceeded. Ben, looking thoroughly miserable, activated a playback of a jaunty, if tinny, piano tune from a bygone era. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from behind the screen, came a response. It was no longer the frantic ragtime. It was a single, low, resonant chord, sustained and mournful, filled with an immeasurable sadness and a chilling, nascent anger. The lights in the bijou flickered. The temperature dropped, and on the screen, for a horrifying, lingering moment, appeared a pair of burning, accusatory eyes, staring directly out at us. Then, darkness, and a silence that felt, somehow, like a promise of retribution. Elias, for the first time, looked a little less sure of himself. Ben looked ready to bolt. Sadie and I exchanged a look of shared, deepening dread. The atmosphere in the Bodie bijou after Elias's provocation was palpably different. The audience of shadows became more restless, their fleeting appearances more frequent, their forms more distinct. I'd catch glimpses of them in the periphery, dusty figures in 19th century attire, their faces pale and indistinct, their spectral gazes fixed on the empty screen with a silent, sorrowful V.N. John. The air was perpetually cold, and the faint scent of lilies and old blood seemed to follow me everywhere. The third rule was tested on a night when Bodie was enveloped in an UN seasonal freezing fog, visibility reduced to mere feet. I was doing my final security check, the beam of my flashlight cutting a nervous swathe through the oppressive darkness of the lobby. Suddenly, a figure materialized directly in my path, coalescing from the swirling mist and shadows like a half-forgotten daguerreotype. It was a woman, tall and gaunt, her dress a cascade of dusty, decaying lace, a plumed hat askew on her spectral head. Her face was a pale oval, her eyes dark, sorrowful pools. "Young man," she rasped, her voice like the rustle of brittle silk, 100 years of dust in her diction. "Is the picture show about to commence?" "I fear I am tardy." My heart leaped into my throat. "Tell them, not tonight." Mr. Caspian Thorne's precise, emotionless instruction. I'm afraid not tonight, ma'am," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The reels are damaged. It was the first excuse that came to mind. The spectral woman sighed, a sound like the wind through a broken window pane. A flicker of profound, eternal disappointment crossed her pale features. Ah, she breathed. Another night, then, perhaps, and as quickly as she had appeared, she began to dissolve, her form becoming translucent, then vanishing completely into the fog-choked shadows, leaving behind only a faint scent of lavender and a chilling cold spot. I stood there for a long moment, my flashlight beam trembling, the silence of the bijou pressing in on me. Elias, far from being deterred by the increasingly hostile atmosphere, became more obsessed. He saw every manifestation as a personal triumph, a confirmation of his impending fame. He now spent most of his nights at the bijou, wiring the place with cameras and microphones, his earlier charm completely eclipsed by a driven, almost feverish intensity. He dismissed my and Sadie's warnings as Luddite fear-mongering. "This is groundbreaking, Leo," he'd exclaim, reviewing grainy footage of a fleeting shadow or a distorted audio recording of a faint whisper. "We're on the verge of proving everything. Think of the subscribers, the series deals." Sadie and I found ourselves unlikely co-conspirators, our shared concern for the bijou, and perhaps for Elias's very sanity, drawing us closer. We spent hours in the Bridgeport Historical Society, poring over brittle newspapers and forgotten town records, searching for any clue, any key to understanding the true nature of the bijou's haunting, and a way to stop Elias before he unleashed something truly catastrophic. We discovered that the bijou hadn't just been a cinema. In its earliest days, before motion pictures, it had been a spirit VNA, a place where a charismatic and ultimately disgraced spiritualist named Professor Alistair Grimaldi, a stage name no doubt, had conducted elaborate seances, promising audiences a glimpse behind the veil. Grimaldi, the record suggested, had a particular fascination with capturing and projecting ectoplasmic manifestations, and had boasted of a cinematic seance machine that could make spirits visible to the naked eye. He vanished under a cloud of scandal and accusations of fraud, but not before several of his most devoted patrons also disappeared without a trace. "The projectionist," Sadie breathed, looking up from a faded playbill advertising Grimaldi's phantasmagoria. It wasn't a film projectionist they were talking about. It was him, Grimaldi. The pieces were falling into place, forming a terrifying picture. Mr. Caspian Thorne's rules weren't just quaint traditions. They were a carefully constructed protocol to manage, to appease, a complex and potentially malevolent ecosystem of trapped spirits, all orchestrated by the spectral showman, Grimaldi, aka the projectionist. The coins were their admission, the piano music was his call, or perhaps his lament, and the picture show they eternally awaited was his spectral phantasmagoria. Elias, in his blind ambition, was not just observing. He was actively dismantling this fragile, dangerous equilibrium. He was trying to force a performance, to drag the unwilling spirits into his own crass, modern spotlight. The mini-hook that cemented our fears came when Elias, in a fit of frustration at not capturing clearer apparitions, found an old, a bit too fancy hand-cranked film projector in a boarded-up storage room beneath the stage. A room that reeked overpoweringly of lilies and that sweet metallic tang. With it was a single, unlabeled film canister, its metal surprisingly untarnished. "This is it," Elias crowed, his eyes alight with a feverish excitement. "Grimaldi's original spirit film. This will be the centerpiece of my documentary. We're going to have a premiere, Leo, a genuine Bodie bijou ghost premiere." He ignored our horrified protests, our pleas for caution. He was beyond reason, lost in his vision of spectral stardom. The curtain, it seemed, was about to rise on a show none of us had bought a ticket for, and one from which there might be no escape. Elias Thorne, deaf to our increasingly frantic warnings, became a man possessed. The discovery of Grimaldi's spirit film and the antique hand-crank projector consumed him. He spent days shut away in the projection booth, tinkering with the ancient machinery, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of his laptop as he researched early film preservation techniques, a manic energy thrumming beneath his usual veneer of charm. The air in the bijou grew heavier with each passing hour, the silence thick with an almost unbearable anticipation, as if the very walls were holding their breath. "Tonight's the night, Leo, Sadie," Elias announced, his eyes unnaturally bright, dark circles beneath them testament to his sleepless obsession. The world premiere of Professor Alistair Grimaldi's Phantasmagoria. Or at least its first screening in over a century. I've jury-rigged the old projector. The film stock is delicate, but I think it'll hold. He gestured dramatically towards the auditorium. Our spectral audience awaits their long-overdue encore. He had, against all reason, decided to stage this premiere. He dragged several of the dusty, tarnished coins he'd previously pocketed for authenticity, he'd claimed, and placed them back in the cup holders of the Whispering Row, a perverse offering to the entities he sought to exploit. He'd even set up his own cameras throughout the auditorium, their little red recording lights like malevolent, unblinking eyes in the gloom. "Elias, this is insane," Sadie pleaded, her voice tight with fear. We had tried everything. Appeals to reason, warnings based on our research into Grimaldi's dark history, and the disappearances of his patrons. Even a desperate, failed attempt to contact Mr. Caspian Thorne. Nothing had penetrated Elias' self-aggrandizing delusion. You don't know what that film will show, what it might do. That's the beauty of it, my dear Sadie. The mystery, the raw, unadulterated paranormal experience. He grinned, a rictus of excitement. This isn't just a documentary anymore. It's performance art, and our original patrons are the stars. As dusk settled over Bodie, casting long skeletal shadows across the ghost town, Elias insisted we take our seats in the auditorium. Front row for the spectacle, he'd said with a chilling wink. The air was ice cold, the scent of lilies, and that old metallic blood tang almost overpowering. The silence was absolute, save for the frantic thumping of my own heart. From the projection booth, a beam of unsteady light, weak and flickering, cut through the darkness, hitting the ancient stained screen. The whirring, clicking sound of the hand-cranked projector echoed through the cavernous space, a sound out of time. And then, images began to appear, grainy, indistinct, and deeply unsettling. The phantasmagoria began. It was a chaotic, nightmarish assemblage of swirling ectoplasmic forms, distorted faces frozen in silent screams, and shadowy figures contorting in unnatural poses, all set against a backdrop that looked disturbingly like the interior of the bijou itself, but subtly wrong, as if seen through a fever dream. There was no discernible narrative, only a growing sense of unease, of peering into a place where sanity had frayed and a malevolent intelligence held sway. And then the piano music began. Not the mournful, pleading arias I'd heard before, but a jarring, triumphant, almost martial dirge, seeming to emanate from behind the screen itself, a live accompaniment to the horrors unfolding. It was the sound of the projectionist, Grimaldi, in his element, his spectral performance finally horrifyingly restored. As the unholy film flickered on, the audience of shadows began to arrive, one by one. Then in a silent, rustling cheiduong, they materialized in the dusty seats around us, no longer faint, peripheral glimpses, but more substantial, their forms clearer, their period clothing distinct. Their pale, sorrowful faces turned raptly towards the screen. There was no applause, no sound from them, only an intense, unnerving focus, an eternal hunger for the show. They were no longer just echoes. They felt present, and their collective gaze, their silent, expectant energy, was terrifying. Suddenly, one of the spectral figures in the whispering row, a gaunt man in a miner's battered hat, slowly turned his head. His eyes, dark, empty sockets, fixed on Elias, who was filming everything with a trembling, ecstatic grin. The figure raised a translucent, skeletal hand and pointed directly at him. He took our admission. The unspoken accusation hung in the frigid air. The music behind the screen swelled, the triumphant dirge becoming something more predatory, more demanding. The images on screen grew more grotesque, more active, the swirling forms seeming to writhe and reach out from the confines of the flickering celluloid. "Isn't it magnificent?" Elias breathed, oblivious, or perhaps reveling in the rising tide of dread. Then, the screen itself began to ripple, to bulge, as if something behind it, something immense and formless, was pressing against the ancient canvas, trying to break through. The projected images distorted, morphing into a single, colossal, shadowy silhouette that vaguely resembled the chained pianist I had glimpsed before, but now unbound, powerful, and radiating an almost palpable malevolence. This was the projectionist in his true, unrestrained form. The audience of shadows stirred, a collective sigh rippling through their ranks, a sound like 1,000 dry leaves skittering across a wooden floor. They began to rise, not threateningly, but as if drawn by an irresistible force, their gaze fixed on the bulging screen, on the monstrous silhouette of their spectral master of ceremonies. "Elias, stop the projector!" I yelled, my voice hoarse with terror. "You're not just showing them a film. You're feeding him. You're giving him an audience, giving him power." "Nonsense," Elias snapped, though a flicker of fear finally entered his eyes as a long, shadowy tendril seemed to snake out from the screen, questing blindly into the auditorium. This is the climax." The tendril solidified, becoming a grotesque, ectoplasmic arm that swept across the seats, narrowly missing Sadie, who screamed and stumbled back. The audience of shadows didn't flinch. They seemed to welcome it, to lean into its path. One spectral woman, the one I had encountered in the lobby, reached out a translucent hand towards the encroaching appendage, her face alight with a terrifying, blissful smile. This wasn't a show. It was a summoning, a harvest. "Leo, we have to do something," Sadie cried, grabbing my arm, her face a mask of terror. "He's going to get us all trapped in his goddamn movie." Her words, "trapped in his movie," struck a chord, igniting a desperate idea, my father's unfinished film. It had been about the power of cinema to create realities, to trap or liberate souls. He'd been obsessed with early cinematic techniques, with the very mechanics of illusion. The projector, Grimaldi's projector. It was showing his reality. What if we could show it? Something else. Something to break the spell, to sever the connection. The projection booth. I yelled to Sadie, pulling her towards the back of the auditorium. "We need to change the reel, if we can." Elias, finally realizing the horrific reality of what he'd unleashed, was now fumbling with his own camera. His earlier bravado replaced by a gibbering white-faced terror as the shadowy tendrils from the screen multiplied, sweeping through this auditorium like the arms of some colossal, unseen kraken. And the audience of shadows was now fully risen, moving slowly, inexorably, not towards us, but towards the screen, towards the projectionist, their forms becoming more solid, their faces alight with an unholy rapture, as if about to merge with his grotesque masterpiece. The air thrummed with power, the piano music a deafening, triumphant cacophony. The cinema was no longer just a haunted space. It had become a nexus, a gateway, and Elias Thorne, in his arrogance and ambition, had just thrown it wide open. The premiere of madness was in full swing, and the price of admission, I feared, was our very souls. The booth. Sadie. The original reels. The ones from before Grimaldi. I yelled over the deafening, triumphant cacophony of the projectionist's spectral piano and the rustling, sighing advance of the audience of shadows. My mind, reeling from the immediate horror, clung to a desperate, half-formed idea rooted in my father's obsessive theories about cinema's power over perception, over reality itself. If Grimaldi's film was a conduit for his nightmare, perhaps an older, simpler narrative could disrupt it, could introduce a discordant note into his spectral symphony. Sadie, her face etched with terror, but her eyes fiercely determined, nodded. She knew the archives better than anyone. Together, we scrambled from our seats, narrowly evading a caressing, shadowy tendril that snaked out from the screen, and lunged for the nearest exit out of the main auditorium, which hopefully led towards the back access stairs to the projection booth. Elias Thorne was a lost cause. He was cowering near his tripod, his expensive camera clattering to the floor, his earlier bravado replaced by a child's helpless, mewling terror as the spectral audience flowed around him, their forms becoming more tangible, their dusty garments brushing against him. They weren't an audience anymore. They were participants, being drawn into the monstrous living tableau that the screen had become. The silhouette of the projectionist loomed larger, more defined, its shadowy arms reaching, beckoning. The journey to the projection booth was a nightmarish obstacle course. The bijou itself seemed to have come alive, an extension of Grimaldi's malevolent will. Doors slammed shut in our faces, unseen hands tugged at our clothes, and the air throbbed with the projectionist's overwhelming psychic pressure, pressing down on us, trying to crush our resolve. The whispers of the audience were everywhere, a chorus of sibilant invitations to join the picture. Stay for the final reel. The nitrate vault, in the sub-basement, beneath the original ticket booth, Sadie gasped, pulling me down a narrow, dark service corridor I hadn't known existed. Mr. Caspian. He showed me once, films even older than Grimaldi's. From the very first days, simple town scenes, everyday life in Bodie, before the torment darkness settled here. It was a long shot, a desperate hope. If Grimaldi's film was a complex, manipulative spell, perhaps the sheer, unadorned reality of those earliest, most innocent moving images could act as an antidote, a grounding force. The sub-basement was an archive of forgotten dreams, rank with the smell of decaying nitrate and a profound, ancient cold. Row upon row of tarnished film canisters lined the damp stone walls. Sadie, her historian's instinct overriding her fear, moved with a frantic, focused energy, her fingers flying across the faded labels. "This one," she cried, pulling down a heavy, lead-lined canister. "Bodie, A Sunny Afternoon, 1888. Simple scenes of Main Street. No story, just life." Back in the projection booth, the scene below was apocalyptic. The screen was no longer a screen, but a swirling vortex of shadow and distorted light, from which the projectionist's monstrous form was now almost fully emergent, his shadowy tendrils like the writhing limbs of some deep-sea horror. The audience of shadows were at the very edge of the stage, their forms beginning to shimmer and merge with the vortex. Elias was on his knees, babbling incoherently, his face a mask of utter, soul-shattering terror. The antique hand-cranked projector was still whirring, Grimaldi's nightmare reel still turning. With fumbling, desperate hands, I unthreaded the phantasmagoria. The images on the screen vanished, plunging the auditorium into an even deeper, more terrifying darkness. The only light now the sickly, internal glow of the vortex itself. The projectionist let out a silent, psychic roar of fury, a wave of pure malevolence that made my teeth ache. Sadie, her face grim, threaded the sunny afternoon reel onto the projector. "Crank, Leo. Crank like your life depends on it," she yelled. "It's our only shot." I grasped the cold metal handle and began to turn, the old mechanism groaning in protest. For a moment, nothing. Then, a flickering, hesitant light, and on the screen, cutting through the swirling darkness of the vortex, appeared an image. Bodie's Main Street, bathed in the harsh, clear light of a forgotten 19th century afternoon. Mules, pulling ore wagons, meaning derby hats, and women in long skirts bustling along wooden sidewalks. Children playing a dusty game of tag. Life, ordinary, sun-drenched, unapologetically real life. The effect on the projectionist and his spectral audience was instantaneous and devastating. The triumphant, malevolent piano music faltered, replaced by a discordant shrieking, as if the simple, honest images were anathema to their shadowy existence. The vortex recoiled, the shadowy tendrils shrinking back as if burned. The audience of shadows caught between the allure of Grimaldi's nightmare and the stark, unwelcome reality of a world they had long since departed began to waver, their forms flickering, their ecstatic expressions contorting into looks of awe, confusion, then anguish. "Keep going," Sadie urged, her eyes fixed on the screen, on the battle of light and shadow playing out before us. I cranked faster. The images of old Bodie, a blacksmith at his forge, a woman hanging laundry, a dog chasing a tumbleweed, flooding the screen. A relentless assertion of mundane existence against the phantasmagoric horror. The projectionist shrieked again, a sound that was both 1,000 whispers and a single piercing cry of rage and pain. Its form began to unravel, the shadows that comprised it dissolving, retreating back into the depths of the screen, which was now, blessedly, just a screen again, albeit one showing a very old, very scratched film. The audience of shadows, their connection to their spectral master severed, their eternal picture show abruptly canceled, let out a collective mournful sigh, a sound like the wind dying in the eaves. One by one, they began to fade, not vanishing instantly as the single patron had done before, but slowly dissolving, like old photographs exposed to too much light, until only the dusty, empty seats remained. Elias Thorne was still on his knees, but his babbling had stopped. He was staring at the flickering images of old Bodie, tears streaming down his face, a single broken sob escaping his lips. Whether it was a sob of relief or of a mind finally irrevocably shattered, I couldn't tell. The last image of Bodie, a sunny afternoon, faded from the screen. The projector whirred to a halt. The silence that fell then was not the oppressive, waiting silence of before. It was a tired silence, an empty silence, the silence of a final fade out. The dawn that broke over Bodie the next morning felt like the first true dawn in over a century. The air, usually thick with an unseen miasma, was crisp and clean, carrying only the scent of sagebrush and the high desert wind. The Bodie Bijou stood silent and still, its faded facade looking, for the first time since I'd arrived, simply like an old, abandoned building, not a vessel of contained malevolence. Elias Thorne was a broken man. The park rangers, alerted by a series of frantic, incoherent calls Sadie had managed to make once the worst was over, found him wandering the dusty streets of Bodie, clutching his damaged camera, muttering about bad light and ruined takes. He was gently escorted to Bridgeport, and from there to a facility where it was hoped he might eventually distinguish real life. The paranormal gold he had sought had proven to be a fool's alchemy. Mr. Caspian Thorne, when finally reached, listened to a heavily edited, carefully curated version of the night's events with a profound, weary sigh. He offered no recriminations, only a quiet, "The bijou. It demands a certain respect for its narrative." Elias regrettably tried to write his own script. He arranged for the RTP to be boarded up indefinitely. Its show, he said, was finally, truly over. Sadie and I were left to pick up the pieces, both literal and metaphorical. We gave vague statements to the Rangers about a disturbed trespasser, Elias, and a freak electrical storm that had caused power surges and unusual atmospheric effects in the old cinema. They didn't press too hard. Bodie, it seemed, was accustomed to its share of unexplained phenomena and eccentric visitors. The experience forged an unbreakable bond between Sadie and me. We had faced down a darkness that defied easy definition and somehow survived. In the quiet weeks that followed, as Bodie settled back into its ghostly slumber, we found ourselves spending more time together, not just sifting through historical records, but talking, sharing, processing. The shared trauma became a foundation for a hesitant, fragile friendship. I never saw the audience of shadows again. The coins in the cup holders, those I had found, and those Elias had briefly purloined, were gone when I made one last, cautious inspection of the Whispering Row. Perhaps with their projectionist silenced and his eternal picture show cancelled, they had finally found their own fade to black. Yet the bijou and Bodie left an indelible mark. I couldn't return to the cynical world of film criticism. Not in the same way. My father's last, unfinished film no longer haunted me with the same intensity. Instead, I felt a strange, sorrowful kinship with its fragmented, misunderstood vision. He had been trying to capture something about the ethereal, transformative power of the moving image. A power I had now witnessed in its most terrifying, and ultimately, its most redemptive form. Sometimes when I watch a very old film, particularly a silent one, I feel a familiar chill, a faint echo of that metallic, sweet scent. I see the flicker of an unseen projector, hear the faintest strains of a ghostly piano, and I remember the rules of the Bodie bijou. They weren't just quaint superstitions. They were the frayed, desperate threads holding back a tide of forgotten sorrows, of an audience that never wanted the show to end. Elias's footage, or what little was recovered from his damaged camera, was deemed unusable, a chaotic mess of distorted images and corrupted audio. But an urban legend began to circulate online months later. A short, heavily pixelated, and deeply unsettling clip, allegedly leaked from an anonymous source, titled simply Body Premiere .m4. It showed nothing clearly, only swirling shadows, distorted faces, and the sound of frantic, discordant piano music. Those who watched it reported vivid nightmares, a lingering sense of unease, and sometimes the distinct feeling of being watched by unseen eyes in dark, empty rooms. Elias, in his madness, may have inadvertently created his masterpiece after all. A new kind of spirit film, not captured on celluloid, but imprinted on the fragile psyche of anyone who dared to watch. The ultimate viral horror, the show, it seemed, always found a way to go on, in one form or another. And Bodie, in its silent, dusty majesty, kept its secrets, waiting for the next unwary soul to seek a story within its haunted frames, a new audience for its after-credits silence. I work night shift at a haunted movie theater in Bodie. We have 3 strange rules to survive. Now ask yourself, if someone asked you whether the picture show was about to begin, would you know how to answer? Some theaters project more than just light. Some films aren't meant to be watched. And some rules exist to keep the screen from watching you back. If you're still here, you survived. This time. But the bijou waits. Its screen is still intact, and legends say a certain reel was never destroyed. If you enjoyed this descent into madness, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules. Leave a comment if you've ever walked into a cinema and felt like something was already watching from the dark. And whatever you do, don't take the coins. Don't listen to the piano. And if someone in 19th century clothing asks about the show, tell them, not tonight. Fade to black. Step out of the light. Forget the comfort of the familiar, because tonight we're taking a detour down a road less traveled, a place where the shadows hold secrets and the silence is a lie. Welcome to the Nomad's Nook, a dark garage in Midnight Pass, where the rules aren't just for survival, they're for staying sane. My name is Jax Riley, and I thought I was running from my past, but this place is a beacon for everything you never wanted to find. This isn't just a story, it's a descent. So, tell me in the comments, what's the strangest thing you've ever encountered on a lonely road? And if you're ready to face the darkness with me, make sure to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Trust me, you won't want to miss how this engine really runs. Prepare yourself for Chapter 1. The thump, thump, thump from the headlights of the battered coupe wasn't mechanical. I spent enough years with grease under my fingernails and the roar of engines in my ears. First in Uncle Sam's motor pool, then later on tracks I no longer dared to name, to know the sound of a dying alternator or a faulty relay. This was different. This was rhythmic, sickeningly organic, like the last labored heartbeats of some wounded desert beast. And that's when I knew my second graveyard shift at this godforsaken roadside relic, optimistically named the Nomad's Nook, was already heading straight to hell in a handbasket. My name is Jax Riley, though most used to call me Wrench. That was before the failed Phoenix project, before the auditory disorientation tech went haywire, before the screams and the static that still clawed at the edges of my sleep. Now, I was just Jax, a man running from a past that echoed louder than any blown gasket, seeking anonymity in the vast, indifferent silence of the Arizona desert. Somewhere off a forgotten stretch of Route 666, the Nook, a ramshackle garage attached to an equally dilapidated saloon, felt about as off-grid as one could get. The coupe, a rust bucket Pontiac from the 70s, had rolled silently into Bay 1 about 10 minutes ago, engine cold. No driver in sight. Just those pulsing headlights, painting ghastly, rhythmic shadows across the oil-stained concrete. Rule number 1. According to Serafina Sarah Moon, the Nook's enigmatic young proprietor was already in play. Sarah was leaning against the chipped formica counter of the saloon side, idly polishing a glass, her movements fluid and unhurried, despite the spectral light show in my bay. She was a wisp of a thing. Couldn't have been older than her mid-20s, with eyes the color of twilight, and a cascade of silver-black hair that seemed to drink the dim light. She'd hired me on the spot 2 days ago. No questions asked about the haunted look in my eyes, or the way I flinched at sudden loud noises. She just handed me a broom, a set of equally ancient tools, and the 3 rules. "Salt circle it is, Jax," she said now, her voice a low, melodic hum that barely carried over the distant howl of coyotes. "And remember, no touching. She's just passing through." I grunted, grabbing the coarse bag of rock salt from the shelf where she'd indicated. The air around the Pontiac was noticeably colder, carrying a faint metallic scent, like ozone and something else. Something vaguely like burnt sugar. I began an unsteady circle around the derelict car, the salt crunching under my boots. This was insane. I was a mechanic, a soldier, not some ghostbuster. But the desperation that had driven me to this remote corner of the desert was a powerful motivator to follow even the most bizarre instructions. From a shadowy corner of the saloon, a mournful guitar chordaged Kai Albescu, the Nook's resident, and probably only, musician, was hunched over his battered acoustic, his long dark hair obscuring his face. He was another enigma, a young man who drifted in a week before me, playing haunting folk tunes about phantom highways and lost souls in exchange for stale beer and a couch to crash on. He looked up as I finished the salt circle, his dark eyes more curious than alarmed. Those headlight pulses didn't seem to faze him, as if on cue, with the last grain of salt laid. The thump, thump, thump of the Pontiac's headlights softened, then ceased. The car sat in its salty corral, silent and inert. "She'll be gone by dawn," Sarah said, her voice still unnervingly calm. "Most of them are." "Most of them?" I just shook my head, retreating to the relative sanity of an oil change on a beat-up pickup truck in Bay 2. The rest of the early shift passed in a tense, watchful quiet. The Nook attracted a strange clientele: grizzled truckers with thousand-yard stares, lone wanderers with no discernible destination, couples who argued in hushed, angry tones. No one mentioned the car in Bay 1. It was as if it was invisible to them, or perhaps just another part of the Nook's peculiar landscape. As the first pale hint of dawn painted the eastern sky, I was wiping grease from my hands when I noticed it. Not physically, but its presence seemed to lessen, the shadows around it thinning. Then, with a soft, almost inaudible sigh, like air escaping old leather, it was simply gone. The salt circle remained, undisturbed, but on the dusty concrete where the car had stood, a faint, shimmering wisp, vaguely human-shaped, rose for a split second before dissipating into the still cool morning air. I stared, my mouth dry. Zara appeared at my elbow, a steaming mug of coffee in her hand. She followed my gaze to the empty bay. "Some passengers," she said, her twilight eyes holding a hint of a smile that didn't quite reach them. "Just need a quiet place to rest before continuing their journey." She handed me the coffee. "Welcome to the Nomad's Nook, Jax. Try not to let warmth static get to you." The coffee was bitter, but the warmth was welcome. Static. That was a word that resonated with me in ways she couldn't possibly know. Or perhaps she knew all too well. The rhythm of the Nomad's Nook, if you could call it that, settled in with an unnerving predictability. Days were for fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep in the cramped, musty room above the garage. Nights were for the hum of the desert wind, the occasional sputter of a dying engine, and the constant, low-level thrum of something, an energy, a frequency that vibrated just beneath the surface of the ordinary, making the hairs on my arms stand on end, and the shrapnel of my past, the disorienting pulses of the Phoenix Project, the screams lost in a cacophony of weaponized sound, echo with a fresh, painful clarity. Sierra Moon remained an enigma. She moved through the Nook like a phantom herself, her quiet efficiency and unnerving calm a stark contrast to the establishment's decaying facade. She rarely spoke of herself, or of the Nook's history, deflecting my cautious questions with vague pronouncements about the old ways of the road or the echoes travelers leave behind. Kai Albescu, the wandering musician, was a more talkative, if equally cryptic, companion. His guitar case was plastered with faded stickers from forgotten roadside attractions. His notebook filled with lyrics about ghost lights on lonely highways and deals made with unseen entities at desolate crossroads. He seemed to accept the Nook's peculiarities as just another verse in a long, strange song. The second rule was put to the test about a week into my tenure. A battered panel van. The kind favored by bands that never quite make it, or people with something to hide, was towed in late one night. Its engine seized solid. The driver, a twitchy, hollow-eyed man, who paid in crumpled, damp dollar bills, and reeked of stale sweat and desperation, said little, only that he needed it running by morning, no matter what. After he'd shuffled off into the saloon side for a drink or 10, I got to work. The van's electrical system was a rat's nest of frayed wires and amateur fixes. As I was tracing a short, my hand brushed against the dashboard radio. It was an old aftermarket unit, its display dark. The van's battery was completely disconnected, lying on the workbench beside me. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, not with music or even the usual hiss of an untuned station. It was pure, raw static, thick and roiling. And from within that white noise, a voice emerged. Or rather, voices, layered, distorted, and chillingly artificial. They whispered, sibilant and metallic, like a malfunctioning AI trying to mimic human speech. Yaks. The sound scraped against my eardrums, triggering a cascade of unwanted memories. The disorienting sonic frequencies from the Phoenix Project. Why didn't we when the Phoenix Project? What? We hear you. Your resonance. It calls to us. Such interesting patterns. Interspersed with the whispers were high-pitched whines, low rumbles. The phantom echoes of the very weaponized soundscapes that had shattered my nerves and my career. My blood ran cold. My hands clenched into fists. This wasn't just a random radio fault. This was targeted. This knew me. Do not tune. Sierra's calm, insistent voice echoed in my memory clearer than the whispers from the dashboard. With a surge of revulsion and a primal fear I hadn't felt since the project, I grabbed a pair of wire cutters, and with a savage snip, severed the speaker wires leading to the radio. The whispers died instantly, leaving only the ringing in my own ears and the frantic thumping of my heart. I stood there, shaking, the cutters still in my hand. Kai, who had been silently nursing a beer at the saloon door, watching me, pushed himself off the frame. The wavelength Zero Man, he said softly, his dark eyes holding a strange understanding. Some old highways, they got their own broadcast. Not everyone can tune in, but those who can. He shrugged, a gesture that encompassed a world of unseen horrors. They say it remembers voices, especially the ones that scream. He strummed a dissonant chord on his guitar. Best not to answer when it calls your name. Later, a sleek dark sedan with government plates pulled into the Nook. The driver, a man in a nondescript suit who introduced himself as Mr. Silas, asked a lot of pointed questions. About me, about who owned the Nook, about any unusual transmissions or unexplained electromagnetic phenomena in the area. He had the cold, watchful eyes of a hunter. I played dumb, a greased monkey who just fixed cars. But as he drove away, I had the distinct, chilling feeling that the static wasn't the only thing that had found my frequency. My past was catching up, and the Nomad's Nook, I was beginning to realize, might be less of a refuge and more of a beacon. The whispers, even after I'd mutilated the van's radio, didn't entirely cease. They became more insidious, harder to pinpoint. Sometimes I'd hear my name sighed on the desert wind as it whistled through the cracks in the Nook's weathered walls. Other times, it would be a fleeting murmur from the ancient, buzzing neon sign above the garage door, or a distorted, almost subliminal echo in the static between songs on Kai's cheap portable radio. The highway hypnos, as Kai morbidly dubbed it, was a persistent, unwelcome companion. My nightmares intensified, evolving from the fragmented horrors of the Phoenix Project into something new, something intertwined with this desolate stretch of highway. I dreamt of driving endlessly down roads that didn't exist. The stars above cold and alien, a single flickering street lamp, the only landmark in an infinite void. I'd wake up, heart pounding, the scent of ozone and burnt sugar, the same scent from that first phantom coupe, clinging to me like a shroud. Sierra remained a beautiful, frustrating enigma. She offered no explanations, only those calm, cryptic smiles and the occasional unnervingly accurate observation about my restless energy or the shadows I carried. I started watching her more closely, her late-night rituals, the way she would sometimes stand at the edge of the highway, her face upturned to the star-dusted sky, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Was she a part of this? A cultist? A guardian? Or something else entirely? The third rule was triggered on a night of the whispers, even after I'd mutilated the Vaughn's radio, didn't entirely cease. They became more insidious, harder to pinpoint. Sometimes I'd hear my name sighed on the desert wind as it whistled through the cracks in the nook's weathered walls. Other times, it would be a fleeting murmur from the ancient, buzzing neon sign above the garage door, or a distorted, almost subliminal echo in the static between songs on Kai's cheap portable radio. The highway hypnos, as Kai morbidly dubbed it, was a persistent, unwelcome companion. My nightmares intensified, evolving from the fragmented horrors of the Phoenix Project into something new, something intertwined with this desolate stretch of highway. I dreamt of driving endlessly down roads that didn't exist, the stars above cold and alien, a single flickering street lamp, the only landmark in an infinite void. I'd wake up, heart pounding, the scent of ozone and burnt sugar, the same scent from that first phantom coupe, clinging to me like a shroud. Sierra remained a beautiful, frustrating enigma. She offered no explanations, only those calm, cryptic smiles and the occasional unnervingly accurate observation about my restless energy or the shadows I carried. I started watching her more closely, her late-night rituals, the way she would sometimes stand at the edge of the highway, her face upturned to the star-dusted sky, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Was she a part of this? A cultist? A guardian? Or something else entirely? The third rule was triggered on a night of oppressive, pre-storm stillness. The air was thick, heavy, the silence of the desert almost absolute, broken only by the frantic chirping of unseen insects. I was replacing a fuel pump on an old RV. The owner, a nervous, bird-like woman, who kept glancing out at the highway as if expecting a posse. I straightened up, wiping sweat from my brow, and glanced out of the massive, open garage doors. My blood turned to ice. The familiar ribbon of cracked asphalt, the faded white line parodied us into the darkness towards the distant, skeletal outline of Midnight Pass, was gone. In its place was an abyss, a vast, silent, star-strewn void, utterly black, yet pricked with a billion distant, uncaring pinpricks of light. And hanging in that impossible emptiness, perhaps 100 yards out, was a single, antique street lamp, its yellow light flickering erratically, casting a weak, lonely circle on nothing. There was no sound, no wind, just the profound, terrifying emptiness, and that solitary beckoning light. My breath hitched. Bile rose in my throat. This was my nightmare, made real. If the highway vanishes, finish your task in silence, then burn sage to call the road back. Sierra's voice, calm, precise, a lifeline in the sudden madness. Silence easier said than done when your universe has just unraveled. I forced myself to turn back to the RV, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold the wrench. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to yell, to do something. But Sarah's warning, And a deeper, colder fear of what might happen if I broke this particular rule kept me rooted. I worked with a desperate, fumbling focus, the silence of the void pressing in, threatening to swallow me whole. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the clink of metal on metal. The chirping of the insects had utterly ceased. It felt like an eternity, but finally, the fuel pump was secure. I practically threw the tools down and lurched towards the Nook's cramped, dusty office. Sierra, as always, was prepared. A thick bundle of dried sage lay on the scarred wooden desk, next to a box of matches. My hands were still shaking as I lit the sage. The pungent, aromatic smoke billowed out, thick and white, filling the small room, its earthy scent a stark contrast to the cold, sterile emptiness I'd just witnessed. I carried the smoldering sage to the garage doorway, wafting the smoke out towards the terrifying vista. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the starlit void before me seemed to ripple, like heat haze above asphalt, but 1,000 times more profound. The single street lamp flickered violently. Then, with a soft, implosive whoosh, it vanished. The stars swirled, contracted, and then, with a sickening lurch that made my stomach churn, the familiar, cracked asphalt of the highway snapped back into existence. The distant lights of midnight pass a reassuring. The incident with the vanishing highway marked a turning point. The fear was no longer a sfondo, a low hum in the background. It was a constant, jarring chord. My nightmares became cinematic, filled with impossible geometries, stardusted voids, and the seductive, terrifying flicker of that solitary street lamp. I'd wake up shouting, the scent of sage and ozone clinging to my sweat-soaked sheets. I started double dosing on the cheap coffee Sarah brewed, just to stay on my feet, my nerves stretched as taut as a fan belt about to snap. I became obsessed with Sarah Moon. Who was she really? This young woman who moved with an ancient calm, who spoke of phantom cars and vanishing highways as if they were mundane occurrences. Was she a prisoner here, like me? Or was she something far more integral to the Nook's strangeness? My military training, the part of me that analyzed threats and sought out vulnerabilities, took over. When Sierra was occupied in the saloon, or on one of her infrequent, unexplained absences during the day, I began to subtly investigate. Her small office, tucked behind the bar, was usually locked. But one afternoon, I found it ajar. The room was Spartan, almost monastic, but for a large, antique wooden chest and a workbench covered not with ledgers and invoices, but with strange, hand-drawn schematics. They went for car engines. They depicted complex, spiraling patterns, like galaxies or nautilus shells, interspersed with what looked like musical notation and equations referencing wave theory and resonant frequencies. There were notes in the margins, in Sarah's neat looping script, about harmonic convergence points, ley lines of the fourth dimension, and the optimal calibration for a receptive consciousness. My blood ran cold. This wasn't the office of a simple garage owner. This was the workshop of a conductor or a trapper. The nightmares, I realized, weren't just random. They were becoming more structured. The sensations from the Phoenix Project, the disorienting audio pulses, the feeling of my thoughts being unraveled by specific frequencies, were now woven into the fabric of these void-like dreamscapes. It felt like something or someone was probing me, testing my Anpassungsfähigkeit, my psychic defenses. Was Sierra tuning me? The heartbeat cars, Rule 1, started appearing more frequently, their headlight pulses more erratic, more insistent. And each time, after they vanished at dawn, I felt a subtle shift in the Nook's atmosphere, a slight thickening of that unseen energy, as if something had been deposited or harvested. Sarah would collect the salt from the circles with a small silver scoop, her expression serene, almost reverent. One afternoon, I found what I'd been subconsciously dreading. Tucked beneath a loose floorboard in her office, I discovered a device. It was a complex assemblage of copper coils, quartz crystals, and antique vacuum tubes, all wired to a tarnished silver control panel, with dials calibrated to no known measurement. It was humming faintly, a low, almost inaudible thrum that resonated deep in my teeth, sickeningly familiar. It wasn't identical to the Phoenix Project tech, but the principles, the feel of it, were terrifyingly similar. It was a resonator. It was a resonator, or a transmitter, and it was active. That evening, Agent Thorne, Silas, cornered me as I was checking tire pressures. He dropped all pretense of casual inquiry. "Riley," he said, his voice hard, his eyes like chips of ice. "Let's cut the crap. I know who you are. Jack Wrench Riley, ex-US Army, Phoenix Project. We've been tracking residual M signatures from that debacle for years. They led us here, to this garage, to her." He jerked his head towards the saloon, where Sarah was calmly wiping down the bar. "Phoenix was shut down," I said, my voice a low growl. "Classified. How do you—" "Some things don't stay buried, Riley," Thorne interrupted, "especially when they involve stolen government tech and unnatural energy readings. We believe Serafina Moon is not who she appears to be. We believe this Nomad's Nook is a front for something far more dangerous. Illicit energy experiments, unauthorized frequency manipulation, perhaps even contact with other intelligences." His gaze was intense. "You're in over your head, but you might be useful. Tell me what you know about her setup, about these anomalies. Help us, and maybe we can help you with your outstanding obligations." A threat wrapped in a tentative offer. My past, the Nook's present, all converging. Was Sarah a rogue scientist, a government experiment gone wild, using this place as her lab? Or was Thorne the one who was truly in the dark, blundering into a reality far stranger than stolen tech? The decision was ripped from my hands. As Thorne spoke, the familiar thump-thump-thump of pulsing headlights echoed from Bay 1. But this time it was different, faster, more agitated, and it was accompanied by a sound that made every nerve in my body scream. The high-pitched, disorienting whine of the Phoenix Project's core frequency. A sound I thought I'd never hear again outside my own nightmares. Sarah appeared at the garage doorway, her usual calm replaced by a look of intense, almost feverish concentration. Her twilight eyes were fixed on the car in Bay 1, and then on me. "Yaks," she said, her voice a low, urgent hum, laced with an undeniable power. "It's time. The highway is calling. And tonight you are the main frequency. The game, whatever it was, had just escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. And I was right in the goddamn middle of its deafening, terrifying static." The whine from the car in Bay 1. That accursed Phoenix Project frequency drilled into my skull. Each pulse a fresh wave of nausea and disorientation. The pulsing headlights of the Phantom Coupe. A different model this time, sleeker, more predatory, beat in time with the escalating throb in my temples. This wasn't just a passing-through visitor. This felt like a summons, an overture to something terrible. "What in God's name is that sound?" Again Thorne hissed, his hand instinctively going to the gun holstered beneath his jacket, his professional composure momentarily cracking to reveal a raw, human fear. He, too, recognized that resonant signature, or at least its unnatural, invasive quality. Sarah Moon ignored him, her entire being focused on me, then on the car. Her usual serene demeanor was gone, replaced by a taut, almost ecstatic intensity. Her silver-black hair seemed to crackle with an unseen energy, her twilight eyes glowing with a faint internal luminescence. "The pass is aligning, Jax," she said, her voice a low, resonant thrum. that competed with the Phoenix wine, the celestial conjunction. Tonight, the highway hypno sings its strongest song, and this, she gestured to the aggressively pulsing coupe, is its herald, the chrome lich, in its fullest glory. Before I could process that cryptic pronouncement, the Nook erupted into a cacophony of supernatural chaos. From the saloon side, Kyle Bescu let out a startled yell. The radio behind the bar, which had been playing a scratchy country tune, suddenly blasted a torrent of static, and through it, a chorus of metallic whispers, all chanting my name, each syllable distorted, laced with that same memory-triggering Phoenix frequency. Yax, atun, resonat, become, ya. Simultaneously, the massive garage doors at the front of the Nook slammed shut with a deafening clang, as if by an unseen hand. As if by an unseen hand, I looked wildly towards the highway, or where the highway should have been. The familiar asphalt was gone, swallowed by that terrifying star-strewn void, the solitary flickering street lamp its only mocking beacon. But this time, the void felt closer, more immediate, and the street lamp seemed to pulse in time with the chrome lich's headlights. Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, all triggered, all runs, amplified to a terrifying crescendo. Moon, what is this? Thorne demanded, his gun now drawn, his face pale but determined. Is this your doing? Some kind of sonic weapon test. Sarah laughed, a sound that was both beautiful and utterly devoid of human warmth. Weapon? Weapon? Oh, Agent Thorne, your imagination is so terrestrial. She turned her glowing eyes on him. This is older than your government, older than your precious projects. This is the music of the liminal spaces, the resonance of the roads between worlds. And the Nomad's Nook, she spread her arms wide, is not a mere garage, nor a humble saloon. It is an amplifier, a tuning fork. And tonight, Jax, her gaze locked onto mine again. You are the conductor. What do you want from me? I snarled, fighting the waves of disorientation. The old training kicking in, pushing past the fear. Want? She tilted her head. I want to hear the full symphony, Jax. Your unique frequency, forged in the crucible of your government's little sound experiments, makes you the perfect antenna, the perfect amplifier for the hypnosis signal. With you, I can not only hear the whispers of the void, I can guide them, harvest them. For generations, my family, the true nomads, have been keepers of the past, guardians of these transitional frequencies. We maintain the balance, filter the echoes. Balance or control? Control? Thorne interjected, his gun still trained on her, though he looked utterly bewildered by the cosmic pronouncements. A little of both, Sierra admitted with a chilling smile. But the balance has been disturbed. Too many dissonant signals from your world. Too much noise. She gestured to the device I'd found in her office, which now sat on the saloon bar, glowing faintly, its copper coils and quartz crystals vibrating. This reliquary helps me filter, to harmonize. But it needs a catalyst. A human resonator of exceptional clarity. That, my dear wrench, is you. The chrome lich in Bay 1 revved an engine that wasn't there. Its headlight pulses becoming blinding. The whispers from the static intensified, clawing at my sanity. The void outside seemed to press in, the lone street lamp beckoning. Kyle Bescu staggered out from the saloon, his guitar clutched like a shield, his face ashen. Sarah, this is too much even for you. The frequencies, they're tearing things apart. He began to strum his guitar. Not a melody, but a series of dissonant, jarring chords, as if trying to create a counter-frequency. Stay out of this, little songbird, Sarah hissed, a flash of genuine anger in her eyes. This is my birthright, my opus. Agent Thorne, seeing his opportunity, fired a shot, not at Sierra, but at the strange device on the bar. A crystal shattered, a vacuum tube exploded, and the device let out a piercing shriek before falling silent. Sierra screamed, a sound of pure rage and pain, as if she herself had been struck. The pulsing lights of the chrome leash faltered. The whispers from the static wavered. For a moment, I thought Thorne had actually done it. But then, the void outside surged. The lone street lamp blazed with an almost unbearable intensity, and a wave of crushing, silent pressure slammed into the nook. The Chrome Lick's headlights exploded back to life, no longer pulsing, but blazing with a solid, malevolent white light. Its phantom engine roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the garage. "Fool!" Sierra shrieked at Thorne, her face contorted. "You've broken the filter. You've unbalanced the signal. Now it will take what it wants. Unfiltered, uncontrolled." The Chrome Lick began to roll forward, not out of its salt circle, which now glowed with an angry protective light, but through it, the salt scattering like dust. It was heading for me. My military instincts screamed. This wasn't on or a debate. This was combat. My past, the Phoenix Project. It had almost destroyed me, but it had also taught me about frequencies, about resonance, about how to disrupt them. Zara's device was broken, but the Nook itself, she'd said, was an amplifier. "Kai!" I yelled over the din. "Those dissonant chords. Keep playing them. As loud as you can. Try to match the whine, then break it." "Thorne!" I shouted, grabbing a heavy crowbar. "That car. It's not just a car. It's a focal point. We need to disable it, but not destroy its core." I didn't know what that meant, but it felt right. The Chrome Lick was almost upon me, its blazing headlights searing my vision, the Phoenix whine reaching a fever pitch. I could feel my thoughts fragmenting, my memories twisting. The highway hypnos was trying to unravel me, to make me a part of its terrible static-laced song. Sierra, recovering from her rage, now looked terrified. "No, not like this. It will consume everything." She fumbled with the remnants of her device, trying to salvage something. Kai, his face a mask of concentration, began to play his guitar with a desperate fury. His chords a chaotic, clashing wall of sound that fought against the Lick's oppressive frequency. Thorne, despite his obvious terror, stood his ground, firing shot after shot at the Lick's engine block, the bullets sparking uselessly against its phantom metal. I had one chance. The salt circle was broken, but its residual energy, the concept of containment, still lingered. Sierra's device, though damaged, still held some of its original purpose. The Nook itself, it was all about resonance and counter-resonance. I scrambled towards the main circuit breaker for the garage, the one that powered the big neon sign, the buzzing coolers, everything. If the Nook was an amplifier, I had to change its frequency. Drastically, with a roar, I slammed the crowbar into the breaker box, shattering the cover, then hammered it down onto the main switch, forcing it off, then on, then off again, rapidly, erratically, creating a jarring, stuttering electrical pulse throughout the entire building. The lights in the Nook flickered and died, then surged, then died again. The buzzing neon sign outside let out a series of pops and cracks. The effect on the Chrome Lick was instantaneous and violent. Its blazing headlights stuttered, flickered, then exploded in a shower of spectral sparks. The Phoenix whine fractured, breaking into 1,000 discordant echoes before collapsing into an agonizing, metallic scream. The car itself seemed to shudder, its form becoming translucent. Then, with a final violent lurch, it dissolved into a plume of oily black smoke that smelled of burnt sugar and despair, before being sucked out towards the raging void where the highway used to be. The void itself seemed to recoil, the intense light of the solitary street lamp dimming. Then, with a sound like a vast cosmic exhalation, it too began to retreat. The stars swirled. The darkness folded in on itself. And with a final, cocked lurch that nearly sent us all sprawling, the familiar, cracked asphalt of the highway snapped back into place. Silence. Sarah Moon stared at the empty space where the chrome leash had been. Then at the smoking remnants of her device. Then at me, her face a mixture of disbelief, fury, and a dawning, horrified respect. Agent Thorne lowered his gun, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Kai's guitar fell silent, his fingers raw. The highway hypnos had been silenced. For now. But the static still hummed in my blood, a permanent echo of a song I would never truly escape. Kai. Tell me. I still fucking shake over. The silence that descended upon the nomad's nook in the aftermath of the Chrome Leak's violent dissolution was a fragile, brittle thing. It was punctuated by the ragged gasps of Agent Thorne, the shaky sigh from Kai as he lowered his guitar, and the distant, receding howl of the desert wind, now sounding almost mundane in comparison to the cosmic symphony of terror we had just endured. The overpowering scent of burnt sugar and ozone slowly began to dissipate, leaving behind the familiar earthy aroma of dust and stale beer. The garage was a wreck. The main breaker box sparked fitfully before finally dying with a sputtering groan, plunging us into a deeper gloom, relieved only by the emergency exit lights and the faint pre-dawn glow seeping in from the newly returned highway. The salt circle in Bay 1 was a scattered mess, the bay itself empty, save for a faint, oily residue on the concrete and that lingering, unsettling sweetness. Zara Moon stood amidst the debris of her shattered device, her shoulders slumped, the unholy light in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a profound, almost desolate weariness. Keeper of the frequencies, the conductor of the pass, looked an awful lot like a very tired, very defeated young woman. You broke it, she whispered, her voice hoarse, not with anger, but with a strange, hollow awe. The signal, the prime resonance, I've never seen, never felt it shatter like that. It was feedback, I said, my own voice raspy, the crowbar still heavy in my hand. You tried to use the Nook to amplify it, to amplify me. I just overloaded the amplifier, created enough noise to drown out the signal. My explanation sounded ludicrously simple, given the interdimensional chaos we just faced, but in essence that's what it had been. A desperate, brutal act of sonic sabotage. Agent Thorne, slowly recovering his composure, and picked up his fallen radio. Silas to command. Situation contained at primary locus, requesting immediate evac and specialized cleanup. Extreme contamination, and other anomalies. He glanced at Sierra, then at me, his expression a mixture of suspicion, bewilderment, and a grudging respect. Riley, Moon, you two aren't going anywhere until I get some straight answers. And they better be answers my superiors can actually file. But the fight seemed to have gone out of Sierra. She sank onto an overturned crate, her silver-black hair clinging to her pale face. There are no answers your superiors will understand, Agent, she said tiredly. Some highways, they don't lead to places on your maps, and some tolls, they weren't paid in money. Kai, ever the observer, began to quietly pack his guitar. The song's over for tonight, I reckon, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. But the road always has another verse. As the true dawn broke, casting long, eerie shadows across the desert landscape, the first official vehicles began to arrive. Black, unmarked SUVs, their windows tinted, their occupants exuding an air of quiet, menacing efficiency. They weren't local cops. Thorns, specialized cleanup crew. They swept through the Nomad's Nook with practiced impersonal skill, taking readings, collecting samples, their faces impassive. They questioned Sarah and me separately, their inquiries precise, probing, yet carefully avoiding any terminology that would sound too unbelievable in a formal report. They were interested in frequencies, in impulses, in unexplained energy events. They seemed almost prepared for this kind of anomaly. Sarah, to my surprise, cooperated, though her answers were veiled in allegory and enigmatic pronouncements about ancient pathways and the sacred duty of the listeners. They took her away, not in handcuffs, but with a strange, almost respectful deference, as if she were less a prisoner and more a rare specimen to be studied. Thorne approached me as I watched her go. "Riley," he said, his voice flat. "Riley," he said, his voice flat. "Your Phoenix Project file has been reactivated and amended. It seems your particular sensitivities might still be of use, or perhaps you're just too dangerous to let wander." He didn't elaborate. It wasn't an offer, and it wasn't quite a threat. It was a statement of a new unwelcome reality. The Nook itself was declared a site of geophysical instability and cordoned off. Kai Albescu, with a final enigmatic nod to me, had slipped away sometime before the official cleanup crew arrived, vanishing back into the desert as silently as he'd appeared. Another ghost of the highway. I was escorted into one of the black SUVs. As we drove away, leaving the Nomad's Nook to its silence and its secrets, I saw the faint shimmer of a salt circle, still visible on the tarmac of Bay 1, a fragile, temporary ward against the things that still roam the phantom shifts of the phantom shifts. Midnight Pass. The static in my blood hummed a low, persistent tune. The silence of the ordinary world now felt deafeningly loud. Several months passed, or perhaps they were years. Time had a way of warping in the sterile, windowless facilities where Agent Thorne's superiors had decided to debrief and evaluate me. The Phoenix Project, it turned out, hadn't been entirely shut down. It had merely mutated, gone deeper underground, its focus shifting from overt sonic weaponry to the more subtle, terrifying potential of manipulating, well, the kinds of frequencies I'd encountered at the Nomad's Nook. My first-hand experience, my unusual resilience and intuitive grasp of disruptive harmonics, as one white-coated analyst put it, made me an asset, or a guinea pig. The distinction was often blurry. They couldn't replicate what happened at the Nook. They couldn't summon the chrome lick or make the highway vanish. But they tried. Oh, they tried. They subjected me to endless simulations, a cacophony of controlled static and precisely calibrated frequencies, hoping to trigger something, hoping to understand the key that Sierra Moon had believed me to be. Mostly, they just gave me migraines and resurrected old nightmares. Zara, I learned through carefully filtered snippets of information, was being studied elsewhere, in a facility even more secure, even more clandestine than mine. She wasn't a prisoner, Thorne had once let slip, but a consultant, her ancient knowledge of liminal pathways proving intriguing. The government, it seemed, had stumbled upon a door they never knew existed, and Sierra Moon, for all her cosmic pronouncements, was perhaps one of the few who knew how to navigate what lay beyond. One day, Thorne, now a more senior, more haunted-looking Agent Thorne, came to my evaluation suite. He placed a small, sealed evidence bag on the table. Inside was the tiny, intricately crafted silver star I'd found on the floor of the Nook after the highway had returned from the void. "Our metallurgists are baffled," he said, his voice flat. "The isotopic signature is not of this Earth. Not of this dimension, perhaps. Something from the star-strewn detour, as your musician friend called it. He paused. We're reassigning you, Riley. Fieldwork. There are other nooks out there. Other frequencies that need monitoring, or perhaps containment. And so I found myself back on the open road. Not as a fugitive this time, but as something else. A reluctant sentinel. A human tuning fork for the whispers between worlds. My new partners were tight-lipped, professional. Their equipment far more sophisticated than anything at the Nook, but their eyes held the same bewildered fear I had seen in Thorns that night. The nightmares never truly left. The static hums a constant undercurrent. And sometimes when I'm driving alone on a desolate stretch of highway, late at night, the radio will crackle, and I'll hear a faint metallic voice whisper my name. I don't try to tune it out anymore. I listen. One evening, parked at a dusty, deserted crossroads in the Nevada Triangle, a place notorious for disappearances and strange lights, my satellite phone, a special encrypted model, buzzed. It was an audio file, no sender ID. I hesitated, then played it. It was Kai Albescu's voice and his guitar, a new song. The melody was haunting, familiar, full of dissonant chords and unresolved yearning. The lyrics spoke of a phantom shift saloon, of heartbeats in headlights, of highways that led to stars, and of a wrench who broke the symphony with static. But there was a new verse, one I hadn't heard before. The lich may sleep, the moon may wane, but the void still hums an old refrain. New keepers rise, new signals call, and the open road awaits us all. So we'll listen close to the desert's sigh, for the highway hypnos will not die. As the last chord faded, my dashboard lights flickered, just once, in that familiar, rhythmic thump, thump, thump out on the dark, empty highway before me. A single distant street lamp, where no street lamp should be, winked into existence, its light a lonely beckoning flicker in the vast, star-strewn emptiness. The road was calling, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my shift was far from over. The Nomad's Nook was just the first stop on a highway with no end in sight. You've heard the whispers. You felt the chill of the star-strewn detour. The Nomad's Nook. It sinks its teeth into you, doesn't it? Jax Riley thought he found a refuge, but he just opened a door to something far more terrifying. This is just the beginning of his journey down a highway with no end. And let me tell you, the static is only getting louder. If you thought you knew where this was going, I promise you, the twists in the chapters to come will leave you breathless and questioning everything. What do you think Siramoon truly is? What is the highway hypnos? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you're still here, if you've survived this first taste of the Nook's darkness, then you're one of us now. Don't turn back. Subscribe to Tonight Creepypasta Rules, because the road ahead is long, and it's paved with pure, unadulterated horror. Until our next pit stop, try to get some sleep. They say zoos are places of wonder, where the wild meets the world. But some places, they're built on older ground, on cliffs where the veil between worlds is thin. Welcome to Ironridge Cliffs Zoo, where the night shift isn't just a job. It's a pact with the unknown. My name is Rowan Vance, and I came here to disappear. Instead, I found myself bound by 3 strange rules to survive a menagerie far more terrifying than any cage could hold. What's the scariest sound you've ever heard in the dark? Tell me in the comments below. And if you dare to walk these shadowed paths with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and hit that notification bell. You won't just hear the animals tonight, you'll hear the cliffs themselves. Prepare to step into the darkness. The growl that ripped through the damp, salt-laced air wasn't bear. I knew bear. I'd spent 3 years in the Alaskan interior tracking Ursus arctos horribilis, close enough to smell their wet fur and the carrion on their breath. This was deeper, older, a resonant tremor that vibrated up from the very bedrock of Ironridge Cliffs, shaking the cheap metal locker where I just stashed my meager belongings. It wasn't just a sound, it was a pronouncement, a territorial claim on the encroaching dark. "Damn it, newbie, you whistling again?" Jasper Thorne, just to the two other daytime staff I'd briefly met, materialized from the shadows of the primate house, not even bothering to pull down the ever-present headphones that pulsed with some unheard heavy beat. He was young, maybe early 20s, all lanky limbs and a carefully cultivated air of bored indifference. But his eyes, when they occasionally met mine, held a weary, bruised look that didn't match his youth. "Rule number 1, Rowell, no whistling near the bear den. Wakes up something else. Rowan Vance." That was me. Ex-field biologist, current night security schlub at the privately owned, historically weird, and precariously perched Ironridge Cliffs Zoo, a place clinging to the jagged edge of the Oregon coast. Like a stubborn, moss-covered barnacle, I'd taken the job to escape the concerned pity in my old colleague's eyes, escape the whispers about Ilara, my research partner, who'd vanished without a trace in the Amazon, leaving only her tattered field journal and my screaming guilt. Escape the way the jungle sounds at night started to answer back to me in ways they shouldn't have. Ironridge, with its promise of quiet desolation, seemed like the perfect place to lose myself. Clearly, I'd miscalculated. I wasn't whistling, I stammered, the unearthly growl still echoing in my bones. It was just a tune stuck in my head. Jazz just shrugged, the universal gesture of not my problem. "Whatever, just don't, not here, not here." He shoved a crumpled typewritten sheet of paper into my hand. The Night Warden's code. Memorize it, live by it, or don't. Your funeral, not mine. He then gestured vaguely towards the main office. "Keys are on the hook. Rounds every 2 hours. Try not to get eaten." With that, he vanished back towards whatever bolt hole he occupied during the graveyard shift, the faint thud of his music fading into the cacophony of the Pacific wind and the distant, mournful cries of unseen seabirds. The list was short, brutally concise. 3 rules. Don't whistle near the bear den. It wakes something else. If the eagle cage is open, don't close it. It's a trap. If the bat swarm forms your silhouette, don't scream. They'll fly through you. My scientific mind rebelled. This was ludicrous. Superstition. Hazing for the new girl. Yet, that growl. It hadn't been in any zoological textbook I'd ever studied. The air around the bear enclosure. A massive, naturalistic grotto carved into the cliff face still felt charged, heavy, carrying a faint, unfamiliar musk beneath the usual animal smells. Something acrid and ancient, like disturbed earth and cold stone. My first round was an exercise in escalating unease. The zoo, a labyrinth of shadowed pathways and enclosures built into the cliffside, felt vastly different at night. The usual daytime cacophony of chirps, roars, and squawks was replaced by a listening silence, punctuated by rustles in the undergrowth, the snap of unseen twigs, and the constant, unsettling shush of the waves crashing against the rocks far below. The enclosures themselves, many housing nocturnal creatures I'd yet to see, seemed to hold their breath, their occupants watching me from the deep shadows with unseen eyes, and that strange, sweet rot scent, like decaying wildflowers mixed with something metallic, clung to the back of my throat. As I passed the dilapidated administrative building, a light flickered on in one of the upper windows, startling me. Dr. Iris Finch, the zoo's head veterinarian, a woman in her 50s with tired, intelligent eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, was framed in the doorway a moment later. I'd met her briefly during my orientation. A 5-minute grunt from the daytime manager. "Ames, Vance, is it?" she said, her voice low, a flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. "Late start to your rounds, Dr. Finch." "Just getting my bearings," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. That sound from the bear den earlier. Her expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Ironridge has its own vocalizations, Miss Vance. Especially at night. This place adheres to older rhythms than ours. She paused, her gaze searching mine. That list young Jasper gave you. It's not a joke. Some fences here are more than just wire and steel. They're suggestions. Heed them, more than you heed him. Her eyes flickered towards the darkness where Jas had disappeared. With a curt nod, she re-entered the building, the light winking out, leaving me alone again with the wind and a growing sense of profound, unnameable dread. Rule number 1, already tested if inadvertently. As I continued my rounds, the echoes of that impossible growl resonating in my memory, I found myself listening not just with my ears, but with every nerve ending. And just as I passed the dark, silent mouth of the bear den again, a soft, almost mournful sigh, impossibly deep and resonant, seemed to exhale from the cold rock face behind it. It wasn't bear. It wasn't bear. It wasn't wind. It was something else. And it sounded tired. For now. Jas' parting words came back to me, no longer sounding like bored indifference, but like a grim, matter-of-fact statement. It's asleep again. Next time, don't make so much noise. The graveyard shift at Ironridge Cliffs Zoo quickly became a tightrope walk between the mundane and the deeply, existentially disturbing. I did my rounds, checked the perimeter fences, logged any actual animal activity, a jaguar pacing, the serval's eyes glowing like embers in my flashlight beam. But overlaying these familiar tasks was the constant, thrumming awareness of other things are Ritter, unter dem Schreibtisch. The shadows here were different. They clung to the corners of enclosures, pooled beneath ancient, gnarled cypress trees, and sometimes, just sometimes, they seemed to move with an intelligence that had nothing to do with the wind or the play of moonlight on the waves. The air itself felt charged, carrying not just the earthy, musky scent of the animals, but that other, persistent undertone, the sweet metallic rot, like lilies and old blood, strongest near certain older parts of the zoo, particularly the crumbling aviary and the disused primate ridge section. I tried to maintain a professional distance with Jasper Thorne. He was a creature of routine, appearing at the start of my shift to hand over the ancient walkie-talkie that only crackled with static, then vanishing into his own nocturnal circuit, occasionally glimpsed as a fast-moving shadow with headphones, always avoiding direct conversation. Yet, there were moments. Once I found him staring out at the turbulent moonlit Pacific with an expression of such profound loneliness it startled me. Another time, he'd silently left a thermos of surprisingly good coffee outside the security office. After a particularly rough night of storm-induced animal agitation, he was an enigma, wrapped in apathy, but I sensed a tightly coiled spring of something. Fear? Resignation? Beneath the surface. He'd once muttered, after I'd commented on a section of fence that looked deliberately weakened, "Some things here, they don't want to be kept in. And some things don't want to be kept out. It's all of that flow." The second rule was tested on a night, drenched in an eerie, pre-dawn fog that muffled all sound and turned the familiar zoo pathways into an alien landscape. I was approaching the Bald Eagle enclosure, a massive, cliffside structure of heavy-gauge wire and weathered timbers. As I neared, my flashlight beam caught something that made my heart lurch. The main access door to the aviary, a thick steel panel that required a heavy key and considerable effort to open, was ajar. Swung wide open, Kiska, the zoo's magnificent, aging golden eagle, was perched on her usual massive driftwood branch, her golden eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. She wasn't attempting to escape, she just watched. Every instinct I possessed as a biologist as a responsible employee, screamed at me to secure that door. An escaped eagle, especially one of Kiska's value and age, would be a disaster. I reached for the heavy handle. If the eagle cage is open, don't close it. It's a trap. Jazz's voice, flat and emotionless, but carrying an undeniable weight. My hand froze inches from the steel. A trap? For whom? For what? The fog swirled around me, visibility dropping to mere feet. The silence was absolute, save for Kiska's relentless, unblinking stare. Then a new sound, zuffed. At first, like canvas tearing. Then louder, a rhythmic whoosh thump. Whoosh thump. That didn't belong to any bird I knew. It was coming from above the aviary, from the fog-shrouded cliffs overhead. I backed away slowly, my eyes still locked on Kiska. She ruffled her feathers, let out a single piercing shriek that cut through the fog, then settled back down, still watching me. The whoosh thump grew closer, now accompanied by a subtle displacement of the fog, as if something vast and unseen was passing just out of sight overhead. I didn't see wings, not exactly, but I saw the fog part in a way that suggested immense leathery pinions, bigger than any eagle, bigger than any condor. The air grew cold, saturated with that sweet rot and metal scent, so strong it made my eyes water. Then, as abruptly as it began, the sound faded, moving out towards the sea. The fog began to thin slightly. I stood there trembling for a long time. Kiska remained on her perch, a silent, golden sentinel. I did not close the door. When I mentioned the incident to Dr. Finch later that morning, carefully omitting the more unbelievable parts, she merely nodded, her face etched with a familiar weariness. Kiska is an old soul, Miss Vance. She understands the currents of this place better than most. Sometimes an open door is an invitation, but not always for the one you expect to enter or to leave. She looked out towards the cliffs. Ironridge operates on a delicate balance. Some sacrifices are necessary to maintain it. Her words, sacrifices, sent a fresh chill down my spine. Later that day, clearing out an old locker in the security office, I found a water-stained, leather-bound logbook. It was a nightly security register, dating back over 50 years. Many entries were mundane, but a few, scrawled in panicked, spidery handwriting, stood out. One read, "Eagle door open again. Heard the wings. Didn't see it. Old man Hemlock says let it hunt. Says it keeps the other things from getting too hungry." Another, dated a week later, simply said, "Hemlock didn't come in tonight. Cage was closed when I found it this morning. Kiska looks satisfied." Hemlock was never mentioned again. The nights at Ironridge began to feel less like shifts and more like descents. My senses, already heightened by years of fieldwork, were now perpetually on edge, attuned to the subtle, unsettling symphony of the zoo after dark, the way the wind whispered through the monkey maze, sometimes forming what sounded almost like words. The way the shadows in the reptile house seemed to writhe with an unnatural life just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. The cloying, sweet rotten metal scent became a herald, its intensity a barometer of the night's unseen activity. My interactions with Jazz Thorne remained sporadic and frustratingly opaque. I saw him more often now, not just at shift changes, but moving through the zoo in the dead of night, a shadowy figure engaged in tasks that didn't seem to be part of any official maintenance schedule. I saw him leaving small, carefully wrapped parcels, raw meat, mostly, but sometimes strange, unidentifiable objects, near certain older, disused enclosures, or at the base of the cliffs where the waves crashed with particular violence. When I tried to question him, he'd either ignore me, his headphones a convenient shield, or offer some cryptic dismissive remark like, "just paying the local taxes." Bro, everyone's gotta pay their dues. Was he feeding something? Appeasing it? Or was he, in some twisted way, caring for it? His apathy felt less like indifference now, and more like a carefully constructed defense against a reality too terrifying to fully acknowledge. Meanwhile, Detective Cale Riley, Cale, had become a more regular, if unofficial, presence. He'd started patrolling the access road to the zoo late at night, often stopping by for a chat that was clearly an informal interrogation. He was a sharp, driven man, his easygoing demeanor belying an intense focus. He told me about the cold cases, hikers vanishing from the cliff trails, fishermen lost at sea in inexplicably calm weather, even a former zoo employee who'd walked out one night and simply never been seen again, within a few-mile radius of Ironridge. "This place, Miss Vance," he'd said, his gaze sweeping over the darkened zoo. "It's a statistical anomaly, a black hole for the unexplained. I don't believe in hocus pocus, but I do believe in patterns, and there's a pattern here, a hungry one." He was clearly fishing, hoping my experiences as the new night warden might shed some light. I told him about the strange sounds, the unsettling atmosphere, but I held back on the rules, on the sheer, visceral impossibility of what I was beginning to witness. How could I explain a self-tolling bell or a phantom-winged creature without sounding insane? The third rule made its horrifying debut on a night thick with an unseasonable damp heat. The air was still claustrophobic. I was doing my rounds near the extensive naturalistic bat caves, a newer addition to the zoo, when it happened. The usual cloud of departing bats, a flurry of leathery wings against the bruised twilight sky, suddenly changed. Instead of dispersing, they swirled, coalesced, their thousands of tiny bodies converging with an unnatural silent precision. They formed a shape, my shape, a perfect three-dimensional silhouette of Rowanvance, standing not 20 feet away from me, crafted entirely from a living, breathing, rustling swarm of bats. It was dark against the fading light, its edges constantly shifting, yet unmistakably me. The slight tilt of my head, the way I held my heavy-duty flashlight, even the frayed cuff of my jacket. It had no features, no eyes, but I felt it, my breath caught in my throat. A scream, raw and primal, built in my chest, desperate to erupt. My past, Elara's last, terrified shriek, as she was dragged into the Amazonian undergrowth, flashed before my eyes. "If the bat swarm forms your silhouette, don't scream. They'll fly through you." The words from Jaz's crumpled list, a lifeline. I bit down hard on my lip, tasting blood, forcing the scream back. My body was rigid, every muscle shrieking for flight, for release. The bat's silhouette remained perfectly still, an unholy doppelganger. I could feel the thrum of thousands of tiny wings, hear the faint, high-pitched chittering, smell the musky, animal scent of them, now mixed with that familiar, sickeningly sweet odor of decay and metal. Then, with a collective sighing rustle that sounded like dry leaves skittering across pavement, it moved. The bat Rowan glided forward, not walking but flowing, directly towards me. I closed my eyes, bracing for, I didn't know what. A wave of icy cold washed over me, through me. Thousands of tiny, leathery bodies, brushing against my skin, through my clothes, through my very being. It wasn't painful, not in a physical sense, but it was an unbearable violation. A feeling of being utterly exposed, dissected, known on a cellular level by something alien and ancient. It lasted an eternity, though it was probably only seconds. When I dared to open my eyes, the bat shape was gone. The bats were dispersing normally into the night sky. I was alone, shaking, drenched in a cold sweat, a profound, soul-deep chill settling into my bones. I felt hollowed out, as if something vital had been examined, catalogued, and perhaps a tiny piece of it taken. I stumbled back to the security office, collapsing into the worn chair. My hands were trembling too much to even make a log entry. Later, as I was numbly making a cup of instant coffee, I noticed something on the dusty floor, near where my bat doppelganger had stood relative to me. A small, tarnished silver locket, intricately carved with what looked like a stylized bat wing. It was not mine. It felt ice cold to the touch. I had the sickening certain feeling that Alara had owned a locket just like it. The primal echo, the menagerie's mime. It wasn't just mimicking. It was taking, remembering, and perhaps collecting. The encounter with a bat doppelganger changed everything. The subtle dread that had been my constant companion at Ironridge coalesced into a colder, sharper fear. The primal echo, as I'd begun to call the unseen intelligence of this place, wasn't just a passive presence. It was an active, learning, mimicking entity, and it was getting bolder. I started seeing things, not just fleeting shadows, but more defined apparitions. A flash of Ilara's distinctive red jacket disappearing around a corner of the primate house. The silhouette of Jazz, his headphones askew, standing silently by the empty wolf enclosure, only for me to find the real Jazz asleep, or so he claimed, in his small office near the main gate. Once, I even saw what looked like myself, a Rowan figure, calmly walking the perimeter fence in the distance, mirroring my own patrol route, before dissolving into the pre-dawn mist. These weren't hallucinations born of exhaustion. They were too specific, too imbued with that cloying metallic scent that now acted as a harbinger. My relationship with Jazz Thorne frayed further. My questions became more pointed, my observations more direct. What did you feed behind the bear den last night, Jazz? It wasn't on the approved animal diet. Or, why does the old primate ridge section smell like lilies and blood when there haven't been primates there for 20 years? His apathy finally cracked, revealing a raw, desperate weariness. Look, Rhode, he'd said one night, his voice tight, after I'd cornered him near the aviary where the door once again stood ajar. You think I like this? You think I chose this? He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. My family. They've been tied to this goddamn cliff for generations. There's a debt, an understanding. What happens here? It's always happened. The rules, those offerings, they're not to control it. They're to manage our survival around it. It's a hungry thing, Rhode. And sometimes it gets particular. His eyes were haunted. The people before you who didn't listen. They didn't just get fired. This was the most he'd ever revealed. A crack in his facade that showed the terrified young man beneath. His motivation wasn't malice. It was a desperate inherited burden. Dr. Eris Finch became my unlikely confidante, saying the toll the nights were taking on me. Perhaps recognizing a reflection of her own long-held anxieties, she began to open up, albeit cautiously. She confirmed Jazz's grim hints. The Ironridge estate, she told me one afternoon, while we were ostensibly checking on a sick sea lion, wasn't founded as a zoological park, Miss Vance. Not originally. The first there on Ironridge, Jazz's ancestor several times removed, was a collector of a different sort. He was an occultist, a seeker of primal truths. He believed these cliffs were a locus, a thin place where the veils between worlds were naturally weak. She explained that the original menagerie was not of animals, but of influences. Entities hired to summon, to study, to bind. The primal echo was the dominant. Perhaps the original sentience of the cliffs, an ancient, formless intelligence that predated any human settlement. Theron Ironridge hadn't summoned it. He had merely disturbed its slumber. The zoo, built much later by a more conventional, but still eccentric, descendant, had unknowingly been constructed atop this unholy ground, its animal inhabitants becoming new vessels, new focuses for the echo's attention. The rules were a patchwork of appeasement and desperate self-preservation, passed down through generations of thorns. Some, like Jazz, became reluctant caretakers. Others became something worse. Detective Riley, meanwhile, was closing in on his own patterns. He'd found archival records of unusual seismic activity, localized M spikes, and even old Native American legends from the coastal tribes that spoke of a skin shifter rock, or a place where animals wear men's faces, all centered around Ironridges, cliffs, corresponding with periods of disappearances. He found an old newspaper clipping about the original Theron Ironridge, detailing his unorthodox studies into animal magnetism and resonant spiritualism, and his eventual, unexplained vanishing. Someone or something, Miss Vance, Cale said, his eyes grim, laying out old maps and faded photographs on the table in my small security office, is actively using this place. The disappearances aren't random. There's a cycle, like feeding times. He pointed to a series of dates that aligned with certain astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, specific lunar phases. The upcoming winter solstice was only a few days away. The mini-hook came late one night, a night of oppressive stillness. I was reviewing security camera footage, mostly static and shadows, when I saw it. On a camera angled towards the disused Primate Ridge, a section Jazz had explicitly warned me to avoid entirely after dark. The echoes there are. Hungry for company, he'd said. I saw a figure. It was too far, too shadowed to make out clearly, but it was moving purposefully, dragging something heavy towards a crumbling stone structure that looked like an ancient sacrificial altar. The figure stopped, and for a split second, it turned towards the camera. It was Jasper Thorne, but his eyes, they glowed with a faint, predatory, golden light. The same golden light I had seen in Kiska, the eagle, on the night her cage door stood open. And the thing he was dragging, it was wrapped in a thick, dark canvas, but I could just make out the unmistakable shape of a human leg and a tattered, familiar hiking boot. The kind Ilara always wore. My blood turned to ice. Yes wasn't just a reluctant caretaker. He was a part of it. He was feeding it. And the primal echo, the menagerie's mime, was about to receive its most elaborate performance yet. The image on the flickering monitor. Jazz, his eyes aglow with that predatory, avian light, dragging a human-shaped bundle towards the sacrificial-looking altar on Primate Ridge, burned itself into my retinas. Ilara. The boot. It couldn't be, but the sick certainty that clenched my insides told me it was. The primal echo wasn't just mimicking. It was being fed, and Jazz Thorne, the apathetic night warden, was its purveyor. The winter solstice, Cale Riley's words about cycles, about feeding times, hammered in my brain. Tonight. It had to be tonight. My hands were shaking, but a cold, desperate rage began to solidify within me, eclipsing the fear. Ilara had vanished because of something like this. Something ancient and hungry. I wouldn't let it happen again. Not while I still drew breath. I grabbed the static-laced walkie-talkie. Cale? Cale, are you out there? It's Rhode. It's happening. Now. Ridge. And Jazz. Jazz is involved. I didn't wait for a reply. Just snatched my heavy maglite and the old tarnished silver locket. Ilara's locket. I was now certain that had appeared after the bad encounter. It felt strangely warm in my palm. The zoo was a bedlam of unseen, unheard energies. The air itself thrummed, thick with the scent of ozone, lilies, blood, and that ancient musky odor from the bear den, now magnified 100-fold. As I raced towards Primate Ridge, the sounds of the zoo's nocturnal inhabitants were subtly, terrifyingly wrong. The jaguar's growl held a sibilant, whispering undertone. The owl's hoots sounded like mocking laughter. Even the crickets seemed to chirp in a disturbing, unnatural rhythm. The primal echo was awake, fully engaged, its influence seeping into every living thing. I found Jazz at the altar, a moss-covered stone slab stained with dark, ancient patches. The canvas-wrapped bundle lay at his feet. He wasn't alone. Dr. Iris Finch stood beside him, her face pale but resolute in the eerie moonlight, holding a strange, articulated metal device that looked like a cross between a veterinary tool and an arcane implement. "Rowan," Dr. Finch said, her voice surprisingly calm, though her eyes held a deep sorrow. "You shouldn't be here. This is not for your... Where's Alara? Horace?" I cut her off, my voice a low snarl, the maglite held like a club. "Is that her? Or did you bring her back just to feed this thing?" Jazz finally looked up. The golden glow in his eyes was more intense now, almost feral. "She was never truly gone, Rhode," he said, his voice a rasp, overlaid with that same deep, resonant growl I'd heard from the bear den. "The echo. It keeps what it fancies. It remembers. Alara, she resonated too strongly, like you do." He gestured to the bundle. "This isn't her. Not anymore. This is just an echo made flesh, a temporary vessel. The Ironridge needs its due on the solstice, to maintain the balance, to keep the true hunger at bay for another cycle." "Balance?" I spat. "You call this balance?" "It is the old way," Dr. Finch said, her voice heavy, the Theron compact, one resonant soul, offered freely or guided to appease the land itself, to keep its deeper, more chaotic appetites from spilling out, from consuming everything. Jasper's family has borne this burden for centuries. He is not a monster, Rowan. He is a sacrifice just as much as... She trailed off, her gaze fixed on the bundle. "He's a goddamn executioner," I shouted, taking a step forward. "Stop," Jazz roared, the sound inhuman, the air around an array exploding with pressure. "You don't understand. If the offering isn't made, if the vessel isn't prepared correctly, it will choose its own, and it will choose many." The golden light in his eyes flared. He raised his hands, and the very stones of Primat Ridge seemed to groan. From the shadows around the altar, forms began to coalesce. Not solid, but shifting. Translucent shapes that mimicked a horrifying array of animals. A bear with too many eyes, a wolf with shadow wings, a great ape that walked on spider-like legs. The menagerie unbound. The primal echo's defense force. "The locket, Rowan," Dr. Finch suddenly cried out, her earlier resolve cracking under the strain. "There an Ironridge Rhode of counter-resonances, of personal totems that could disrupt the echo's hold if the will was strong enough. Alara's locket. It might be a key." Cale Riley burst from the tree line then, his service weapon drawn, his face a mask of grim determination. "Freeze, Thorn! Freeze, Thorn!" "Finch, don't move." His arrival, however, seemed to only agitate the spectral menagerie further. They turned their unseen, collective gaze upon him. This was it, my chance. While the echoes were distracted, while Jazz's attention was divided, the locket. Alara. The unbearable grief and guilt that had hounded me, it now coalesced into a single, burning point of focus. I ripped the locket from my pocket, its silver now searingly hot against my skin. I didn't know any chants, any rituals, but I knew Alara. I knew her laugh, her stubborn courage, her unyielding passion for the wild. I focused on that, on her essence, pouring all my grief, my love, my rage into that tiny piece of metal. "Alara," I screamed, her name a raw, ragged sound torn from my throat. "This is not you. You are not its food." I hurled the locket, not at Jazz, not at the ghostly animals, but at the canvas-wrapped bundle on the altar. The moment the locket struck the bundle, a wave of pure white light erupted from it, so bright it seared my eyes. The spectral animals shrieked, a sound of 1,000 creatures in agony, and recoiled, their forms flickering violently. The golden glow in Ja's eyes sputtered, and he cried out, clutching his head, falling to his knees. The bundle on the altar began to thrash, and from within the canvas, a voice, Ilara's voice, but distorted, multi-layered, screamed, "No! Release me! It burns!" The primal echo, its borrowed form, its planned feast, was being rejected from within. Ja's, and look of anguish on his face, seemed to fight an internal battle. Then, with a guttural roar, he lunged towards the thrashing bundle, not to protect it, but to assist in its unmaking. He grabbed the strange metal device from Dr. Finch and jammed it against the canvas. There was a sound like 1,000 tuning forks striking at once, a deafening, disorienting shriek of pure, untuned energy. The bundle arched, then went limp. The unholy light faded. The spectral menagerie dissolved into wisps of shadow. Jas collapsed beside the altar, the golden light in his eyes completely gone, leaving only a profound human exhaustion. Dr. Finch rushed to his side. Cale Riley slowly lowered his weapon, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. I stumbled towards the altar. The canvas lay still. With trembling hands, I pulled it back. There was nothing there, nothing but a scorched patch of stone, and a faint, lingering scent of Lily's blood, and something else. Something like the clean, crisp air after a violent thunderstorm. The echo-made flesh was gone, unmade. Ilara, or whatever tortured fragment of her the echo had ensnared, was finally, truly, free. But the silence that fell upon Primate Ridge was not a peaceful one. It was the silence of a void, a hunger temporarily denied, but far from vanquished. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that the primal echo of Ironridge cliffs was still listening, still watching, still waiting for its next solstice. The aftermath of the solstice ritual, or its violent unmaking, was a descent into a numbing, bureaucratic fog, shot through with moments of chilling clarity. Cale Riley, bless his professional, bewildered soul, somehow managed to concoct a semi-plausible report involving a deranged Jasper Thorne, suffering from a severe psychotic break with delusions of grandeur and ritualistic tendencies. A clandestine occult. Our group operating on zoo grounds, Dr. Finch and myself, cast as either unwilling participants or whistleblowers, depending on who was asking, and a freak localized electrical storm that accounted for the strange lights and sounds. The canvas bundle and its contents were never officially acknowledged. It was as if it had never been. Easier that way. Jas Thorne was taken into psychiatric care. The golden light in his eyes was gone, but something else remained. A profound emptiness, a hollowed-out look that spoke of a burden too great to bear, and perhaps a connection to the primal echo that had been forcibly severed, leaving him less than he was. Dr. Finch, surprisingly resilient, worked with Cale to manage the official narrative, her deep knowledge of the zoo's darker history proving invaluable in obscuring the truly unbelievable. She painted a picture of a family's generational struggle with mental illness and occult delusions, a narrative the authorities seemed more comfortable accepting than the alternative. I remained at Ironridge for a few more weeks, a reluctant witness to the cleanup. The zoo was closed indefinitely, a structural integrity review cited as the official reason. Experts in hazmat suits, though I suspected their expertise lay in fields far more esoteric than hazardous materials, swept Primate Ridge, their instruments clicking and whirring, their faces impassive. They found nothing, of course. Nothing an ordinary instrument could detect. But I could feel it. The primal echo was still there, weakened certainly, angered most definitely, but not gone. It was a low thrum beneath the earth, A coldness in the shadows of the empty enclosures, a faint lingering scent of decay on the sea wind. The rules Jazz had given me now felt less like arbitrary warnings and more like fragile truces, negotiated over centuries, with a power far older and more alien than any human understanding. And we'd just violently broken that truce. The locket, Ilara's locket, had vanished in the final conflagration of energy. I searched for it, but it was gone, as if reclaimed by whatever force had briefly inhabited her echo. But its warmth, that brief searing connection to my lost friend, remained a brand on my memory. I hadn't saved Ilara, not really, but perhaps I had helped her find a final, albeit terrible peace. Or perhaps I had merely spared her from becoming something worse. My conversations with Jazz, when they allowed me to visit him in the sterile quiet of the county psychiatric ward, were strained. He remembered fragments of the solstice night, like shards of a shattered nightmare. He remembered the golden eyes, the hunger, the overwhelming urge to feed the ancient presence. But he also remembered Rowan Vance, screaming Ilara's name, and a flash of white, purifying light. The thorns, he whispered one afternoon, his gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the barred window. We weren't keepers, Ro. We were zookeepers for a god. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. We just tried to keep the exhibit from eating too many of the visitors. He looked at me then, a flicker of the old, haunted Jazz in his eyes. You broke the feeding schedule. It won't forget that. It learns. Dr. Finch, too, seemed changed. The weariness was still there, but beneath it, a new resolve. She began meticulously cataloging Theron Ironridge's scattered journals, cross-referencing them with local tribal lore and her own family's fragmented histories, searching for a more permanent solution, a way to truly silence the echo, or at least to understand the true nature of the compact. This isn't over, Rowan, she told me, her voice firm. It's merely in recess. Cale Riley became an unlikely ally. The official case was closed, but his personal investigation had just begun. He'd seen too much, felt too much, to dismiss it all as madness. He started a private correspondence with Dr. Finch, sharing his own research into other thin places, other localized outbreaks of the unexplained along the coast. He told me he'd requested a transfer to a more specialized federal unit, one that dealt with anomalous terrestrial phenomena. His career, like mine, had been irrevocably altered as the day of my own departure from Ironridge approached. An oppressive quiet settled over the cliffs. The animals that remained had been transferred to other facilities. The zoo stood empty, a skeleton picked clean, its iron cages echoing with an unnatural silence. But it wasn't an empty silence. It was a listening silence, a waiting silence. The primal echo was still there, in the stones, in the wind, in the salt spray. And as Jazz had warned, it was learning. Years passed. I threw myself back into field work, as far from the clinging mists and hungry cliffs of Oregon as I could get. The Amazon, the Congo, the remote plateaus of Tibet. I sought out the most isolated, the most untouched corners of the world, not in search of new species as before, but in search of quiet, a quiet that wasn't listening, a quiet that didn't hunger. But the echoes of Ironridge followed me. In the dead of night, in the deepest jungle, I would sometimes hear a growl that wasn't jaguar, a sigh that wasn't wind. I'd see a familiar, predatory glint in the eyes of a nocturnal creature, or catch a flicker of movement, a shadowy silhouette that was too large, too wrong, for any known animal. The primal echo, or things like it, they weren't confined to one cliffside zoo. They were the ancient, unseen menagerie of the world. I never whistled again. Not anywhere. The habit, once an unconscious expression of contentment, was now a trigger for a cold, visceral dread. I found myself meticulously checking locks, even in the most secure locations, and the scent of lilies, or anything remotely smelling of decay mixed with metal, would send me into a paroxysm of anxiety. Elara's memory was no longer just a source of guilt. It was a constant, chilling reminder of what lurked just beyond the veil of the mundane. Dr. Finch and I kept in touch, our correspondence infrequent but intense. She sent me fragments of Theron Ironridge's texts, passages that spoke of the echo, not as a singular entity, but as a larval god, a consciousness that fed on the raw, chaotic energies of life and fear, slowly evolving, learning to mimic, to integrate, to become. Her fear was that our intervention hadn't stopped it, but had merely forced it into a new phase of its development, a more subtle, more insidious form of predation. Cal Riley, true to his word, had joined that specialized federal unit. His emails, heavily redacted and cryptic, hinted at other Ironridges across the country, other compacts fraying at the edges, other night wardens struggling to uphold impossible rules. He once sent me a satellite image of a remote desert research facility, officially decommissioned, but which pulsed with a faint rhythmic energy signature that made my blood run cold. It attached a single note: "They're trying to weaponize the silence, Rhode. God help us all." Jas Thorne remained in psychiatric care. Dr. Finch visited him when she could. He rarely spoke, she said, but sometimes he would draw intricate, unsettling patterns. Spirals, webs, and always, at the center, a single, glowing, golden eye. He was still connected, in some terrible way. A broken antenna, still receiving a signal no one else could fully decipher. One blustery autumn evening, I was in a small coastal town in Maine, sorting through specimens in a makeshift lab. A storm was rolling in, the wind howling, the waves crashing against the granite shore with a familiar, thunderous roar. I was alone, and then I heard it. A low growl from the dark woods behind the cabin. Not bear, not wolf. That deep, resonant Ironridge growl. My heart hammered. I went to the window, and there, at the edge of the tree line, half hidden in the deepening shadows, I saw it. Not clearly. Just a shape, shifting, unformed, but with 2 points of faint, glowing gold that could only be eyes. It was watching me. It had learned. It had followed. Or perhaps it had always been here, everywhere. And I was just now, finally, truly attuned to its frequency. I didn't whistle. I didn't scream. I just stood there, the cold dread a familiar companion now. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and from somewhere above, a sound like the tearing of vast, leathery wings. The scent of lilies and old blood, faint but unmistakable, drifted on the storm. The menagerie was unbound, and its hunger was eternal. The primal echo wasn't just a horror confined to one cliffside zoo. It was a fundamental truth of the world, an unseen predator in the global menagerie. And I, Rowan Vance, was no longer just a biologist. I was, and perhaps always would be, one of its reluctant, forever haunted attendees. The rules of Ironridge were gone, but the terror, the listening silence remained, and it was everywhere. The rules of Ironridge Cliffs Zoo. They're etched not just in stone, but in bone and fear. Rowan Vance learned it the hard way. The primal echo is still out there, listening, learning, mimicking, and the hunger, it never truly goes away. It never truly goes away. This story is far from over. If you think you know what's lurking in those shadows, believe me, the true depths of this darkness are yet to be revealed. The upcoming chapters hold twists that will leave you questioning everything you thought you knew. What do you make of the Night Warden's code? What is the primal echo? Let me know your theories in the comments. And if you survived this first shift, if the cliffs haven't claimed you yet, then join the Night Creepypasta Rules community. Subscribe, because the zoo is closed, but the menagerie is unbound, and it's always watching. Some towns hide their secrets well. Others wear them like the salt-scoured skin of the deep. Welcome to Umbral Deep, Oregon, where the fog isn't just weather. It's a living thing, and a murder case isn't just about the dead. My name is Rhys Kendrick, and I came here chasing a ghost from my past, only to find myself tangled in a present far more terrifying. This place has rules, strange rules, whispered on the wind. Rules you break at your own peril. Before we descend into the brine and blood, tell me, what's the most inexplicable thing you've ever experienced? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you're ready to face the shadows and the tide with me, be sure to subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in Umbral Deep, the dead don't just stay buried, they sing. Let's begin. The fog in Umbral Deep, Oregon, wasn't just mist. It was a shroud, thick enough to swallow sound, heavy with the briny ghosts of 1,000 forgotten storms. It clung to the weathered clapboard of the cliffside house, seeping through unseen cracks, carrying with it the cloying scent of decaying seaweed and something else, something older, like brine and blood mingled. But even this oppressive blanket couldn't entirely muffle the whisper I'd heard, or thought I'd heard, emanating from behind the crudely draped sheet covering the antique full-length mirror in the victim's bedroom. "You're too late, Rhys," it had sighed, a voice achingly familiar, a voice I'd spent 5 long years trying to forget. Sarah's voice. "My name is Rhys Kendrick, homicide detective. Or at least, that's what my badge says." Lately, I felt more like a professional haunter of my own past. The unsolved little dove kidnapping case, a constant cold companion. Zara, my partner back then, had vanished without a trace investigating that one, swallowed by a silence as profound as this umbral deep fog. And now, here I was, in another forgotten coastal town with a body laid out in ritualistic fashion, and a mirror that whispered ghosts. Rule number 1 in Umbral Deep. Detective Kendrick. Sheriff Lyra Hawthorne's voice cut through my morbid reverie, calm and steady as the coastal bedrock. She stood in the doorway, a woman whose native heritage was etched in the proud lines of her face and the assessing depth of her dark eyes. She wasn't old, perhaps early 40s, but she carried the weariness of generations who had stared into the unforgiving face of the Pacific. What the mirrors here reflect isn't always truth, especially when they've tasted salt water. "So, you don't photograph that one." "Understood." It wasn't a question. I nodded, my throat tight. The victim, a local historian named Althea Crow, lay on the floor, surrounded by meticulously arranged seashells and strange spiraling symbols drawn in what looked like salt water mixed with something darker. The air was thick with the cloying sweetness of dried kelp and an undercurrent of rank, low-tide decay. The stillness of the room was a held breath. Sheriff Hawthorne continued, her voice devoid of dramatics. She was reciting standard operating procedure. Rule number 2. If you find any letters, missives, notes from Ms. Crow, particularly those that seem unusually addressed, you do not read them. They weren't meant for living eyes after a certain point. Consider them echoes. Bring them to me, unread. Echoes. The word resonated with the whisper I'd thought I'd heard. And rule number 3. She looked out the salt-streaked window towards the churning gray expanse of the ocean, where a few solitary gulls wheeled and cried, their calls like mournful accusations. The birds here, they see things. If you find a gathering of them, cormorants mostly, sometimes ravens from further inland, perched outside your window, staring in, you don't look back at them. You draw the blinds. Or as the old fishermen say, they carry her eyes. Whose eyes she didn't specify. I didn't dare ask. I, a detective who prided himself on logic and tangible evidence, was being handed a set of supernatural house rules. Part of me wanted to laugh, to dismiss it as coastal Gothic nonsense. But the grim certainty in Hawthorne's eyes, the palpable wrongness of this room, and that goddamn whisper, it stifled any Anspruchsful latter. As I walked past the sheet-draped mirror, a sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the room, distinct from the damp coastal air, the faint scent of Sarah's preferred lavender hand soap. A scent I hadn't encountered in 5 years, pricked at my nostrils for a fleeting, agonizing moment. And beneath it, that low, rhythmic sound, almost too faint to register. The gentle, sighing crash of distant waves. Though the nearest accessible beach was a treacherous cliff walk away, the mirror wasn't just reflecting the room. It felt like it was breathing with the ocean itself. My hand twitched, wanting to tear away the sheet to see what secrets it held. But Hawthorne's warning in a deeper, more primal instinct held me back. Umbral deep, I was beginning to realize had teeth, and they were already tasting the salt of old wounds. The investigation into Althea Crow's death began like any other. On the surface, I interviewed the few locals who weren't too tight-lipped or too spooked to talk. Umbral Deep was a clannish place, its residents weathered by the sea and steeped in generations of folklore, their conversations laced with oblique references to the old ones of the deep and the songs the tide brings in. The fog, a near-constant companion, seemed to muffle not just sound but truth. The crime scene itself was a frustrating enigma. No forced entry, no obvious motive. Just Althea, the strange symbols, and that oppressive, watchful silence. The official crime scene photos, taken by Sheriff Hawthorne's sole deputy before my arrival, were thorough. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of a deliberate omission. The draped mirror was always photographed obliquely, its surface never directly captured, only its shrouded form. It was a glaring blind spot, a negation of standard procedure that screamed of something being actively and fearfully avoided. On the edge of one photo, I thought I saw it. A faint, distorted blur in the shadowed corner of the mirror's frame. Something that didn't belong, too indistinct to identify, like a figure submerged in murky water. Serafina Finn Holloway, a young woman with eyes the color of sea glass and a blunt, no-nonsense demeanor, proved to be a more forthcoming, if unconventional source. She was a freelance marine cartographer and diver, the one who'd found some of Althea's research papers washed up on a secluded cove. A discovery that had first alerted Hawthorne to something amiss. Althea was obsessed, Finn told me, perched on a salt-bleached piling at the town's dilapidated pier, the tang of salt and diesel heavy in the air. With the old chants, the deep language, said she could hear the ocean thinking. Started collecting strange things that washed ashore. Carved bones, bits of oddly shaped driftwood, water-warped letters in bottles that no one could decipher. She shivered, despite the thick fisherman's sweater she wore. Last few weeks, she got real scared. Said the whispers were getting louder. Said something was calling her name from the water. In Althea Crow's damp, cluttered study, amid stacks of books on maritime lore and arcane symbology, I found them. A small cedar chest filled with letters. They were old, written on brittle, water-stained parchment. The ink faded and blurred. Some were sealed with wax impressed with unfamiliar spiraling sigils. They reeked of the ocean, a profound, ancient brininess that seemed to permeate the very paper. Rule number 2. They weren't meant for living eyes. The urge to open them, to decipher their secrets, was a physical ache. That night a dream came. I was diving, not in any ocean I knew, but in an abyss of absolute blackness. Far below, a faint, pulsating luminescence. As I descended, the light resolved itself. It was Sarah, my lost partner, her form shimmering, translucent. She was treading water in that impossible void, beckoning to me, her mouth moving, forming words I couldn't hear, only see as silent, rising bubbles. And behind her, from the deeper darkness, a vast, apertureless eye, like that of some colossal, unseen leviathan, slowly opened, fixing its gaze on me. In the center of that eye, for a horrifying instant, I saw the reflection of Althea Crow's salt-stained mirror. I woke up, gasping, the taste of salt water in my mouth. The whispers from beyond my motel room door were louder tonight, a chorus of sibilant, indecipherable urgings. My next port of call was Mr. Corbin Vance, curator of Umbral Deep's surprisingly comprehensive, if unsettlingly morbid, Marine Studies Institute. It was less a museum and more a mausoleum of the deep, its glass cases filled with preserved specimens of abyssal creatures, anglerfish with their needle-like teeth, translucent jellyfish, and colossal squid eyes staring blankly from jaws of Chinese formaldehyde. Vance himself was a tall, ascetic man with an almost fervent gleam in his pale eyes, his enthusiasm for the untold mysteries of the Haddle Zone bordering on obsessive. He was surprisingly forthcoming about Althea Crow, a brilliant, if somewhat unorthodox, researcher, Vance said, his thin fingers caressing a bleached whale vertebra. She believed, as do I, that the ocean depths harbor not just undiscovered species, but undiscovered intelligences, ancient consciousnesses, perhaps, communicating in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. He showed me Althea's notes, filled with complex charts, mapping oceanic currents against local legends of singing tides and phantom shores. The following morning, rule number 3 made its presence known with chilling punctuality. I awoke to a profound silence, the usual screech of gulls and crashing of waves, strangely absent. Drawing back the cheap motel curtains, I found them, a dozen or more cormorants, sleek black sentinels, with eyes like chips of obsidian, perched motionlessly on the railing of my small balcony, on the windowsill, even on the rusted air conditioning unit. Every single one was staring directly into my room. Into me. Don't look. They carry her eyes. Sheriff Hawthorne's gravelly voice. My breath hitched. I wanted to snatch the curtains closed, but a morbid fascination combined with a detective's ingrained need to observe held me captive for a paralyzing moment. Their eyes weren't just black. They seemed to hold a depth, a shimmering, oily luminescence that wasn't natural. As I finally forced myself to turn away, drawing the curtains with a sharp tug, I heard a collective dry rustle of wings, a sound like brittle parchment. A wave of intense vertigo washed over me, accompanied by a fleeting, horrifyingly vivid image, Althea Crow's face, her eyes wide and staring, not with terror, but with a kind of awful, ecstatic understanding, as if she were seeing something vast and immense, incomprehensible just beyond my perception. The sensation passed, leaving me trembling and nauseous. Later that day, Finn Holloway sought me out. She looked shaken. "Detective Kendrick," she began, her voice hushed. "I found another one." She held out a small cork bottle, encrusted with barnacles and dried seaweed. Inside, nestled amongst damp sand, was a tightly rolled scroll. It washed up near Drake's Cove where Sarah's boat was last seen years ago. My heart leaped into my throat. Sarah. The bottle looked identical to the ones Althea had collected. My hands trembled as I took it. The urge to uncork it, to read what lay within, was a screaming physical need. Rule number 2. They're addressed to you. That's what Hawthorne had implied, hadn't she? Or had I imagined it? That night, I didn't try to fight it. I sat at the rickety motel desk, the corked bottle before me, the whispers from the ocean seeming to seep through the very walls. With a decisive, almost defiant twist, I pulled the cork free. A gust of cold, briny air puffed out, carrying that same rank, ancient scent as Althea's letters. The scroll inside was damp, the ink blurred in places, but the script was chillingly clear, written in a spidery, elegant hand, Althea Crow's hand. It began, "To the next unfortunate soul drawn by the umbral deep scourge, who feels the tide pulling at their sanity." My eyes scanned further, and a single phrase leaped out, making the hair on my arms stand on end. "For the Sibyl of the salt waters takes a new voice, and she has tasted your sorrow, Reese Kendrick." She knows the name Sarah. The whispers in the room crescendoed, no longer indecipherable, but forming a single sibilant word, over and over. "Listen, listen." The room plunged into an icy, preternatural cold. The letter, Althea's, or perhaps the Sibyl's script channeled through her, was less a confession and more a fragmented, terrifying prophecy. It spoke of the abyssal cantor, the murmuring leviathan, an ancient consciousness that dwelled in the lightless trenches off umbral deep. It communicated not in words, but in algorithms of sorrow, in resonant frequencies of loss that it wove into the tides, the fog, the very fabric of the town. It sought out those already touched by grief, by unresolved trauma, using their pain as a conduit, a way to sing its ageless, desolate song into the world above. Sarah, Althea, myself, we were all, it seemed, potential choristers in its abyssal choir. The rules, the letter implied, were not merely local superstitions, but fragile, generational defenses, a psycho-spiritual immune system developed by the inhabitants of Umbral Deep to shield themselves from the full, sanity-shattering blast of the Cantor's song. The mirror was a focal point, a scrying glass that could trap or amplify its reflections. The letters were direct transmissions, invitations. The birds, its eyes and ears, carrying fragments of its will. My investigation now had a terrifying new focus. Mr. Corbin Vance, his obsessive interest in undiscovered intelligences, his collection of abyssal oddities, his subtle probing about my past and Sarah's disappearance. It all painted a disturbing picture. Was he merely a fascinated academic, or something more sinister? Finn Holloway, her connection to the sea now tinged with a wary respect, became an invaluable, if reluctant, ally. She knew the hidden coves, the strange tidal patterns, the local legends that spoke of a woman of the waves who lured sailors to their doom with promises of forgotten knowledge. She also revealed that Althea Crow had spent countless hours in Vance's private archives at the Institute, often emerging pale and shaken, muttering about the deep notation and the resonance engine. A resonance engine, the phrase snagged in my mind. I visited Vance at the Institute again, this time under the pretense of discussing Althea's more esoteric theories. His enthusiasm was palpable. He showed me antique hydrophones, strange oscilloscope readings of deep-sea soundscapes, and detailed charts of the Umbral Trench, its deepest point marked with a symbol that was disturbingly similar to the ones found at Althea Crow's murder scene. "Imagine, Detective," Vance said, his pale eyes gleaming, a consciousness so vast, so ancient, that its thoughts are tsunamis, its size the shifting of tectonic plates. Althea was close, so close, to deciphering its primary algorithms, to establishing a dialogue, or a possession. I asked, my voice carefully neutral. Vance's smile didn't falter. "Is there a difference when dealing with an intelligence of that magnitude? To be a conduit for such profundity, a worthy sacrifice, Wouldn't you agree? That night, armed with a warrant from a skeptical but increasingly uneasy Sheriff Hawthorne, I returned to Vance's private lab at the Institute. It was less a laboratory and more a shrine. In the center of the room, surrounded by humming, custom-built electronic equipment, oscillators, signal generators, hydroacoustic amplifiers, was a large, water-filled tank. Submerged within it, angled towards a complex array of microphones and sensors, was a mirror. Not just any mirror, but one identical in size and ornate, salt-encrusted frame to the one at Althea Crow's, and tethered before it, with a series of delicate-looking electrodes attached to her temples, was Finn Holloway, unconscious, her face pale, her body limp. Vance stood before a control panel, adjusting dials, his face illuminated by the eerie blue glow of monitor screens, displaying complex wave patterns, the abyssal algorithms. "She has the gift, Detective," Vance said, turning as I entered, his voice calm, almost gentle. "Like Althea, like yours, Sarah, a natural resonator. The cantor merely needs encouragement to find its voice through her, to complete the cipher Althea couldn't." He gestured to a fresh set of spiraling symbols, drawn in salt water, and what looked chillingly like blood on the floor around the tank. A new verse for the dirge. He wasn't just studying the cantor, he was trying to summon it, to control it. And Finn was his next unwilling instrument. The whispers in the room swelled, no longer just in my mind, but seemingly emanating from the tank, from the mirror, from the very air around us. A cacophony of sorrowful, seductive, and ting ansi ye ixie, beckoning me to listen, to understand, to join their abyssal song. The game had just become terrifyingly personal. The scene in Corbin Vance's hidden laboratory was a chilling tableau of scientific hubris and ancient horror. Finn Holloway, pale and still as death in the eerily lit tank, was clearly the focal point of whatever profane symphony Vance was attempting to conduct. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the rhythmic hum of Vance's custom-built machinery, a grotesque counterpoint to the sibilant, multi-layered whispers coiling around me, promising forgotten knowledge, and the cold embrace of the abyss. "Sarah," the whisper sighed. His spectral chorus, she understood. She listened. "Vance, what have you done to her?" I roared, my hand instinctively going to my sidearm, though I had a sinking feeling bullets would be about as effective as harsh words against whatever he was invoking. He turned, his face illuminated by the pulsating blue light of his monitors, a look of rapturous, almost religious fervor in his pale eyes. "Enlightenment, Detective Kendrick. I am on the verge of the greatest acoustic discovery in human history, the prime utterance of the abyssal cantor. Finn is merely the instrument, a unique bioacoustic resonance, amplified by Althea's preliminary work, and the residual psychic imprint from your dear Sarah's transmission point. She will allow the cantor to speak clearly for the first time." "Transmission point? Sarah?" My mind reeled. "You knew about Sarah. You were involved in her disappearance?" Vance waved a dismissive hand. "Sarah was an early, cruder attempt. Her mind wasn't strong enough to channel the full spectrum. She fractured, became mere static in the broadcast. But her lingering echo, her unresolved sorrow, it tuned this location. Detective. It made this sacred nexus even more receptive." He gestured towards the mirror in the tank. "That isn't merely glass and silver, Kendrick. It's a hydroacoustic resonator, an interdimensional lens, attuned to the cantor's deepest frequencies." Althea understood. She was trying to close it, to silence it, after she realized its true nature, a foolish, sentimental gesture. The whispers intensified, swirling, coalescing. The water in the tank began to churn, though there was no visible agitation. Finn's eyes snapped open. They were no longer the clear sea glass blue I remembered. They were a milky, depthless white, like the sightless orbs of some abyssal creature. A low, resonant hum emanated from her, a sound that vibrated in my teeth, in my bones. The overture begins. Vance breathed, his fingers flying across his control panel. Suddenly, the mirrored surface in the tank rippled, not like water, but like oil on water. Colors shifting, distorting. An image began to form. Not a reflection, but a window. A window into a crushing, lightless void, where vast, shadowy forms, impossibly ancient, moved with slow, deliberate grace. And from that void, a sound. No, a pressure. A psychic weight that threatened to buckle my sanity. The obsidian messengers, the cormorants, materialized from the shadows of the lab. Dozens of them, their eyes glowing with that same milky luminescence as Finn's. They swooped and dived, their harsh cries a discordant harmony to the cantor's burgeoning song. Sheriff Lyra Hawthorne burst through the lab door, her service shotgun leveled. She wasn't alone. Behind her were two local fishermen, their faces grim, their hands clutching heavy, iron-tipped gaffhooks. Not weapons, I realized, but something more akin to tools of warding from their ancestral lore. Vance, by the spirits of the old tides, stop this madness, Hawthorne boomed, her voice cutting through the psychic din with surprising authority. You cannot halt progress, Sheriff, Vance shrieked, his composure finally cracking. The cantor will be heard. Its wisdom will reshape our stagnant world. The entity, the abyssal cantor, was now fully present, though its form was incomprehensible. It wasn't something seen, but felt. An overwhelming Anwesenheit of crushing despair, profound loneliness, and an intellect so vast and alien, it was terrifying. Finn's body began to convulse, her mouth opening in a silent scream as the hum emanating from her reached a deafening, bone-jarring pitch. The symbols on the floor around the tank blazed with an internal, sickly green light. The mirror showed not the void, but now, horrifyingly, my own face, but aged, drowned, eyes filled with that same milky emptiness. Hawthorne and the fisherman began a low, guttural chant in a language I didn't recognize, a rhythm that seemed to push back, however feebly, against the cantor's oppressive song. They moved to flank the tank, their gaff hooks held like talismans. I knew then what I had to do. The mirror was the lens, the focal point. Sarah. Her image flashed in my mind, not beckoning from the void, but her face tight with determination, the way she looked when she was about to break a tough case. Use what they give you, Race. The letters. Althea's, Sarah's, the Sibyl's script. They weren't just messages. They were frequencies. Counter-frequencies, perhaps. The rules were defenses. But if Vance was using this place, this mirror, as an amplifier, then any sufficiently strong, opposing resonance might overload it, disrupt the dialogue, ignoring the swooping, shrieking cormorants, ignoring Vance's mad pronouncements. I pulled out the last unopened letter I'd found, the one in the bottle from Drake's Cove. My hands were slick with sweat, but I ripped it open. The script inside was frantic, almost illegible, but one phrase, repeated over and over, burned itself into my mind. Silentium maris profundi, silence of the deep sea. It wasn't a plea. It was a command, a sealing word. Vance, I yelled, my voice raw. You want to hear the cantor? Let's give it something to really sing about. I began to shout the phrase, Silentium maris profundi, over and over, pouring all my grief, all my rage, all my desperate hope into the words. The effect was like throwing a rock into a perfectly still pond. The cantor's psychic pressure wavered. Finn's convulsions lessened. The milky whiteness in her eyes flickered. The image in the mirror distorted. the drowned version of myself screaming in silent agony. Vance shrieked, "No! You're creating a null frequency. You'll sever the connection." Hawthorne and the fisherman intensified their chant, their voices rising, their gaffhooks now pointed directly at the mirror in the tank. The cormorants faltered in their flight, some dropping lifelessly to the floor. The mirror began to crack, not with a physical sound, but with a spiderweb of light, as if the pressure from both sides, the cantor's and my own desperate counterchant, was too much for it to bear. "Silentium maris profundi," I bellowed one last time. And with that, the mirror in the tank exploded, not in a shower of glass, but in a blinding flash of white light and an implosive rush of frigid, briny air that smelled of the deepest, oldest parts of the ocean. The psychic pressure vanished. The whispers ceased. The humming from Finn stopped, and she slumped forward, unconscious but breathing. Corbin Vance let out a single, long, wailing cry, like a child whose most precious toy had been broken. Then he collapsed, his body twitching, his eyes rolling back in his head. The abyssal cantor had been silenced, or at least its broadcast had been catastrophically interrupted. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the heaving breaths of those still standing, and the distant, now almost gentle, sigh of the ebbing tide. The chaotic energy that had suffused Vance's lab vanished as quickly as it had arrived, leaving behind a chilling stillness and the heavy metallic scent of ozone mixed with salt. Finn Holloway was carefully lifted from the now inert tank, wrapped in blankets by Miss Hawthorne and the fisherman. She was alive, her breathing shallow, her face pale but peaceful. The milky whiteness had receded from her eyes. Though they remained closed, Corbin Vance was less fortunate. He lay where he had fallen, his body rigid, his eyes wide and staring, fixed on some unseen horror. A thin trickle of seawater, impossibly, oozed from the corner of his mouth. Whatever connection he had sought with the abyssal cantor, it seemed to have recoiled upon him with a terrible finality. Sheriff Hawthorne, her face grim but resolute, surveyed the scene. Her two impromptu deputies, the fishermen, looked shaken but stoic, their expressions suggesting this was not the first time they had faced the unexplainable wrath of Umbral Deep's shadowed waters. "The old ones of the deep do not suffer fools gladly, Detective," Hawthorne said, her voice low, "nor those who seek to command what should only be respected." She knelt beside Vance, checking for a pulse, then shook her head. He listened too closely. He tried to write his own verses into a song far too ancient and too vast for any mortal tongue. The equipment in the lab was a wreck. Dials were shattered, wires frayed, the custom-built amplifiers smoking faintly. The central tank, its mirror having imploded into nothingness, was now just a container of cold, still water. The strange symbols on the floor had faded, as if their energy had been exhausted. I found myself trembling, the adrenaline slowly ebbing, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the phantom taste of salt water. The words, "Silentium maris profundi," still echoed in my mind, a desperate mantra against the encroaching silence. Had she known that phrase? Had she tried to use it? Or was it a message Althea had desperately tried to pass on? A key to locking a door that should never have been opened. As the storm outside began to abate, its fury spent, a fragile, watery dawn crept over Umbral Deep. The fog, while still present, seemed less oppressive, less sentient. The relentless psychic pressure that had been a constant companion since my arrival had lifted. "What now?" I asked Hawthorne, my voice hoarse. She looked out through a grimy window towards the gray, choppy expanse of the Pacific. "Now, Detective, we do what Umbral Deep has always done. We clean up the wreckage, we tell the stories that can be told, and we pray the tide doesn't bring back anything worse." She paused. "The cantor is not gone, Kendrick. It is merely sleeping or listening from a greater depth. Its silence is a pause, not an ending. The official report would be a masterpiece of obfuscation. A rogue scientist, Vance, conducting illegal experiments with sonic weaponry, resulting in a tragic accident. Finn Holloway, a victim of his reckless endangerment. The strange symbols, merely the delusions of a disturbed mind. The town of Umbral Deep would close ranks, its ancient secrets once more submerged beneath a veneer of hard-bitten coastal normality. But I knew the truth. And as I watched the local coroner's van take Corbin Vance's rigid form away, I felt a profound shift within myself. The logical, evidence-driven detective I once was had been irrevocably altered. I had looked into the abyss, and the abyss, with its cold, ancient eyes, had most certainly looked back. Life, or what passed for it in Umbral Deep, slowly began to leach back into the salt-scoured cracks of the town. The investigation into Althea Crow's death officially concluded with Corbin Vance as the prime suspect. His death conveniently closing the case. Finn Holloway made a full physical recovery, though she rarely spoke of what happened in that lab, her sea-glass eyes now holding a new depth, a shadow of things seen and heard that would likely never fade. She returned to her charts and her dives, but with a newfound caution, a more profound respect for the murmuring immensity that lay beyond the shoreline. I stayed in Umbral Deep longer than I had intended, helping Sheriff Hawthorne tie up the loose ends, both official and otherwise. The townsfolk, sensing perhaps a shared passage through a familiar darkness, began to open up to me in small, guarded ways. They spoke of other listeners, like Althea, of other silences, like the one I had invoked, of generations spent placating the vast, unknowable consciousness that was their closest and most terrifying neighbor. My nightmares of Sarah didn't vanish, but they changed. The image of her beckoning from the void was replaced by a clearer, calmer vision. Sarah, standing on the prow of her research vessel, looking out at a storm-tossed sea, not with fear, but with a fierce academic curiosity. The phrase, silentium maris profundi, echoed, not as a weapon, but as a statement of profound, if perilous, understanding. I began to suspect that Sarah hadn't been a victim of the canter, but perhaps a researcher, like Althea, who had also come too close to its song, and had perhaps, in her own way, tried to impose her own silence upon it, leaving behind a warning I was only now beginning to decipher. The letters, I realized, hadn't just been for me, but for anyone who followed. Anyone fated to hear the call. They were a fragmented map, a desperate user's manual for an entity beyond comprehension. The day I finally left Umbral Deep, Sheriff Hawthorne walked me to my car. The fog was light, the sun a pale disk in the sky. The drowned oracle will sing again, Kendrick, she said, her voice calm. It always does, but perhaps now, there are more who know how to listen for the pauses, for the silences between its verses. She handed me a small, smooth piece of sea glass, dark as the deepest trench. A reminder that not all that is unseen is empty. I drove away from Umbral Deep, the taste of salt seemingly a permanent fixture on my tongue. I returned to the city, to the familiar grind of homicide investigations, but everything felt flatter. The mundane horrors of human depravity seemed almost trivial compared to the ancient cosmic indifference of the abyssal canter. Yet, I was changed. The hard shell of my cynicism had been cracked. I found myself listening more intently, not just to words, but to the silences between them, to the unspoken currents beneath the surface of things. I started researching ancient maritime folklore, obscure liturgical texts, the strange mathematics of wave theory and acoustic resonance. The little dove case remained unsolved on paper, but in my mind, a new, unsettling understanding was beginning to form. One evening months later, working late in my city precinct, a storm raging outside, I found a plain brown envelope on my desk, no return address. Inside was a single water-stained piece of parchment. On it, in a spidery, familiar script that could have been Althea Crow's, or Sarah's, or even my own, was a single, spiraling symbol I recognized from Vance's lab floor, and beneath it, 2 words. It listens. A sudden gust of wind rattled my office window. I glanced up. Perched on the sill, undeterred by the urban landscape, was a single glossy black cormorant, its obsidian eyes fixed directly on me. I held its gaze for a long moment. Then slowly, deliberately, I drew the blinds. The dirge of umbral deep was a song with many verses, and I knew, with a certainty that both chilled and oddly comforted me, that I was now a part of its endless, echoing chorus. The silence I carried within me was no longer one of absence, but of attentive, perilous waiting. You felt the chill of the salt-stained mirror, heard the call carried on the tide, and glimpsed the watchers with obsidian eyes. Umbral Deep has its hooks in you now, just like it has in Reese Kendrick. The abyssal cantor is silent, for now. But its song is eternal, and its hunger is vast. This is only the beginning of the descent into the deep. Seriously, if you haven't watched until the very end, you've missed crucial pieces of the puzzle, the glimpses into the true horror that awaits. The twist runs deeper than the ocean. What do you think the abyssal cantor truly is? What role did Sarah play? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you survived this plunge into the darkness, prove it by hitting that subscribe button and joining the Night Creepypasta Rules community, because the tide is always turning in Umbral Deep, and the next wave might bring something far worse. Until then, try not to listen to the whispers.